Rồi meeting đó chị. Rồi meeting đó chị. Rồi meeting đó chị. Rồi meeting đó chị.
Sì, mica mai sono stato parlare. 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 Mica mai sono stato parlare.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I hope everyone is having a nice day. I'll just take a couple extra minutes and wait for everyone to join because we do need quorum for before starting GA. So please remind your friends to join. I hope everyone else is ready for GA today. And today is the last GA that will be attending for this SGA. So I hope you all are excited. And I look forward to the rest of the General Assembly. Please remind your friends to join as soon as possible. We'll be starting shortly. Official buddies, please also remind your buddy MOs to join the meeting soon, since we do need to start roll call in a bit. Please remind your friends to join as soon as possible. We'll be starting shortly. Official buddies, please also remind your buddy MOs to join the meeting soon, since we do need to start roll call in a bit. Please remind your friends to join as soon as possible. We'll be starting shortly. Official buddies, please also remind your buddy MOs to join the meeting soon, since we do need to start roll call in a bit. Please remind your friends to join as soon as possible. We'll be starting shortly. Official buddies, please also remind your buddy MOs to join the meeting soon, since we do need to start roll call in a bit. Please remind your friends. All right. Hello, everyone. I think we'll be starting now. I see we seem to have enough people to start our GA right now. Before we start, I would like to wish all our female participants happy International Women's Day. And the chair would like to call this meeting back to order at 11:39 a.m. UTC on the 8th of March. Katarina has a hand up already. Before giving the floor to any delegates, we'll be starting with roll call. Shu, the floor is yours.
Sultan IVSA Exco. Thank you, Chair. Hi, everyone. So today I'll be doing the roll call again. So in conjunction with our celebration on the International Women's Day, I would like to kindly request you guys to say women in your mother tongue whenever your MOs are called upon. All right. Without further ado, I will get started. IVSA Chile. To say
Feliz Día de la Mujer.
in your mother tongue whenever your MOs are called upon. All right. Without further ado, IVSA China, IVSA Chile.
I'm sorry, what do we have to say again? Aaron from IBC China.
Women.
Okay. Lo Yan.
Thank you. IVSA Czech Republic.
I'm sorry, what do we have to say again?
Jenna.
Aaron from IBC China.
Thank you. Women. IVSA Denmark.
Okay. Lo Yan.
Kvinder.
Thank you. IVSA Germany.
I'm sorry, what do we have to say
Frauen.
again? Aaron from IBC China.
Thank you. IVSA Ghana.
Lo Yan.
Kvinder.
Oppa. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you. IVSA Indonesia. Thank you. IVSA Italy.
Donne.
Thank you. IVSA Japan. IVSA Japan. IVSA Latvia.
Sì, jag vet det.
Thank you. IVSA Malaysia.
Juanita.
Thank you. IVSA Mexico.
Mujeres.
Thank you. IVSA Morocco.
Nisa. Nisa.
Thank you. IVSA Nepal.
Nari.
Thank you.
Hmm?
IVSA Nigeria.
Zaging.
Thank you. IVSA Peru.
Mujeres.
Thank you. IVSA Philippines.
Babae.
Thank you. IVSA Serbia.
Srećan dan žena.
Thank you. IVSA Slovakia.
Ženi.
Thank you. IVSA Slovenia.
Ženska.
Thank you. IVSA Sweden. IVSA Sweden. IVSA Taiwan.
女人。
Thank you. IVSA Thailand.
ผู้หญิง
Thank you. IVSA Turkey.
Kadın.
And thank you. That's the roll call for our active MOs. We have the attendance of 55.5 56%. The quorum has been met. The GA is valid. Congratulations, everyone. And now I would like to proceed with the roll call for our candidate MO. IVSA Albania. IVSA Albania. IVSA Australia.
Women.
Thank you. IVSA Canada. IVSA Canada. IVSA Sri Lanka. IVSA Sri Lanka. IVSA Sudan.
Nta.
Thank you. IVSA Zimbabwe.
Wakazi.
Thank you. All right, then we are done with our roll call. I would like to pass back the floor back to the chair.
Thank you for that. Thank you for everyone for being here. The chair will entertain a motion to go into stand at ease for 10 minutes for the duration of a partner presentation. Apologies for that disturbance. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into a stand at ease for 10 minutes for the duration of the video of the World Organization for Animal Health, that is an IVSA partner. Yeah. Also, the chair recognizes the presence of IVSA Albania. Anna?
Anna Živković, IVSA Serbia. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to go into a 10-minute stand at ease, just for the duration of the war presentation. I believe IPSF will join by then, so we might have to extend this as well, but we have 2 partner presentations coming up. So I hope you all are excited. And the GA is now at stand at ease. Tammy, could you please start the war video?
Yes, I will share it before saying that the speaker is Dr. Xiomara Chavez, a veterinarian working in WUA. So please pay attention. And again, WUA is an important partner of IVSA, and now I will play the video. She can listen to us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Xiomara Chavez. I work as a workforce development project manager in the capacity building department at WUA. So today I wanted to talk to you about something that concerns you directly as future veterinarians, which is animal health and its impact on global health. So we live in a world that is changing very quickly. Everything changes. There are many factors that are increasing health risks for animal and for humans. For example, you have climate change, misuse of antimicrobials, other human activities, even such as war, etc. So because of these changes, diseases can spread faster and across borders. This means that veterinarians today must think beyond individual animals and consider the bigger picture, right? So what's the bigger picture? We all know what is One Health at this stage, right? So One Health means that human health, animal health, and environmental health are all connected. For example, there are many diseases affecting humans that come from animals, or there are environmental changes that can affect both animals and people. So the goal of this One Health approach is very simple. Different sectors working together, meaning veterinarians, doctors, environmental scientists, policymakers, etc., to basically achieve better health for everyone. So you should know at this stage that your role as veterinarians in this approach is essential. So, you know, at WOA, we tackle this issue, this One Health approach, among many others. But what do you know about the World Organization for Animal Health? You've heard probably that it was called OIE before. Now it's WOA. So WOA is an international organization that is responsible for improving animal health worldwide, right? It's been over 100 years that we're here. So it was created in 1924. Back then, there was this outbreak on rinderpest in Europe, and there were 28 members that gathered together to tackle this issue. And fast forward now, WOA has helped countries detect, report, and control diseases, improving both animal welfare and global health security. So today we work with 183 countries and territories that we call members to protect animal health worldwide. And you should know also that WOA has a large global network that includes 13 regional and sub-regional representations that you see on the map, more than 75 partner organizations, over 300 reference centers, and more than 800 scientific experts working with us. So this global collaboration allows countries to share knowledge, to share data and solutions to animal health challenges. So WOA works in several key areas to improve global animal health. These include developing international standards, supporting disease control, strengthening veterinary services, collecting and analyzing animal health data, etc., etc. So all these areas help countries detect diseases early and respond effectively. So how exactly does WOA help tackle global health challenges? You know that in WOA we develop science-based standards and guidelines. So standards are mandatory for members to comply, whereas guidelines are just recommendations. They are optional, okay? This is very important to have in mind. WOA also develop global initiatives. We also support our members by strengthening their animal health systems, and this also includes veterinary services. We also have different reference centers and experts that help us on this. We have, for example, discuss about different platforms. We have the World Animal Health Information System, known as WISE, which is a platform that tackles, that explains animal health diseases, and Animuse, which is a platform on antimicrobial use. This, of course, ensures effective collaboration among all the relevant sectors. So one of the most important responsibilities at WOA is creating international animal health standards. So these standards are based on science and our global consensus. These support our members on detecting diseases early, for example, or reporting outbreaks, control pathogens, and maybe produce and test vaccines. So it is important to know that this is recognized by the World Trade Organization, which means that they also help ensure safe international trade of animals or animal products. So WOA also develops global health strategies and initiatives to address major animal health challenges. So these initiatives are based on scientific evidence and developed with different partners, international partners. For example, there are different strategies to address antimicrobial resistance, rabies elimination, avian influenza, and other animal diseases. So the goal is to support members in implementing effective control programs at the national level. So I was talking about this very important tool as well, which is the World Animal Health Information System, also known as WAHIS. WAHIS collects and analyzes data on animal disease outbreaks, around the world. And more than 200 countries report information to the system. Since its launch in 2005, thousands of alerts have been shared. And actually, this system allows countries to detect threats early and respond quickly, helping prevent diseases from spreading globally. So WOA also has the authority to officially recognize disease-free countries or regions. This recognition is important for international trade, for example. Let's say if a country proves that it is free from X disease, it can export animals or animal products more easily. So countries must provide scientific evidence every year to maintain this status. And this system encourages countries to maintain strong disease surveillance and control programs. So, as I mentioned before, WOA works with a global network of reference centers and scientific experts. These centers are laboratories and institutions that specialize in specific animal diseases. So what they do is that they provide scientific advice, they provide diagnostic expertise, even training or research. So their work ensures that WOA recommendations remain scientifically accurate. Oops, sorry. So now, this is one of my favorites because awareness and communication is very, very important. This is a key role for the organization. We develop our communication campaigns, educational material, and technical resources. And this is very helpful and useful for not only veterinarians, but also governments, farmers, and even the general public. This is very important for us because disease prevention requires awareness and cooperation.
IVSA Malaysia.
So on another note, global health challenges cannot be solved by one organization alone. So this is why WOA collaborates with more than 75 official partners. They come from public, private sector, international organizations, NGOs, etc. These partners include organizations working in human health, in agriculture, in food safety, wildlife, trade, etc. And actually, these kind of collaborations, they support the One Health approach, bringing different sectors together to protect global health. So, the humans behind animal health, aka you. How does the veterinary workforce contribute to society?
Thank you.
So this is all about you now. Behind all these global systems are people. It's us, right? The veterinary workforce. To support this veterinary workforce, WOA has developed the trilogy of competency and curricula guidelines. These guidelines help ensure that veterinary professionals, and I'm talking about veterinarians, veterinary paraprofessionals, and community animal health workers, we support them into having the proper knowledge and skills needed to face modern challenges. So these frameworks, they help to strengthen the veterinary education globally. And actually, we are currently reviewing and updating the Day 1 competencies, or also known as the veterinary education recommendations.
Jenny. Thank you. IVSA Slovenia.
It is important that you know that WOA also offers an online training platform for free. This platform provides courses for veterinary professionals around the world. You have the URL there. You can enter, you can access it with no problem. These courses help professionals, veterinary professionals, develop skills in areas such as disease surveillance or biosecurity, AMR, emergency management, and so on. It is important for WOA to highlight that continuous learning is essential because animal health challenges, you know, they are constantly evolving. So we also need to be constantly updating these models. Last but not least, I'm pretty sure that you already follow WOA on social media. You can scan these QR codes to follow us either on LinkedIn, Facebook, X, or Instagram, because we also share, it's not just scientific updates, we also share news, we sometimes share job opportunities, even internships. We also have training resources in there, and overall global animal health information. So I think this is a great way to stay connected with the international veterinary community. So I think this is all for me. I wanted to thank you for your time, for listening, and just understand that organizations like WOA, we help countries to work together and prevent and control animal diseases. So it is also important to understand that our success is because of people like you that are trained and motivated to become a better veterinary professionals. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you soon.
For 10 minutes for the duration of a partner presentation. Apologies for that disturbance. The chair will now entertain a motion to go into a standardies for 10 minutes for the duration of the video of the World Organization for Animal Health, that is an IVSA partner. Yeah. Also, the chair recognizes the presence of IVSA. That was a wonderful presentation from World Organization for Animal Health. Unfortunately, they were only able to send us a recording of the presentation and not be present themselves here. So if you do have questions regarding their activities, you can reach out to us and we will connect you with them. Or you can also go up to their website, woah.org, and they will help you out with whatever questions you might have. Before moving forward, I would just like to confirm if Julian from IPSF is here yet. So I hope you all are excited.
Yes, hello, I am here.
Hi, Julian. So we just finished up our presentation from the World Organization for Animal Health, and next is IPSF. So you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen.
A veterinarian working in WOA. So please pay attention. And again, WOA is an important partner of IVSA, and now I will play the video that she can listen to us.
Sorry, just give me a while.
Yeah, no problem. And just as a reminder for all our delegates, IPSF was present during our opening ceremony, and it is the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, essentially a sister organization to IVSA for the students studying pharmacy.
Hello, everyone.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. And yeah, our president, Manchuri, was present at the opening session. And maybe just before I begin, I just want to extend congratulations to IVSA for having their Symposium, the Special General Assembly. And also just want to extend our gratitude also with partnering with IVSA for with the past collaborations and the events as well, and hopefully for the many years to come. So just to introduce myself, my name is Julian. I'm the chairperson of external relations for IPSF. Just to give some background, I'm based in Singapore. I'm currently working as a pharmacist in a women's and children's hospital, handling a bit of informatics and a bit of like operational and clinical aspects as well. Today, I'll be showcasing and maybe introducing IPSF as a whole, some of its general activities as well. And also, if there's time and if time permits, I will also maybe give just some insights on maybe what are we currently working on. Yeah, so International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, also known as IPSF, is the umbrella organization that represents actually over 600,000 pharmaceutical students and recent graduates in over 100 plus countries around the world. So actually this number was quite hit recently, in last year from 500,000 to 600,000, and of course, there's many more to outreach to, and of course, it just ever grows, and also we just collectively grow together, representing as a youth, pharmacy students, and recent graduates all over the world to advocate for things like SDG3, even things like gender equality, and just better health for all. So some histories that were actually formed in London in 1949 with 8 member countries: Austria, Australia, Denmark, Iceland, Ireland, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and the UK. We're actually the oldest faculty-based international student organization in the world. And where we based, we're actually co-located with the International Pharmaceutical Federation, also known as FIP, in The Hague, the Netherlands.
In this approach is essential.
And we're made of 17 executive committee members, mainly of the secretariat, which we're a group, 3 Ps, where a lot of our events are, and also we have 5 regional offices.
What do you know about?
So to introduce Annie Mentry in the opening session, she's our president. She handles things like policies, advocacies, statements, and also things with like the model WHO.
An international organization that is responsible for
we have our president-elect also that usually plays a more of a supporting role in the executive committee, especially as they learn the role before heading to the next role of being the president in the following mandate. Apart from that, also supporting the president role in communications with FIP and the ECPG, also known as the Early Career Pharmaceutical Group. And of course, we're in this transitional role of the training committee, which usually is held under the president-elect and is transitioned to the professional development portfolio for this mandate. So it's co-led, and maybe I'll talk a bit more about that later. Our Secretary General handles a lot of things about our admin, constitution, official documents, even federation guideline, and of course leading up to our General Assembly, also things administrative revolving around it. So things like our MOUs that we had to prepare for, some of our partnerships, even things like things that we want to change for the next mandate and for the years to come as well.
So
our treasurer handles things like grants, of course,
knowledge,
balancing all the inflow and outflow of the federation as well, and also come up with means also of outsourcing many different means of supporting our events. As of course a student-led organization, there's also a limit to how many funds we can grow. So these grants will also be a means of supporting our events internally. And of course we find some means of also supporting our students and recent graduates as well, whether it be like student exchange or maybe things like their membership fees. And these are just some of the means that we work with the treasurer from the external relations as well.
Help countries to take
and there's me. So I handle the external committee. So I'll say under my wings is the corporate relations. So usually in communication with a bit more on the corporate end. And for interprofessional, so also that's where that wing is with other student organizations like IVSA, and also of course with other professional organizations. Other things that we plan also for is like a routine career fair and exhibition to promote as a whole for IPSF what are the different means of career options out there. As the world evolves and evolves, rather to say evolves over time with new technology and just evolving in the trends, how we can play a part maybe in things like finance, even legal, even the pharmaceutical industry. Apart from that, I also handle things with external representation. Also because I play a role as a focal point to the UN. So one upcoming event, if you have heard of, is CSW 70 on Commission of Status of Women. So that's something that we'll be participating in the next 2 weeks. Apart from that, what we'll also be preparing for is the ECOSOC Youth Forum and also things like WHA, but that's more, I play more of a supporting role for that because that's under public health. So some of the organizations we work with are over here. I mean, it's not just limited to this. And of course, what I'm doing is trying to consolidate a bit more on all the different organizations as well. So I mean, of course, over time, I will also be integrating IVSA over here and all the different organizations that we work with. So this is just a list of who we work with, like WHO, FIP. Also, we have in the GHWN Youth Hub as well, and also IVSA and also A4HP. Apart from that, we also have internal relations. So this is usually our means of liaising with a lot of our contact persons. So those who are our liaisons from the member organizations, also representing the countries. And also we have our internal relations also as a means of connecting with our alumni and also handling things such as membership as well.
Which means that they also have
Media and publications handle things related to our social media presence. So things like LinkedIn, things like Instagram, and of course, we work together a lot in trying to promote certain activities, like our delegation, call for delegations, or even things like our statements that we produce out, or even things that we work with partners on.
Scientific evidence and develop.
So now we come to the 3Ps. So many of our events within IPSF revolve around the 3Ps, and one of them is also pharmacy education. So pharmacy education works on many things that are like a bit more scientific. So things related to publications, research. So what they have is the IPSF Global Research Lab, where they have like certain webinars to try to promote like our students and recent graduates to embark on research on the supervision of mentors. We also have internships, so external relations, together with the pharmacy education outsource with many different organizations on means of like sourcing internships for our students and recent graduates so that they can learn and put their skills that they probably learned in school to good use, and also of course experiences so they are better able for the working world.
Since it's lunch.
Similarly, we also have a professional development. So they usually plan a lot of our competitions. If you see over here, we have 5 of them, like pharmacy profession, patient counseling, clinical skills, industrial skills, and even compounding. And why we have these competitions are also a means of putting skills to the test, where things that they learn in school, the knowledge that they learned can be put into the competition to see how far they can go. And apart from that, they, just as mentioned earlier, we're in the transition stage of also the professional development handling the training committee. So this is usually revolving around like things like trainers and leaders in training, and what that consists of is like developing student leaders. And of course, usually this revolves a lot of things like soft skills, like personal development, management skills, communication, and more. Just embarking on being a future student leader, or maybe even being a future executive committee, or just being a leader in their own right. Apart from that, we also do train new trainers. Similarly about soft skills, but in that way, it's also becoming trainers to train the next batch of trainers. So it's like giving back to the community as well.
Centers and scientific experts.
And mentioned earlier also, I'll be supporting like things, the events under WHO. So things like your WHA or EB, and this is usually in relation with the chairperson of public health and the public health committee and the portfolio. And a lot of the events they plan are related to public health. Public health is a very macro term. So I mean, of course, it consists of many different programs that it has. So like things like mental health, things like blood donation. So that's where we have the Vampire Cup. Also things like advocacy and awareness. So things could be related to like maybe the UNFCCC, UNEP, so things that are related to the environment or climate change, or even things like humanitarian as well. So like gender equality and SRHR. One of the bigger events that we have within IPSF is student exchange, and we usually do it about 10,000 students annually. So it's a mix of online and in person, with actually 1,000 plus being and 1,000 more being done in person. I myself have also gone through student exchange as well, and I also went. So where I went was actually Serbia, so like Eastern Europe. I think about 2024. Yeah. And my experience was also being in a community pharmacy, which I don't really get to explore super much, and a bit different in Singapore. So it's a bit of, in a way, putting my skills and knowledge from school, and also not only the aspect of like scientific knowledge or from student knowledge, right, but it's also cultural knowledge as well. One of the biggest events we have is the World Congress, and usually this revolves around, I would say, 3-4 part. So there's also a leaders in training for it. We have our General Assembly, where we also elect our new executive committee, vote for certain new things within the mandate. Also, we have our main Congress, so they have a plan of different array of activities, and this is usually set by the chairperson of the reception of the World Congress. So things like could be digital health, oncology. So it depends on their vision. And of course, we will also have this what we call the post-Congress tour, where they also plan certain events after. So this year is actually held in Thailand, and it will be held. The main bulk of it will be in first to 9th August. And of course, we are already steps ahead to also plan for the next World Congress, which actually will be held in Taiwan next year.
Competency and curricula guidelines.
Oops, sorry.
These guidelines help
Yeah.
ensure that
So next I'll talk about the 5
professionals
regional
and I'm talking
offices.
about
So the 5
veterinarians,
regional offices are the
veterinary
African Regional
paraprofessionals,
Office, Asia
and
Pacific,
community animal
Eastern
health workers.
Mediterranean, European, and Pan American. So they themselves also have their own
It's
regional working
important
groups and
then
also
if
have
you're
their own
having
3Ps and own
someone
social media
that's
presence
skilled
integrated
needed to
within the regional
face
office.
modern challenges.
And apart from not only having World
These
Congress, but we also have our
frameworks,
symposiums
they
within the
help
regionals.
strengthen
And I'm pretty
the
sure a lot of our regions are also
differentiation
connected with
globally.
IVSA counterparts.
And
So we have
actually,
our
we are
African Pharmaceutical
currently
Symposium, so it'll be Rwanda,
updating
Asia Pacific,
the
Indonesia,
JPAC
Eastern
competencies,
Mediterranean,
or
Egypt,
also known
European
as
in Norway,
veterinary
and the Pan
education.
American in Mexico. Yeah. So I'll just maybe spend a bit more time if
It is important that you know that
time
WUA
permits. Yeah,
also
can let me know
offers an
if I'm
online
running out of
training
time. But essentially, I'll
platform
just go a bit
for
more in
free.
depth on maybe what else our current work
This
for your
platform provides
updating. And of course,
courses
if there's
for
anything of your
veterinary
interest,
professionals
feel
around
free
the
to reach
world.
out to
You
me
have
or maybe the IVSA
URL
officials
there,
or
you
executive committee
enter
to
and
connect
you
with
access
us,
it.
and we can see that we can go from there.
These courses
So, as I
help
said, President works with the policy
veterinary
committee. So,
professionals
what they're doing is a
develop
model
skills in
WHO in
areas
series
such
format
as
so that people can participate remotely and have
surveillance
more equal
or
access. And what we're doing is also working
security,
with
AMR,
FIP,
emergency
the more professional
management,
body of the
embodiment, and so
pharmacists
on.
worldwide
It
in
is
their World
important for
Congress. So, we're planning
WUA
in hackathon
to
within
highlight
their World Congress.
that
Apart from
continuous
that,
learning
the
is
president is
essential
overseeing the
because
organization, is also
animal
trying
health
to
challenges,
balance the
we know
workload
that are
of the executive committee
constantly
and the
evolving.
portfolios,
So
and
we
also
also
trying a
need
means
to
of
be
supporting us as
constantly
well. So of course,
updating
not
those
only working
works.
hard, but of course our mental well-being as well.
Last but not least,
Our president-elect handles things,
I'm
like I
pretty
said,
sure that
related to a
you
bit of
already
training.
follow
But of course,
WUA
what
on
they
social
do
media. You
in
can scan these
to plan
QR
for the next
codes to
mandate
follow
is
us
of
either on
course
LinkedIn,
plan for
Facebook,
the next 4 years of the
X,
strategic
or
plan,
Instagram.
and also
Because we also share
quarterly review
it's
how
not
our
just
progress of IPSF is
scientific
doing, especially from committee
updates.
members
We
where they
also
send
share
reports,
news.
and
We
also
highlight the
just investigating the
opportunities,
president-elect
either
position, because of
significant
course
hits.
we want to identify how else
We
can
also
we
have
enhance
training
the position
resources in there,
as we're
and
moving things
overall
around.
global animal health information. So I
Our
think
Secretary
this
General
is
is
a
hard at
great
work
way
with
to
things like official documents, our
stay connected
constitution, domestic
with
rules, standing
the
orders, and also,
international
and of
veterinary
course,
community.
preparing for the General Assembly that is held to be in Thailand.
So I
Our
think this is all
treasurer is
for me. I
handling
wanted
things
to
with the
thank you
grants.
for your
Of course,
time,
we also have our
for
auditing committee, and
listening,
of course,
and
investigations to our
just
financial year, regional
understand
budgets, and
that
of course, if there's a need to
organizations
plan for
like
the budget
WUA,
ahead
we
for
all have
the
a
next
place to
mandate,
work
and
together
external relations will
and
also be
prevent
supporting
and
that.
control animal
And of course,
diseases.
other portfolio guidelines and
So
financial
it is also
documentation.
important to understand that
As for myself, I won't go through
our
so much because if not,
success
it'll take so much
is because of
time.
people like you
But essentially,
that
I'll be
are
looking for new
trained
potential partners
and
and
motivated
sponsors
to become a
to
better
also
veterinary
support many of
professional.
our events activities within
Thank you for your
IPSF,
attention
and of
and
course,
hope
involvement in many
to
of
see
our external
you
delegations as well. And of course, that's something that we can work with because we also work with IFSA and other student organizations. And of course, we would love to also have IVSA on board with all of our delegations as well. And of course, maybe in the future, side events and other supporting events as well. And of course, I'm also doing a lot of internal database restructuring, and so that I can set a good foundation for the next mandate as well. So things like how to do legal MOU writing, or things like sustainable prospectus to showcase a lot of our routine activities, career fair exhibition, and things like how to promote delegation advocacy efforts as us as a healthcare professional and a youth. Yeah, our internal relations also things related to a bit of policy. So I mean, something that's very remarkable is that we actually had 1,300 projects that as an IPSF as a whole last I believe in last mandate or cumulatively.
Yes,
Yeah, I believe it's
hello.
last mandate
I am
actually.
here.
Yeah, so usually we do this by the project accreditation form, and of course it's something that is very to be like proud of, right? Because that's a project that we work with many with our partners and of course within the member organizations as we be an advocate for health, gender equality, and etc. And usually they plan different stuff with the contact persons and see how we can help IPSF as a whole with our member organizations. And of course, things related to trying to go work more hand in hand and involve more of our alumni and our HLMs as well. So our honorary life members. So our media publications, you can see some of them over here. And of course, what we're doing is also trying to brand not only like through our books, but also like our websites, publications, and even our magazines. online magazines. Pharmacy education, so we usually they're doing a lot of projects right now, and of course trying the means of finding so what we call a research forum. So usually revolves around about the skills of research and having a forum itself for that, and also of course things like magazines that they will also promote some of the research aspects of it and advocacy of education. Professional development, we have a list of competitions, and of course calling and planning for the different leadership in the leaders in training and trainers development camps, also within the regions. And public health, as usual, is a very big group of team, right? So we're also planning for the WHA that's coming up, and of course in advance also preparing for the next COP delegation, and of course many of our public health campaigns and webinars. Student exchange is working on a new framework on try to make it more bilateral exchange, and of course planning for our expo to promote more of our student exchange program to many, with also integrating some of the pharmacist careers aspects. Our FVE Regional Office is hard at work with their own e-learning hub, and of course their Symposium, Asia Pacific with their own regional assembly. So and also Symposium, and of course we have something called the GPED. So that will be held in India, so online if I'm not wrong, and that's something they're working towards as well. Eastern Mediterranean is also so right now, I mean, as many of you know, the situation is not the best. So right now they're taking it on a hold for many of their activities as of right now. But of course, what we plan is also their own symposiums and of course other delegation events as well. And we're made of 17 executive. Our European Regional Office is hard at work with the own regional assembly and also planning to come with their own policy toolkit session as well for within the European side. And our Pan American, and it has actually on an expansion medicine policy paper with one of our partners in CODA on a bit on oncology, and of course having their own magazine and also working on their own regional symposium in Mexico. And of course, working with other collaborations such as partners like USP. And World Congress, we recently just also opened up our phase 2 registration, but of course they're hard at work with finalizing the program. So we also have things like UAC 2030, and of course preparing for it itself. So we're also playing a supporting role there. Yeah, so that's all I have. Like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to relay it to me, or of course relate to our the IVSA officials and the executive committee if you'd like to connect and think about maybe we can brainstorm together like what are the projects that we can come hand in hand together, just to promote like youth advocacy or health for the world. That's all I have. Thank you. Our Secretary General handles a lot of things.
Thank you so much, Julian, for your presentation. I'm so happy that we got the opportunity to have you here, and also so happy that we have seen collaborations within the regions between IVSA and IPSF, and many more potential collaborations for renal events, of course, and any other thing. So yeah, so happy to have you here. Hope to meet you and Manj anytime soon. And yeah, that's it from my VSA part. Do you guys have any questions for Julian and IPSF?
Of the federation as well, and also come up with means also of outsourcing many different means of supporting our events as of course a student-led organization.
Thank you so much, Julian, for joining us. It was so good to meet more and to know more about IPSF, and hope to have you and also Manch and the other IPSF officials with us soon. Thank you.
Or maybe things like their membership fees, and these are just some of the means that we work with the treasurer from the external relations as well. And there's me. So I handle the external committee. So I'll say under my wings is the corporate relations. So usually in communication with a bit more on the corporate end. And for interprofessional, so also that's where that wing is with other student organizations like IVSA, and also of course with other professional organizations. Other things that we plan also for is like a routine career fair and exhibition to promote as a whole for IPSF what are the different means of career options out there as the world evolves and evolves, rather to say evolves over time with new technology.
All right, thank you, Julian, very much for that wonderful presentation again. IPSF has been a very long-standing partner of IVSA. I have personally worked with several IPSF projects, and for any of those who might want to understand how IPSF works better, you are free to reach out to IPSF on their respective emails. If anyone does have any questions for IPSF at this stage in the conversation, you are free to ask them. If not, we will continue on with our next partner presentation, and that would be IAAS.
Youth Forum, and also things like WHA, but that's more, I play more of a supporting role for that because that's under public health. So some of the
Hi
organizations we work
everyone,
with are over
this
here.
is
I mean, it's
Sumana
not just limited to
from
this, but of
EAS,
course, what
and
I'm doing is trying to consolidate a
let
bit
me share
more
my
on
screen first.
all the different organizations as well. So I mean, of course, over time, I will also be integrating IVSA over here, and all the different organizations that we work with. So this is just a list we work with, like WHO, FIP. Also, we have in the GHWN Youth Hub as well, and also
Can you see my
IFSA, and
screen?
also A4HP.
Yes, we see your screen.
Apart from that, we also have internal
Thank
relations.
you so much.
So this
So,
is usually
hi
our
everyone, this is Sumana
means
Palta,
liaising
currently
with
the Vice
a lot of
President of
contact persons.
External
So those
Relations
who are
at
our
EAS.
liaisons from the member
And it's
organizations,
great
also
pleasure to be
representing the
here in
countries.
front of you
And also
all.
we
And I would
have
like to
our internal
extend
relations
my warm
also
greetings
as a means
and
of connecting with
appreciation
our
for
alumni,
your
and
invitation as well as
also
collaborations
handling things
between our
such as
organization.
membership as well.
And I shall begin my
Media and
presentation
communications
now.
end of
So,
things
talking about
related to
EAS, it
our
is
social
the
media
biggest
presence. So
student
things like
organization in the
LinkedIn,
field of
things like
agriculture
Instagram,
and
and of
related
course,
sciences,
we work together a
which
lot in trying to
was
promote certain
established more than half
activities,
a century
like
ago
our
in
delegation, corporate
1957
delegations, or even
in
things like
Tunisia, which is now spaced to more than
our
50
statements that we
member
produce
countries and more than 10,000
or even
members
things that we work
worldwide.
with partners on.
Our vision is to promote the exchange of
So now we come to
experience,
the
knowledge,
nitty-gritty.
and
So many of
ideas,
our
and to
events
improve
within
the mutual
IPSF revolve around
understanding
different
between
things, and one of
students
them
in the
is
field of
also pharmacy
agriculture and
education.
related
So
sciences
pharmacy
all over
education
the
focuses
world.
on many things that are like more a bit
Our
more
mission is
scientific.
to
So things
encourage
related to
youth to take an
publications, research.
active
So that's
role
why we
as
have the
leaders
IPSF
to
Global
challenge
Research Lab,
themselves in
where
the
we have a
developing
certain
their
webinars to
personal
try to
professional
promote
life.
like our students
And we
and
go
recent
by
graduates
the
to
primary
embark on
tagline of
research
think globally,
on
act
the
locally, which
supervision of mental
beautifully
health.
captures our essence as
We
an
also have
organization.
internships,
And go
so
further,
external
go ES
relations
is our secondary
together with
tagline that conveys
the pharmacy
the
education
spirit of
outsource
ES to our members.
with many
We
different
are
organizations
international,
on
independent,
means of
non-profit,
like
and non-governmental
sourcing
student
internships
society.
for our students and recent graduates so that they
Talking
can
about
learn
our presence,
and put
we are
their
currently present
skills
in
that they maybe
this
learned in
many
school
countries in all
to
five
good
regions,
use, and
including
also of
Africa,
course to give
Americas,
experiences
Asia
so they
Pacific,
are better
Europe,
able to
and
work
MENA
in world.
region.
Similarly, we also have a professional
Talking about
development.
our
So we
organizational
usually
structure, we have
plan
a
a lot of the
supervising authority,
competitions.
the
You
control
see over
board,
here,
and
we have five
administrative
members:
authority, the
counselor
executive
profession,
board, at all
education,
levels of ES,
counseling, clinical
the
skills,
global,
industrial
regional,
skills, and even
and national
compounding.
level.
And
We
these
have
wide
General
various
Assembly
competitions
as
are
the
also
legislative
a means of
authority.
putting skills to the test,
We have three
where
independent
things that they
committee,
learn in school, the knowledge that they learned
FI and
can be put
strategic
into the
committee.
competition to see
We have
how far
quality
they can
boards
go.
in all of the levels, and we have
And
five
apart from
regional
that,
boards.
they just as
This is the
mentioned
current
earlier, we're in the
executive board and
transition stage
control
of
board
also
of
the
ES
professional development
World.
and
And
regulatory
unfortunately, the
committee.
former
So
president
this is usually
Christopher had
revolving
to
around like things
resign
like trainers
because
and
of
leaders
some
in
personal
training,
issues.
and
So
what that consists
the former
of
VP of
is like
communication,
developing student
Saladin,
leaders. And of course,
has
usually this
been
revolves
appointed
around
as the
things like
new
soft skills,
president
like
of
personal
ES
development, management
recently.
skills, communication,
So let's
bonds,
talk
and
about
working
our
with
global
future
projects.
student
We have
leaders,
five
or maybe
different
even
global projects under
maybe a
different
future
themes.
executive committee,
Village
or
concept
just maybe a
projects
leader
are
in their
the
own right.
large-scale
Apart from that, we
developmental
also do
projects in
training
rural
trainers.
villages with a measurable
Similarly,
social
about soft skills,
impact
but on
and
their
direct
way is also
contribution to the
becoming
SDG
trainers to train the
2030.
next batch of
The
trainees.
next
So
we
it's like
have is
giving back to
no
the
food waste,
community as
no
well.
leftover behind project,
And
which we
mentioned
begin
earlier
with
also,
the
I'll
intention
be
of
supporting like big things
reducing
for the events under WHO.
waste
So things like your
after the
WHA,
59th
PB,
World Congress
and
in
this will be
Indonesia,
usually in relations with the
which
chairperson of public
didn't
health and the
contribute to
public health
different
community and the
SDGs.
portfolio.
The next we have is
And a lot
Women
of
in
the events and
Agriculture
plans
project,
are related to
which was
public health. Public
initiated
health is a very important term.
exactly eight
So I mean,
years
of course, it consists of many
ago
different
on the day of
programs that it
International
has. So
Women's
like things
Day,
like mental health,
which
things
gives
like
women
blood
the
donation. So
opportunity
that's
to
where we have the Red
contribute
Blood
their
Cup.
ideas to the
Also
agricultural
things like
sector.
advocacy
The
and
main
awareness.
goal is to
So
promote gender
things could be
equality and
related to like maybe
providing a
the
platform
UN
for them to
advocacy
share their problem,
unity. So things
experience,
that
and
relate to the
how they can
environment
overcome.
or
The
climate
next we have is
change,
ES One Health
or even
project.
things like
It is something that aligns
humanitarian
with
as well. So like
IVSA.
gender equality
Through this
and things
project,
like
we work in different issues of animal
one of the
welfare,
biggest events
animal
that we
health,
have here within
antibiotic
IPSF
resistance,
is
and
student
environment.
exchange.
And in
And
the
we
last
usually do
3
like
years, we
about
have
10,000
executed five
students
different
annually. So
projects under
it's
this theme.
online and
And the
in-person.
last
There's
but
actually
not
a
the least,
thousand
we
plus
have
names,
ES Delta
and a
project,
thousand
which is
more
a
in
global
in person.
network that works
IVSA, I
towards
also
the
went
sustainable
cruise to the
management
history
of
center,
deltas around the world.
and I also went. So
And
where I
ES
went was actually
scientific
Serbia.
events
So
are
in Eastern
the
Europe,
annual events happening in
in
multiple
2024.
national
Yeah.
and local committees
And
of
my
ES,
experience was also being
um,
in a community
which
pharmacy, which I don't
host
really get to
different
explore super
webinars,
much
online
and a bit
workshops,
different
conferences,
in
and different
Singapore.
summits.
So it's a bit of In a way, putting my
Talking
skills
about
and knowledge
development
from
fund,
school,
it
and
is the
also not only the aspect of like
monetary or
scientific knowledge or
financial help
computer knowledge, right?
for
But it's
the
also
members,
cultural knowledge as
extraordinary
well.
members from underprivileged
One of
member
the biggest events
countries
we have is
to
the World
exchange
Congress,
knowledge and
and usually this
experience in the
revolves
field of
around, I would say,
agriculture, which
three,
enables
four
them to
parts.
attend
So there's
the
also a leaders
major
training part.
events of
We have our
ES
General
like World
Assembly,
Congress
where we
and
also elect a
directorate
new
meets
executive
of their
committee, vote for
respective
certain
regions.
new things within the
And Human
mandate.
of ES is a
Also, we have
campaign
our main
made for
congress, so they
ES
have
members with the main objective
different
is
array of
to showcase
activities,
the ES
and this is
members'
usually set
motivation
by
and how they are living
the
the ES
chairperson or researcher
values
of the World
during
Congress.
their
So things like
experience in
digital
ES.
health, oncology, so it
You can
depends
find Human of ES as Instagram
their
page
vision.
in
And of
your
course, we
Instagram,
also
in
have
which
this what
we
we call the post congress
share
tour,
about the
where
experience of
they also
different
plan
members of ES
certain
from
events
around the
after.
world. The next
This year
important
is actually
program
held
that we
in
have
Thailand,
is exchange
and
program, which gives
it will be held.
opportunity
Let
to
me
the
talk about
students
when will be
in
first to
different
9th
countries to
August,
do an
and of course
international
we are already
internship in
steps
another
ahead to
country
also
in the
plan
field
for
of
the
agriculture
next
and
World Congress,
related
which actually will
sciences.
be held in Thailand next year.
Practical.
Oops, sorry.
It has
Yeah.
existed over 62 years,
So
and more
next
than
I'll
20,000
talk about the
students
five
have been
regional offices.
exchanged within
So
ES.
the five
There are
regional
three
offices
types
are the
of
African Regional
exchange
Office, the
program in
Pacific,
ES.
Eastern Mediterranean,
EVs that deals
European,
with
and Pan
internship
American.
related to
So
crop
they themselves
production
also have their
or
own regional
livestock.
working groups and also have their own
Activities which
VPs
involves
and own
working on research
social media
institute,
presence designated
laboratories,
within
and
the
so
regional
on.
office.
And last
And
one,
apart
the
from not
Libertas,
only
which
having World
involves
Congress,
the
we also have our
volunteering
symposiums
internship.
within the regions.
Another
And I'm pretty
important
sure a lot
program
of
that
our
we
regions
have
are
is
also
study
connected with
abroad
IVSA
program, which
counterparts. So we have
motivates
our
the
African
member
Master
of ES
Symposiums in
around the world to
Rwanda, in the
pursue
Pacific in
higher
Indonesia,
education in
Eastern Mediterranean in
different
Egypt,
faculties and
European
universities
in
around the
Norway,
world.
and
And it
Pan
is
American in
also an
Mexico.
opportunity for
Yeah.
international universities
So I'll just
to
maybe spend a
promote
bit more
the
time with
opportunities
so
that they
if
offer for international
time permits,
students
yeah,
in
do let me know
agriculture and
if
related
I'm running out of
sciences.
time. But essentially, I'll
We
just go
formerly
a bit
partnered
more in
with
depth on
TU
maybe what
Leuven
our
and
current work
ISAM
for
through the
your
study
updating,
abroad
and of course,
program.
if there's anything of your interest,
Let's come
feel
to
free to
our
reach out
annual
to
event.
me or maybe
So
anyone in
ES
the
World
IVSA
Congress
office or
is
the
one of the
academy to
most
connect with
important
us, and
yearly
then see where we
event
can go
of
from there.
ES, which is hosted
So, as I
every
said,
year
President will set
by
the policy
any of
committee.
the ES
So what
member
I'm doing is
nation,
I'm
which consists
moderating so that people who
general
participate
assemblies through
remotely
which
have
we
more
amend
equal
our
access.
constitution
And what
and
we're doing is
bylaws,
also
and
meeting
we
the
also
FIP, the
elect
multinational
the
body that
new
covers
executive and
pharmacists
control board
worldwide
of ES.
in their World
In
Congress.
addition to
So we're
which,
planning
there are different training, workshops, seminars, tours,
hackathon
and
within
fairs
their World Congress. And
that we
apart from
host
that,
during
the president is overseeing
ES
the
World
organization
Congress.
is
Last
also
year, it
trying
was
to
hosted by
balance the
Switzerland
workload
and
of the
Italy.
executive committee,
And for the year
portfolios, and
2026,
also
it's
trying to have
going
a
to be
mix of
hosted by
supporting us as well. So
Turkey,
of course,
which will take place
not only working
from
hard, but of course
5th
our
to
mental
18th
well-being
of
as well.
July 2026.
Our president-elect handles things,
And for each
like I said,
five
related to
regions,
the
we
paid
have a
training.
directors
But of course,
meeting,
what they
which
do
is an
in
annual
what's to plan for the
gathering
next
that
meeting
brings
is of
together
course
the
plan
members
for
and
the next
national
4 years of
directors
the
from
strategic plan,
that particular
and
region,
also do
which is something
quarterly
similar to
review on
World
how our
Congress, but
progress
at
on
the
IPSF is doing,
regional
especially for our
level,
committee members where they send
where
reports,
to hold
and
general
also
assemblies, seminar,
just
workshops, and
investigate maybe
trainings,
there's an
and
event
also
decision
elect
because of
the
course
new
we want to
regional
identify how it can be
board.
enhanced the
So we
position
have five different
as we're
director
moving things
meetings
around.
for each of the five regions.
And
The
another
ECCVT General is
important
how I
event
work
that we
with
have
things like
is
official
Exchange
documents, our constitution,
Coordinators
domestic
Meeting,
rules,
which
standing
is
orders, and
annual
also,
event of
and
ES
of course,
World, which is
preparing
also
for the General
hosted by
Assembly that's
one of
held to be
the
in Thailand.
ES member nations,
I'll try to
which is a
prioritize
gathering
handling
of
things with the grants.
regional and
Of course,
national
we also have our
exchange
coordinating
coordinators.
committee, and of course,
First, they have
investigations to our
GA,
financial year,
particularly
regional
about the
budgets,
exchange
and
program of
of course, if
ES,
there's a need
and
to plan for the
which is
budget
also
ahead for
complemented
the
by
next
other
mandate, and
scientific
external
events
relations will
and
also be
workshops.
supporting that.
And this
And
year,
of course, other
Expo
portfolio
is
guideline
hosted
and
by
financial
Mexico, which
documentation.
will take place from
As for myself,
28th March
I won't go
to
through so much
9th
because if not,
April
it'll take so much
2026.
time. But
And
mainly,
another third
looking for new
annual
potential
event of
partners and
ES World
sponsors
is
to
ICYA,
also
International
support
Conference for
many of
Youth
our
in
events activities
Agriculture.
within
This is a
IPSF.
4 to 5 days
And of course,
event that
involvement in
combines
many of
top
our
50
external
trainings,
delegations as well.
conferences, and
And
workshops,
of
and
course, that's
which is
something you have to
open
work
to
with because we
not
also
only
ES members, but all the non-ES members from around the world. And this year, ICY is going to be hosted by ES Morocco, which will take place from August 3rd to August 9th.
And of course, I'm also doing a lot of internal
And ES Hub has
database restructuring,
history
and
of
so that I can
engagement
set a
in
good
different
foundation for the
UN
next meeting as well.
conferences,
So things like
including
how
COP,
to build legal
ESG,
MOU
UNEA,
writing,
and
or things
WFS
like
flagship event in
sustainable
Rome.
perspectives,
In
to
all these
showcase
events,
a
we
lot of our
send our
VC
delegations
activities,
every year, and we also
career
host
fair
a different side
exhibition,
events in
and things
partnership
like
with our different
how to promote delegation and advocacy
global
efforts
partners.
as us as
And we
healthcare
are not
professional in the
working
youth.
alone. As I mentioned, we have
Yeah, our
different
internal
independent
relations
committees.
also things
IPC
related
is
to
an independent
update on
committee
policy.
that
So I mean,
delivers
something that's
offline
very
and
remarkable is
offline
that we
soft
actually
skills
had
training to build
1,300
competence in our
projects
organization.
that
The
as an
next we
IPSF
have
whole
is
last
the Food and
yeah, I believe
Agriculture
in
Youth
last mandate
Institute, which is an
or
independent committee
accumulatively
within years, aiming to enabling youth people to be involved in policy-making processes, educating and empowering EAS members worldwide. And these are our partners, including IVSA. This is our headquarters in Leuven, Belgium. And to know more about these, you can follow us on any of these platforms or directly reach out to either me or President through our given email address. Uh, thank you so much. Um, Thank you so much for giving time. And I really appreciate your invitation to this 74th IBSA Online Symposium. And I hope our collaboration becomes stronger and more impactful in the coming years. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Simana, for joining us and for this insightful presentation for members to know more about EAS and everything that you guys are doing, which is really amazing. And as mentioned before in your opening ceremony video, a sister organization we should show our members how important interprofessional collaboration is. So thank you so much for joining, and I look forward to continue working together throughout our terms and next terms. Thank you so much for joining. Is there any question for EAS and Simana?
Of education. Professional development, we have a list of competitions, and of course, calling and planning for the
Seeing none, thank you so much, Simana. I hope I can see you in our next Congress in Nepal. We'll send you details later. But thank you so much for joining us.
As usual, it's a very
No, I think there's a question.
group of
Start.
planning for the WHA that's coming up. And of course, in advance, also preparing for the next COP delegation. And of course, many of our public health
So
MPs
particularly
represent
for
us.
veterinary student, there is no any targeted that is just only limited for veterinary student, but there are different exchange opportunities in which you get the opportunity to work in different intensive sites from around the world, and you can access different intensive site of EAS, and you might find some institutions or livestock organizations there in which you can maybe do an internship.
Something called the GPED. So that will be held in India. So
Thank you,
online, if I'm not wrong.
Simana. Is there any other question?
As well. Eastern Mediterranean is also so right now, I mean, as many of you know, the situation.
Seeing none, thank you so much, Simana, for joining us. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Activities as of right now. But of course, what we plan is also their own symposiums and of course other delegation events as well. And we're made of 17 executive. Our European Regional Office is hard at work with the own regional assembly and also planning to come with their own policy 2K session as well for within the European side. And our Pan American and
Thank you for that wonderful presentation from IAAS, also another long-standing partner of IVSA. I hope all our delegates attending here have had a wonderful insight to three of our partner organizations, the World Organization for Animal Health, IPSF, and IAAS. We will now be resuming GA business as usual. So the chair would like to call this meeting back to order at 12:36 p.m. UTC on March 8th. And the next point on the agenda, I believe, are the nominations for the 76th IVSA Symposium in 2028.
If you have any questions, feel free to relay it to me.
I would request the offline officials to share the agenda while I ask the delegates as a reminder again. Currently, IVSA India is the only nomination for the symposium in 2028. Now, once the nominations close today, they will open directly again at the Nepal Congress, during which voting for the symposium will take place as to who will be hosting the symposium. So, are there any other nominations for the 76th IVSA Symposium 2028?
and IPSF, and many more potential collaborations for regional events, of course, and any other thing. So yeah, so happy to have you here. Hope to meet you and Manj anytime soon. And yeah, that's it from my VSA part. Do you guys have
Seeing
any
none,
questions
nominations are
for
now
IPSF?
closed and will not reopen again since today is the last GA, and they will now open again next time during the Nepal Congress. So all the best IVSA India. I hope to see a wonderful presentation from you guys at the Nepal Congress for the symposium. Moving on to the next agenda point, and that will be our most awaited elections. I would give the floor to the election committee to take over now.
Thank you.
Or maybe things like the membership fees. And these are just some of the means that we work with the treasurer from the external relations as well.
Ömer Faruk Taran, IVSA Turkey. Thank you for the chair. I would like to thank the chair. And We will start by making a quick announcement before we start the elections.
That wing is with student organizations like IVSA, also of course other professional organizations. Other things that we plan also for is like
The election committee would like to inform delegates that they may reach out to election committee for any clarifications regarding the elections. In case of any issues, the election committee will intervene if necessary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Julian, very much for that wonderful presentation again. IPSF has been a very long-standing partner of IVSA. I have personally worked with several IPSF projects. And for any of those who might want to understand how IPSF works better,
Now, continuing with the
reach out
elections.
to IPSF
First of all,
on their respective
before
email.
we start the
If
elections,
anyone
I would
does
like
have
to
any questions for
present
IPSF
the
at this
election,
stage
how
of
the
this
elections will work
conversation,
again.
you are free to ask now.
So we
If not,
have,
we'll of course continue
for
on
this
with the
election,
next
we are
part of the
using the
presentation, and
multiple
that will
choice
be our
voting system because there's only 2 nominees, and it will be electronically and it will be secret. We may see which MOs have voted or not, but we cannot see your votes.
From EA.
Each MO has 2 votes. All local chapters from a single country must come to an agreement between themselves to how they want to cast their votes. All local chapters should have an equal say. And there will be the following election. The election will be for the president-elect position for the term 2026-2027. The MOs will receive 2 separate emails within the same thread, each with own unique code for each election at their official IVSA MO
Thank you
email.
so much. So, hi
Form will be
everyone.
accepting
This
votes
is
for maximum of
Principal
60
Intern Vice
minutes.
President of
After
External
this time
Relations
has passed,
at EA.
the
And it's
election,
great pleasure to be
the
here as
voting
a
and the
feedback.
elections will
And
not
I
be
would like
available
to
to the
extend my
MOs.
warm greetings and appreciation for
And how you will vote.
invitation
You
as
have to
EA's
click the link
collaboration
in
between
the
our
email,
organization.
insert both codes, vote
And
for
I will
each, and then you
continue
have to
my
repeat
presentation
if you
now.
are the
So
sole
voting
voting
rights
delegate
is
from your
the
MO.
biggest student organization in the field of
And we would like to
agriculture
remind
and
that
related
it's a
sciences,
multiple choice.
which
You will
got
you will
established
choose
more
one
than half
candidate
a
for that
century
role.
ago in
And
1957
how to avoid invalid votes,
in
you have to
Tunisia, which is
double
now
check
is
if you
more
use
than
the
50
correct code
member countries
and
and more
make
than
sure you are
2,000
not using the same
members
code
worldwide.
twice. And
Our
also
vision
make
is
sure
to
that voting
promote the
delegate is
exchange
the
of
only
experience,
person who
knowledge,
is
and
using
ideas,
MO
and
email
to
during
improve the mutual
elections.
understanding
And
between
remember,
students in the field
voting
of
is anonymous
agriculture and
and
related
important.
sciences
It's
all
a
over the
long-term
world.
choice. And by
Our
voting for
mission is
someone,
to
you state
introduce
that
youth and take an active role as
that
leaders
this
to challenge
person is the
themselves
most
in
suitable for
developing
this
their
position
personal
and
professional
how
lives.
they
And we
will
do like
function in a
a
team.
primary
It does not
evaluation of
mean
skills
that you like this
globally and
person.
locally, which
We need to have the
mainly
most
captures
capable
how
team,
it
so
is
please
in
think
an
carefully
organization.
about the candidates
And
that you
therefore, the
choose.
4 years is
And
our
for
intermediate
criteria,
guideline that
things to
consists
take into consideration,
the
personal
student of
attributes,
EA's
for
global
example,
role.
their
We are pretty
capability
much
to work in a team,
independent
and how
non-profit,
compatible their personal
non-government
skills
civil
are with the
society.
skills required for that position.
Talking about our presence,
Motivation and
we
dedication
are
to
currently
IVSA,
present in
relevant IVSA
27
experience,
countries in
and other
45 regions,
experiences
including
which might be
Africa,
relevant to the
America,
position they are
Asia
running
Pacific,
for.
Europe, and
Overall,
Mediterranean.
who you think is most suited to the position and whose election to
Assessment
that
of
position will result in the
organizational
largest
structure. We
overall
are
benefit to
supervised
IVSA.
authority, the control
If
group,
you have
the
any
executive
questions,
authority, the
you have the
executive
floor.
board at all levels of ES, the global, regional, and national level. We have General Assembly as the legislative authority.
Any other
Five
questions for
and
the election
district
committee
county.
before
We have 20 votes in all of
we
the levels, and
start
we
the
have 5
elections?
regional boards.
Just as a reminder for
This is the
everyone,
current
elections will be
executive board and
started,
control
but
board
this
of
agenda
ES
point will
World,
close,
and
and we will
unfortunately
continue
the
on with
former
the
president
remaining
is
business of
had
the
to
GA
resign
during the
because of
voting
some
period.
personal issues.
All right.
So since
Omar, did
to
you
further brief your
inform the
commendation,
delegates of the voting period?
Farid
I think I missed
has
it.
been appointed as the new president of ES recently. So let's talk
Thank
about
you, Chair.
our global
Yes,
projects. We have
the
5
voting
projects
delegates has
global
been
projects
informed that
as
it will only
shown.
be open for 60
BX-related
minutes.
projects are the large-scale
And
development
we will
projects
open the
in
elections
rural areas with
in a
measurable
couple of
social
minutes.
impact
And I
and
think we
great
can
contribution to
continue
the
with the
SGA
agenda.
2030.
Thank you,
So
Chair.
next we have is no food waste, no leftover behind project,
Okay, so
which
I
is
hope
designed
everyone
with
is
the
clear on
intention
this.
of
In case there are any questions, we will wait a bit
present
so that everyone can get their doubts cleared
after the
out.
59th
Just as
World
a
Congress
summary of
in
everything going
Indonesia,
on, the voting
which
emails will be
obviously
sent to your national
completed
board
in
emails, just like
yesterday.
they were for yesterday's test
Next we have
elections.
is women in agriculture
Your
project,
time
which
of
was
voting is
initiated
for a total of 1 hour.
exactly 8 years
That is the amount of time you have
ago
to cast
on
your
the day
votes.
of
So I hope all the
International
delegates
Women's
have spoken within their MOs on deciding who to vote for. After 60 minutes have lapsed, no other votes will be taken in. So please ensure that your votes are given in before the 60 minutes time is up. Meanwhile, we will continue with our agenda points for the rest of the General Assembly, and the election results are a separate agenda point near the end of the GA. So don't worry, we will obviously announce the voting results as well. Stavros, did you have a question or a comment?
And in the last 3 years, we have executed 5 different projects under this theme. And the last
Stavros
one
Babakoulis,
was
this is
ES
Germany.
project, which is a global network that
Not
connects
at
the
this
different
point. It
disciplines
might
of
come
data
up
across the
when the
world.
election time comes.
And ES scientific events are the annual events happening in multiple national and local committees of ES, which host different webinar, online workshop, conferences, and different summits. So talking about development
All
fund,
right.
it
Are
is
there any other
the
questions for the election committee
monetary or
before
financial
we
help for
continue
the
on?
members, extraordinary members from underprivileged member countries to exchange knowledge and experience in the field of agriculture, which enables them to attend the
I think what
major
we'll do
events
is
of
is
ES like
we will
Euro
have a
Congress
standard ease
and
for a few
their
minutes so that the
festivals
buddies
at
also have a
their
chance to make
respective
sure
region.
that there are no
The
questions
domain of ES is a campaign
that
made to
the
ES
delegates
members so
might
that
have that you are
different
unsure of asking in
perspectives
the
with
GA, but
ES
you would like to
members'
clarify from your
motivation and how
buddies.
they are
So the
living
chair will
their
entertain a
values
motion to
during
go
their
into
experience
a
in ES.
10-minute standard ease so that
You
buddies
can
can
find
answer any and all
ES
questions
again, for
the
example, in your
MOs
Instagram,
might
which
have
will
for them.
share about the experience of different members of ES from the
Violet?
world. The next
Violeta
important
Linevos,
program
IVSA
that is
Exco, I
there
so
is
move.
exchange program, which gives opportunity to the students in
Second.
different countries to
Thank
do
you.
an
The motion on the floor
international
is to go
internship
into
in
a 10-minute
another
standard
country
ease so
in
that all
field of
buddies can make
agriculture
sure
and
there are no
related
doubts regarding the
sciences.
process that is
Um,
going to take place now. Is there any discussion?
it has existed over
Any
60 years
objections?
and more than 20,000
Seeing
students
none, we are
have been
now at a
exchanged
standard ease.
within
We will
years.
resume
Directive
again
of exchange
at
programs is
exactly
series that deals with
12:55
internship
p.m.
related to
UTC
crop production
with the
or
rest of the
livestock,
GA.
activities which involves working on research institute, laboratories, and so on. Last one.
voting system.
You hear music in my background. That is from the apartment complex next door. They are having a party right now.
But we cannot see your votes.
From ES,
Each MO has two votes. All local chapters from a single country must come to an agreement between themselves to how they want to cast their votes. All local chapters should have an equal say. And there will be the following election. The election will be for the president-elect position for the term 2026-2027. The MOs will receive two separate emails within the same thread, each with own unique code for each election at their official IVSA MO
thank you
email.
so much. So, hi
Form will be
everyone.
accepting votes
This is
for maximum of
Dr.
60
Palantir, Vice
minutes.
President of
After
External
this time has
Relations
passed,
at ES,
the election,
and it's great pleasure
uh,
to be
the
here in
voting
front of
and
you
the
all.
elections will
And
not
I
be
would like
available
to
to the
extend my
MOs.
warm greetings and appreciation for
And how you will vote.
invitation
You
and
have to
being
click the link
collaborating
in the
our
email,
organization.
insert both
Uh,
codes, vote
and
for
I would
each,
like to
and then you
continue
have to
my
repeat
presentation
if you
now.
are the
So
sole
Palantir
voting
ES
delegate
is
from
one of
your
the
MO.
biggest student organization in the field of
And we would like to
agriculture
remind
and
that
heritage
it's a
sciences,
multiple choice.
which
You will choose and
was
you will
established
choose
more
one
than one
candidate
or
for that
centuries
role.
ago in
And
1957
how to avoid invalid votes,
in
you have to
Tunisia, which is
double
now
All
check
right,
to use the correct code
the
members of
chair
and
would like
make
to call
sure
this
you are
meeting
not
back to
using the
order
same
at
code twice.
12:56 p.m.
And also
UTC.
make sure that
I
one
hope
delegate
everyone
is
has
the only
had cleared
person who
their
is using
doubts.
MO
If there's
email
anything
during
else,
elections.
please let us know right
And
now
remember,
before we open up the
voting is
elections.
anonymous
I
and important.
believe the election
It's a
committee
long-term
has
choice.
something that they would
And by
like to
voting
say.
for someone, you state that
introduce to take an active
you
role of
trust that
leaders
this
to challenge
person is the
themselves
most
in
Omar?
suitable for
developing
this
their
position and how
professional life.
he or she can function in a team. We would like to clarify something. The voting system for this election will be ranked choice, preferential voting. So what the voters are going to do is they are going to list or rank the choices that they want to, as number one being their first choice and the second is being their second choice. And also the voters can choose to abstain, and if they do, they are no longer voting and their voting will not count. And the voting system is going to work like this. There was a little change on this topic. And after this announcement and clarification, we are going to launch the elections, and we will also notify the launching from the WhatsApp group chat as well. Thank you.
Questions for the election committee before
All right, thank you for that, Omar. I hope all doubts are cleared. And in case there's anything else, voting delegates are still free to ask either their buddies or the election committee. Meanwhile, we will continue on with our agenda. The election committee will announce when the voting is open, and from 1 hour from that time, we will have the voting open. That is for a total of 60 minutes. So
Yes,
please get your
the
votes in
voting
before
delegates has
that.
been informed
The
that it
next
will
point on the
be
agenda
open for
is
60 minutes.
the event strategy task force update, and that
And
is
we will
me.
open the elections in a
I
couple of
would
minutes.
request
And I think we can
the
continue
presentation to be
with the
switched
agenda.
to the
Thank you,
event
sir.
strategy task force one.
No leftover behind project,
Okay, so
which
I
is
hope
there
everyone
with
is
the
clear on
intention
this.
of
In case there are any questions, we will wait a bit so that everyone can get their doubts cleared
after the
out.
kicking off
Just as
our
a
Congress
summary of
in
everything going
Indonesia,
on, the voting
which
emails will be sent to
identified
your
the
national board
important
emails,
areas
just
to
like they
address.
were for yesterday's
This
test
one
election.
is Women in
Your
Agriculture project.
time should I share my screen in case there is something going on there? So I hope all the delegates have spoken within their
Which
MOs
gives
on
women
deciding who to
opportunity to
vote for.
contribute their ideas to
After
our
60 minutes have
elected
lapsed,
leaders. The
no other
main
votes
goal
will be
is to
taken in. So
promote
please
gender
ensure that
equality
your
and
votes are given in
providing a
before the
platform
60
for
minutes
them
time
to
is
share
up.
their problems
Meanwhile, we
and
will
how
continue
they
with
can
our
overcome.
agenda points
The
for
next
the
we
rest
have
of the
is
General
Village Smart
Assembly,
Health
and the
Project.
election
It's
results are a
something
separate
that
agenda point
aligns with
near the
IVS
end of the
IVSA.
GA. So
Through this
don't worry,
project,
we
we
will
work in
obviously announce
partnership
the
of
voting
animal
results as
welfare,
well.
animal state
Stavros, did you have a
advocacy,
All right,
and
is
human rights.
my screen visible to
In the
everyone?
last 3 years, we have executed
Because
5
I
major
cannot see
projects
chat
under this
now.
theme. And the
Yes,
last
it's
project
visible.
is
Yes.
Smart ES Welfare Project.
All right, great. So, hello everyone. You've
Not at
seen my
this
face
point.
for
We
the
would like
last
to mark
3 GAs
when
now.
the
I am
election
Avnish Gala. I am current IVSA
These
trustee.
are the
Also, I am the
responsibilities
chair of the event
in
strategy
multiple
task
national
force.
and local committees
So,
of
our
ES.
updates for the work that we've done so far
Since
since
it is an
the
webinar on
edition
developing
of the task
competencies
force
and
in the
system
Taiwan
readiness.
Congress last year. In
Some
terms of the team
important
selection, the
achievements
application
in
process was completed mid-December last year. However, there were delays in selection due to organization of the SGA. I have unfortunately been very heavily involved with the organization of the Special General Assembly right now, due to which I have not sent out my emails for team selection. They will be going out today at the end of this GA, and we will be having a meeting with I plan to have a meeting with the team members by the end of next week so that we can get our work started. But fear not, meanwhile, while I have been busy with all of this, there still has been work happening. One of the main tasks that we did have as the previous events inclusivity task force is that we already worked on how to improve IVSA events. However, over the last 2 terms, the team as well as the General Assembly has not been able to come up to a consensus of which ways to improve our General Assembly, which ways to improve our events, which is why work has technically been on hold. However, a lot of progress was made in terms of collecting information from our delegates attending the live events, information from our participants joining online webinars, lectures, and workshops, as well as general members who have been part of IVSA at a local or a national level, but have not been involved as much at an international or a global level. So, what I have been doing since the Taiwan Congress is the collection of previous IVSA documents. Now, those documents include all forms of information from events, feedback forms, surveys, attendance information. For example, how many delegates or how many candidates attended one webinar on one topic under a standing committee or network, so on and so forth. Collection, I've been collating the data and sorting of information throughout what I've been given, trying to find common factors or common problems that exist for all our delegates. For example, a common problem that IBSA faces as an organization is inactivity of its members through the second half of the term. So as part of previous events inclusivity work, also as part of the strategic planning work, we have looked at solutions that can possibly boost members' participations, members' interest in IVSA activities, since members tend to slow down on their activities during the second half of the term. So our aim, again, through those workings is to make sure that members stay motivated throughout the term. The identification of common problems and attempted solutions is also something I've been working on. However, there has not been much progress made in these regards. I would still like to have a team to work with and have multiple brains thinking about these. Since we, as our organization has grown post-COVID over the last 6 years, we've noticed several problems within it. We have tried to fix certain problems certain ways. We've tried to cover up some issues, make sure that we are able to reach out to our members as much as possible. Some of them have worked, some of them have not worked. So right now, what I've been doing is sitting, going through these documents, looking at what has worked, what has not worked, so that this can eventually be added to the final plan that the Event Strategy Task Force presents. As a reminder, the Event Strategy Task Force is going to be functional from January this year to ideally December of this year. That is a 1 year period. However, it is split across 2 terms. So this is this term as well as the next term, August onwards. In case we do need an extension, we will be continuing 6 months more. That is into 2027, the first half, so that we can present a concrete plan to the General Assembly on ways to improve our events. Now, improving our events does not only include the IVSS symposiums and congresses, it also includes the regional symposiums, the lectures, the workshops, the panel discussions that we have online, organized by the regions, by the standing committees, and by the networks. Plan until the Nepal Congress. Like I said, we'll be having a first meeting of the team within next week if circumstances do not allow us to do that, at least within the next 2 weeks. Start identifying solutions to the compiled information, create new surveys for the members of IVSA as necessary. As a background information, the Events Inclusivity Task Force created several surveys during its first term, collating information from members regarding their attendance, regarding their interests, so on and so forth. Standing committees and networks also quite regularly do a survey of interest for the members to see who is interested in listening to what topics, what webinars, so on and so forth. That information is also valuable to the Event Strategy Task Force, for which any and all future surveys done, we'll be requesting that information from the teams respectively as well. Create an initial plan and draft to present during the Nepal Congress. So during the Nepal Congress, which will be exactly 6 months from the Event Strategy Task Force beginning its functions, we will hope to present at least what we've worked throughout the next few months, as well as an initial plan on how we are moving forward with certain aspects of certain events. So for example, we've not had an online event these past 3 years since 4 years since COVID, and this was the first time we've had an online event. Based on what we've information we gather during this event, the feedback from the delegates, feedback from the officials, feedback from the online organizing committee. We'll be using that feedback from this event as well as previous organizing committees from Taiwan, Morocco, Bali, Peru, so on and so forth, and compiling that information into a plan and solution deal during the next presentation. We will also obviously continue to work closely with both teams of officials this term as well as next term to make sure we have enough minds working on the betterment of IVSA events. And feel free to reach out to the event strategy email if you as members of IVSA do have suggestions that you would like to see implemented into our events, into online congresses, online symposiums, online lectures, workshops, offline events, regional symposium, any of those. Also, as an additional point, I would like to point out that previous term, the Events Inclusivity Task Force also reached out to IFMSA and IPSF as part of understanding how their events work. We'll also be using that information to continue on the Event Strategy Task Force work as well. Are there any? So thank you for that very brief, very short presentation. I hope you all are motivated to send us suggestions in on what has been going on for the events. And are there any questions? I will just switch back team screen. Give me one moment. Yeah, I see a hand and that is Rike.
Zanke, IVSA Germany. Just for clarification, is the email correct that you had in the presentation because strategy is written differently than what you put into the presentation? The E and the T might be switched.
The event strategy email is what the question is?
Yeah, if it's correct.
Yes,
because
so when...
Okay.
No, continue on, sorry.
No, just because the E and the T are switched, like the positions. Like it's not writing the word strategy, so not that so that delegates are able to reach the right email.
Apologies for that. Thank you for that friendly amendment. Yes, that is the correct email now. Just for people that do know that we had the events inclusivity email last year, it is the same inbox. We've just changed the email for the next, but thank you for that correction, Rike. Yes, that is the event strategy task force email. And I will just be putting it in the chat box as well in case anyone would like to reach out to me. You can also reach out to me via WhatsApp or via my trust email. All right, any other questions? And just so the delegates are informed, the election link hasn't been opened yet. I see a bunch of messages in the chat box. We will inform you once the election link has been sent out. Are there any other questions for the event strategy task force? Seeing none, I think we can go on to our next agenda point, and that is GA1 onwards. And we continue on from, oh, yes, Umar.
Ömer Farukkaran, IVSA Turkey. We would like to make a little announcement again. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The system for voting is going to be multiple choice as it was already planned like this. And when we wanted to change to the preferential voting system, the website hasn't allowed us to do that because of there's only 2 options. And because of that, we weren't able to use the preferential voting system. So to clarify, simply, it's going to be multiple choice like it was planned. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification, election committee. Again, just to remind everyone, we will inform you when the voting has been opened, and then we will start the timer after you have been informed that the voting is open. Moving on, until then, we can continue on with our next agenda point, and that is GA1 onwards. The first point on GA1 onwards that we now need to cover is the FVE Working Group on Mental Wellbeing meeting. As part of our attended events updates from our officials. And I believe it is Felix.
Felix Metzger, IVSA Germany. Hi, everyone. Yes, it's me that's going to present. So let's jump in. Okay. So we start with the attended events, and that is one of the best parts about IVSA because this is where we make our connections to make IVSA even better than it already is. And as you can see, this was the FVE Mental Wellbeing Working Group. Yeah, so that's where we attended, and the honor was by Violet and me to go there. Usually we have our working group members in that in that meeting. However, the three IVSA members that are in the working group did not have time or the possibility to go because of, for example, like university duties. So Violet and I had the honor to go. And here you can see a lovely picture with the IVSA letterbox. And as you can see, we shared with FVE, UVP, FICAVA, so partner associations, which is lovely. So next slide.
Complex next door, they are having a party right now.
But we cannot see your votes.
And now let's talk about the mental well-being working group. What is their goal? Improving diversity, equity, inclusion, and mental well-being in the veterinary profession. And how? Well, the key project here is VetJoy. And this is a joint project by FVE, FECAVA, and IVSA. On the right side, you can see the logo. And it's first off basically a website, but it's also way more than that. You can do a lot of things there. Check in. So, for example, they have the Vet for a Day program, they have the Great Veterinary Workplace Award, and team coaching vouchers. And I don't know why the where is shifted below there, but it's basically vetjoy.org.
You have to click the link in the email, insert both codes.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You can just go to the next slide. All right. So where have we been? We have been in Belgium. As you can see, I put here some examples of Belgium that people might resemble the country with. So waffles and Dominican piss. We arrived on the 1st of September in Brussels, attended a welcome dinner, and had some good chats with all the people there. And then on the next day, we joined the meeting of the working group on the 2nd of September. As mentioned, usually the selected IVSA representatives of the working group attend, and no one was available, so we were going there because of our geographical close living situations, and therefore low travel costs for the working group because they paid for our attendance, which was good because we were able to save IVSA money and did not need to spend it. And it was a one-day meeting in the FVE office. So next slide. I tried to find nice pictures of the FVE office, but I couldn't on Google. And so this is how you can imagine it. Obviously, of course not. But I think it catches the vibe, and I wanted to use an AI picture. Of the office, it's very lovely and very welcome and very animal care focused. And yeah, I think FVE, like you've seen the presentation, is a wonderful partner association. So we can go to the next slide.
The elections, and we will also notify the.
So what did we do? We talked about important aspects of advertisement. So, for example, for the mentorships, because still not many mentees actually have applied. They have more mentors than mentees, at least at the time of the working group meeting. So check out the website and apply to be a mentee. We have talked about the European Symposium and also how to advertise for VetJoy. Like in that connection. And we also talked about the ambassador role of MOs in Europe, about how to be an ambassador for VetJoy, for mental health, and also a website there they have where basically people can check, okay, if I want to get in touch with a person knowing about VetJoy, how can we do it? And basically IVSA Europe MOs serve as such ambassadors, which is why we also discussed having a meeting regarding this matter. And we also talked about VetJoy social media and if it would be feasible, including all associations involved to see, okay, can we manage to have an extra VetJoy social media, which resulted in like, maybe, but right now it seems like a lot of work. And we also discussed about the working group mandates that will end in 2026. So this will go to the Europe team to open applications. So stay tuned about that. And also discuss quickly about the allowance of alumni to apply for those working group which you will see once the applications are open, if this is possible. We also talked about some extra projects, for example, job interview tools that could be added to the VETJOY website. So it's easier for you as students once you graduate to know, okay, when I'm applying for my first job, what should I keep in mind? What question should I ask? And we also had the Best Workplace Award. And in that case, Violet and I participated in the election of the winner. So we were going through all the applications and we were part of the scoring team and gave our feedback to the participants. And yeah, you can see the winners on the website. And also they had DEI research grants, and we also have been joining that discussion. However, there were not many applications, so they were solely discussing if the projects that applied were feasible to support. Next slide.
Due to which I have not sent out my emails for team selection. They will be going out today.
So conclusion, we had a good involvement as IVSA representatives. It was a lot of fun, and it's always nice when we as IVSA representatives can speak a lot there. So the whole environment was amazing, but we could also participate highly, and I think that's important to represent IVSA. We had good discussions about how IVSA can improve its appearance as part of VETJOY to increase that. And in the end, we had a lot of fun and great food and good talks about mental health. Next slide.
Of which ways to improve our General Assembly, which ways to improve our events.
So, as a remark, talking about mental health, thinking about being a vet can be very scary, and you can end up like this little Psyduck that I added here in regards to the 30-year anniversary of Pokemon. Yes, I did that. I'm a Pokemon fan. Sorry for that. Next slide. But you don't have to worry, because being a vet is actually quite chill. Just relax and be like this capybara, snack something, and be ready. Next slide.
Now those documents include all forms of information from events.
And in the end, you all will turn out as amazing veterinarians. So never be scared to reach out, to check the opportunities, especially on VETJOY. And of course, whenever you're struggling, like don't be scared to talk with someone. It's okay to struggle, especially in this profession, and you're not alone. Next slide.
For example, a common problem.
Thank you all. This was the presentation about the working group. If you have questions, let me know.
The inactivity of its members through the second half of the term. So, thank you for your update on the attended event by Felix. I see a question from Susan. Possibly boost members' participations.
Susanara IVSA Nepal. So my question for the previous speaker would be, since like it had already been almost like half of the term when it was attended, so is there any like upcoming project that can be planned or that are in considerations to connect the wellness of IVSA veterinary students by the help of the organization?
I would still like to have a team to work with and have multiple brains thinking about these. I see. As the organization has grown, I see a bunch of hands. I will give the floor to Erini. We have tried to fix certain problems certain ways. We've tried to
Year IVSA Greece. So basically, since we've been working closely with FVE and VETJOY since the beginning of the term, I would like to inform you that also is available on social media, but we launched a couple of projects, with one running right now, being the one for outreach program for student ambassadors for the Vet for a Day subgroup. And we already have some participants. The prize for this will be some reduced and free spots for a regional symposium. So it is a big project, a very good idea. We had brainstorming in a meeting with this respective working group. And also we had a really constructive call with Alicia from FVE before. She left in Magda, who is her successor, along with Violet as well, and we discussed all possibilities for collaborations among committees and networks, the Europe region, and the timeline we should follow for these projects. So we've been working on them. Some of them are already launched. You can find them in our social media. And yeah, I believe whoever wants to add something on that that's more specific is free. Thank you.
At least within the next 2 weeks. All right, thank you for that answer. The next hand up is Violet.
Violetta Lineviros IVSA Expo. So yeah, I would like to add to what the previous speaker already mentioned, that for the committees and networks specifically, we are in talks with FedJoy regarding the mentor-mentee project. So the mentor-mentee project this year is organized by the Standing Committee on Wellness, the alumni, as well as the Standing Committee on Career Attributes. And we are currently exploring the possibility to have FedJoy, but also the specific working group that we are talking about here, to have them join in on our project. Given like that we currently have the ongoing online symposium, those conversations are temporarily on hold, but the mentor-mentee project has been launched, and we will continue conversations after this. So hopefully we will be able to work directly with FedJoy on the mentor-mentee project. Thank you.
At least what we've worked throughout the next few months, as well as an initial. All right, thank you for that. Are there any questions for the FVE presentation? We have not had an online event these past 3 years since 4 years since COVID. Seeing none, I believe we can move on to our next agenda point, and that would be the FICAVA Euro Congress. Feedback from the officials, yeah, that is the FICAVA Euro Congress. We'll be using that feedback. And that would be Tammy. As well as previous organizing committees from Taiwan, Morocco, Bali, Peru, so on and so forth, and compiling that information into a plan and solution deal during the next presentation.
También gran IVSA Expo. Hello, everyone. I hope, yeah, you can all see my screen. So now I will present presentation about the first event I attended as IVSA president. And it's going to be the FVE Euro Congress, which happened in Antwerp, Belgium. And I attended the event with Violet, the committee coordinator, and Felix, our current trustee and immediate past president. So FVE Euro Congress happened in Antwerp, Belgium, as I mentioned, from the 3rd to the 6th of September. It was organized by FVE, which is one of our partners, and it's the major European companion animal veterinary congress. As you can see, well, they had international presentations, scientific programs, which Felix really enjoyed, and we also had meetings with them between IVSA to talk about their partnership and stuff. This is a picture we had with the FICAVA representatives and the IVSA representatives. And also, one of the highlights are all the students that won the scholarship to attend the event, IBSA members, so we got the chance to meet with a lot of them. So we had meetings with Wasava. We discussed the involvement in the student ambassador program, possibilities for co-promotion of different campaigns, and also the mentor-mentee project, which was already promoted in the past presentations. And we also had meetings with FICAVA and FVE, where we talk about student travel grant scholarships, which some things that we can improve in the current structure, participation in working groups and initiatives. The previous speaker presented of FedJoy and different coaching sessions. Some key takeaways. IVSA recognizes always the collaboration with all of our partners. There was a strong interest in student involvement, as we currently have with the WhatsApp committees, and also AV and FICAVA working groups. There was also a conversation about how to formalize our collaboration if under SOPs or MOUs. And also there was a focus on increasing well-being, mentorship, and sustainability. So the follow-up and next steps that we do, we still need to do also with the regional representation of Europe, and with the partners develop SOPs for potential student representatives in their committees, continue the scholarship structure, and explore structure mentorship frameworks. Some pictures, because we met with some past IVSA members who are currently veterinarians. Tessa, past treasurer, Elwin, past IVSA president, and Tessa and Felix. Thank you.
We would like to make a little announcement again. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Thank you for that presentation on the FICAVA Euro Congress. Are there any questions for Tammy regarding our attendance at the FICAVA Congress?
And we when we wanted to change to the preferential voting system, the website hasn't allowed us to do that because of there's only two options, and because of that we couldn't be
Seeing
we
none,
weren't
we can
able
go on to our next agenda
use the
point,
preferential
and
voting
that
system.
would
So to
be the
clarify,
Warszawa
simply
Congress, and
it's
that
going to
is
be
Tammy
multiple
again.
choice like it was planned. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification, election committee. Again, just to remind everyone, we will inform you when the
También
voting
ahora a
is
veces
open,
Exco,
and
can
then
I ask
we will
please for a
start before
minute?
after you've been
The
informed
presentation was not
when the
linked.
vote
I'm
will
linking
open.
it.
Moving on, until then, we can continue on with our next agenda point, and that is GA1 onwards. The first point on GA1 onwards that we now need to cover is the FVE Working Group on Mental Well-being meeting. As part of our attended events updates from our officials. And I believe it is Felix.
Felix
We will
Metzger,
just
IVSA
wait a couple
Germany.
minutes
Hi,
while
everyone.
technical
Yes,
difficulties are
let's go
resolved
present.
and continue on with our next agenda point.
So let's jump in. Okay. So we start with the attended events, and that is one of the best parts about IVSA because this is where we make our connections to make IVSA even better than it already is. And as you can see, this was the FVE Mental Wellbeing Working
También
Group.
agregaron a VMX Exco. Now here is the
So that's where we
presentation
attended,
of the
and
WhatsApp Congress.
the honor was by Violet and me to go there.
So
Usually
wait.
we have our working group members in that in that meeting. However, the three IVSA members that are in the working group did not have time or the possibility to go because of, for example, like university duties.
También agregaron a VMX
So
Exco. Sorry for the
Violet and I
inconveniences. I
got to
had
go. And here
two
you can see a lovely picture with the IVSA letterbox.
windows
And
of
as
the
you
same
can see, we share
presentation.
with
So
FVE,
now I
EP,
will
FICAVA,
present to you
so partner
my
association,
attendance
which is
for
lovely.
to the WhatsApp
So next
Congress
slide.
this year, which was the second event I attended as IVSA president. The WhatsApp Congress this
And now
year,
let's talk
I will
about
tell you
the
where it happened, but
Mental Wellbeing
first, the
Working Group.
people who attended the
What is their
event,
goal?
I attended there as
To promote
IVC
diversity,
president. I attended also with Ishan, our external relations officer. Was also there Erin, who is our current WhatsApp volunteer coordinator and trustee, and an officially official Ika Desai, who is our chair of the standing committee in One Health, but she was there because she's a student ambassador of the WhatsApp One Health Committee, but she was helping us a lot, and we gave her the title of booth manager because she helped us handling the booth. It was coordinated in quite a short time, and she really helped us on all the arrangements during the booth. Well, Shan and I had to walk and walk and walk to look for partners and sponsors that I will tell you more now. So thank you so much, Ika. So what is WhatsApp? WhatsApp is the world's small animal organization. It's a global organization of 20,000 plus members. We attended here the WhatsApp GA Plaza Congress. It happened in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, during September 25th and 27th. And here you see a picture of all the IVC representatives with Liad, our main point of contact and a person that we all appreciate a lot. So regarding the WhatsApp and IVSA collaboration, we do have student ambassadors in all of those communities that are here. They also provide us with free access to WhatsApp Academy. We also have the WhatsApp volunteer program, and of course, invitation to each other partner, each other's events.
Which was good because we were able to save IVSA money.
Why is it important to attend the WhatsApp Congress? Because we have voting rights at their GA. Of course, for connecting with WhatsApp, also to meet current and new partners, sponsors, and of course for IVSA visibility. Some important parts of the WhatsApp Congress, we have the welcome reception, which usually happens one day before the Congress starts. Then we had the WhatsApp GA. We were provided with some documents regarding the GA and important information that we needed to know beforehand. Of course, the WhatsApp Congress, but also very important, the IVC volunteers, which you can see here, some of them, a lot of them from Brazil, and the IVC booth that you can see here, Erin and Isabella, and more IVC volunteers here.
have applied.
Regarding
They
external
have all mentors and
relations,
mentees, at least at the
this
time of
event
the work
occurs at the
meeting.
beginning of
So
the
check
term,
out the website
usually
and
during
apply to
September,
be a
October.
mentee.
So it's a
We have
key
Dr.
event for
Maduro team
visibility and to
symposium, and
build
also how to
relationship with
advertise
current
for
and potential
VetJoy,
partners and sponsors, as well as to
like a
get
direct
input from
connection.
WASAVA
And
members
we also talked about the
associations.
ambassador role of
Here
Dr.
you can
Mahous and
see
Nabil
our contact
about how to
main
be
point
an
of contacts
ambassador
from
for
Purina
VetJoy for
Institute,
mental health.
Ishan and me. We had a
And
very lovely meeting
also a
there.
website there
And Jason, who
they have
you already
where basically you
met,
can check, okay, if I want to
and
get
Iveta from
in touch with
Hills,
a person
which we hopefully
knowing
have
about
a
VetJoy,
collaboration time this
how
term.
can we do it? And basically, as I said, you need
Another
to
key
both serve
takeaway
as
is
such
to
ambassadors.
meet the IVSA
Which I
volunteers,
also
as I
discussed
put
having
a
a meeting
picture here.
regarding this matter.
As
And
Isha
we also
mentioned
talked about
before, we
network
had
social
volunteers
media,
from
and if it would be
Brazil,
feasible
Poland,
for them
Algeria,
all associations involved to see, okay,
in
can we
Peru, and it
manage
was
to
very
have
lovely
things
to
for
meet all of
VetJoy,
them.
social
We have the
media,
booth,
which
Ishan and Nika
resulted in
were
like
there helping me and
maybe, but right now it
everything.
seems like a lot of work.
So thank you so much for that.
And we
And
discussed
I've
about the
been
work
saying that
mandates
this
that will
is a
end in
key event to
2026.
meet
So
new
this will go
sponsors.
to the
So
Europe
you
team to
might
open
be asking
applications. So stay tuned
yourself,
about
what
that.
about more money? Did we
And
get more
also
money after
discussed
this
quickly
event?
about the allowances
And
that
this
you
was
need to
Ishan
apply
and
for those
me
work,
in the last day of the event, sitting at the
which
IVC
you will
booth,
see once the applications
realizing
are
how much
open
we walked and
to the
that we could
symposium.
not even enter to
We also
lectures
talked
because
about
we
some
were so
extra
busy
projects, for
walking,
example,
walking, and
job interview
walking.
tools that can be added to
And
the
we just
VetJoy
decided to
website.
take a
So
picture
it's
because it was
easier for
funny.
you as students about to graduate to know, okay,
Real
when I'm applying for
progress,
my first job, what should I keep in
we
mind?
had to learn as well that
What
it's not built in just one
questions should I
event or
ask?
one term, and it
And we
requires
also had
consistent
the Best
effort
Influence
over the
Award.
time. We did
And
connections
in that case,
and
right,
sent
I
follow-up emails.
participated in
We had
the
valuable achievements. I
election of
will
the
talk
winner.
about them
So we
later,
were going
as
through
well
all
as
the
lessons that we learned
applications,
because
and
we
we
all
were
are
part of the
learning.
scoring team and
We
gave
got
our
lots of
feedback
no's, but if
on
there is
the
one yes, that
participants.
one matters and we have to
And
follow it.
you can see the winners on the website.
So key outcomes of
And
the WASAVA
also they
Congress,
had
we
two
did a very
research
good
grants, and
connection
we
with
also have been
FASAVA,
joining
and there will be a
that
presentation about
discussion.
FASAVA
However, there
later,
was
which is
there
an
were not
association
many
for
applications,
Asia.
so they were also
And also
discussing
we
which
connected
projects that
with a
applied
company
were
called Premier
feasible to
Pet,
support.
which is
Next
a
slide.
pet food company in the Americas region. And they were very interested in sponsoring the Americas region. There were
So
conversations.
conclusion, we had
There
a
was
good
an MOU
progress.
prepared,
IVSA
and they
representatives
were
was a lot of
about
fun,
to
and
give the region a
it's always nice
considerable
when
amount
these
of money.
IVSA representatives can speak a lot
Unfortunately, at the
there,
last
so the
time they decided to
whole
not sponsor the
environment was
region
amazing,
given their
but
budget
we could also
constraints.
participate highly,
But I'm
and
pretty
I think
happy
that's
that
important
this
to represent IVSA. We had
opportunity
good discussions about
gave
how
the
IVSA can
opportunity to the
improve
Americas Regional
its
team to
appearance as part
develop
of
a
VetJoy and
sponsorship
to increase that.
proposal and
And
everything
in
that
the end,
was
we had a
sent
lot of fun,
to
and we
Premier
had great
Pet.
food
So hopefully
and
the
good
next Americas
talks
Regional
on
Rep,
mental
MOD,
health.
and
Next slide.
ERO and President can try once again with this company because the proposal the Americas
So,
team prepared was
as a
amazing. It
remark,
was really
talking about mental
engaging.
health,
They were pretty
people
happy with all of the
can
options
be
and
very
all of the things
scary,
we were
and you
offering.
can end up like this with
So
side
hopefully they will continue
and
on
here
that
in
from
regards to
what we
the 30-year
built
anniversary of
already.
Pokemon,
We
there's
also
like
had
a
meetings
Pokemon
with
fan club
Purina
for that.
Institute, Royal
Next slide.
Canin and Hills, as I have mentioned,
But you don't have
and
to worry.
something that I wanted to highlight because, as I
Just being a
mentioned, we
vet,
all are
it's actually
learning
quite chill.
here. We
Just
got very good
relax
advice
and
from
you
a
let this
beer
guy
back representative on
snag
how to
something
approach companies,
and be
and
ready.
we really value that
Next
because
slide.
that's what basically we take every event. We try to improve
And
the
in
way
the
we
end of all,
represent
we turn out
IBSA.
as amazing veterinarians. So never
And
be
thank you.
scared
I wanted to put
to
some
reach
pictures
out,
here of
check the
volunteers because,
opportunities,
yeah, they make
especially on
every
VetJoy.
event. It
And of
doesn't matter if
course,
it's not an
whatever you do is
IBSA
for your
event,
win.
better.
Don't be scared to
So
talk
thank you
to
so much to
someone.
all the volunteers
It's
that were
okay to struggle,
there, and I
especially with
hope
this
to see a lot of
profession,
them
and you're not
in
alone.
Poland. I wanted to mention as well before finishing my presentation because I was
Thank
talking
you
about
all.
the
This was my
student
presentation.
ambassador
Welcome to room if you have
program.
questions. Let me know.
Our intention is to launch it during the month of March. However, sure everything will be published on the IPSA's social media. So whenever we have news after this AGN and after attending an event, I will start working on it, so we can give more members the opportunity to apply to be part of the student ambassadors group, and for students to be part of the committees, and also for, as I mentioned some days, or I think yesterday, for the WSAWA Congress volunteer program. You can email our volunteer coordinator, Erin, at volunteer@ivsa.org, and I will also write an email here, and she can provide us with more inputs as well, since she's here present. So thank you so much for this, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Grace. So basically, since we've been working closely with FVE and VetJoy since the
I hope
beginning of the
everyone
term.
enjoyed
I
the
would like to
presentation on
inform
the
you that
Wasawa Congress and
also is available
IVSA
on social
attendance
media,
at
but it
it. Are
aligns to
there
a
any
couple of
questions?
projects, with one running right now being the one for outreach program for student ambassadors for the Vet for a Day subgroup. And we already have some participants. The prize for this will be some reduced and free spots for a regional symposium. So it is a big
I see a
project,
question
a
from Susan.
very good idea we had brainstorming with
Susanara
different
Libraries in Nepal.
stakeholders,
Since the
respective
previous
group.
speaker mentioned
And
about
also we had a really good
voting
session
right and
called
attendance in Wasawa, so
IVSA
I was
General
interested to
before.
know if
We
IVSA also have right
left in
for
Malta
votings in
with
their
his
matters, and if
successor
yes,
along
like
with Violet as
can
well.
previous
And we
speaker
decided to
highlight the
focus
discussions
basically
that
on
have taken
collaborations
place
among committees and
during the
working
Wasawa
groups
General
between
Assembly, which can interfere with
timeline we
us?
should follow for these projects. So we've been working on
También
them.
agregaron
Some of
IVSA
them
ESCO,
already
so
launched.
none of
You
the
can find them in
discussions
our
that took
social
place
media.
during the General Assembly
And
affect
yeah, if
IVSA.
whoever wants to add something on that more
The
specific
thing that we
is
voted
free.
on
Thank
was the
you.
new division of regions that Wasaba decided to have, which can be already found on their website. They decided to reorganize the regions to have more inclusivity. So this information can be found in the website, and that's what IBSA voted. Of course, since it's not our organization and we're just there attending their congresses, before making a vote, Ishan and I talked to the other Wasaba member associations and other partners invited on how to vote on that. We approve it, and yeah, I believe Wasaba was happy with it. So yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you for that answer. Are there any other questions regarding the Wasawa Congress? Susan?
Uh, Susanara IVSA Nepal. I'd like to first of all thank previous speaker for the answer about that. And also I have another follow-up question. So I believe that in associations it is easier for us to meet partners and sponsors. However, like it is difficult for us to really follow them because I have also seen that's happening in past. So I wanted to know like if there is any progress or follow-up being happening with the sponsors that we were being able to meet during this congress. Thank you.
Taminagro Navisi Exco, as I mentioned before the next speaker gives his speech or his answer, we did send emails. We sent a lot of emails. We did get no's, yes, but I wanted to summarize for practicality the key outcomes of the event in this slide. But yeah, that's my part. So now I will present presentation
Thank you
about
for
the
that
first FMI
clarification. I
Assembly
believe
as
Ariyaro
IBC
also
president.
has an answer. Ishan?
And it's gonna be the
Ishan
first
Sir, as
Wasaba Euro Congress, which
Exco,
happened in
thank
August,
you to the
Belgium.
previous speaker for this
And I
question.
attended the event
Uh,
with Violet,
about
many
the
coordinator,
contacts that we
and
had in
Felix,
Basawa and how we are following them
for
up.
current trusting
So we
immediate
followed the
president.
standard procedure that ISA follows for
So
all events. Go there, meet
FW
all
Euro
the
Congress happened
people,
in
send out
Athens,
emails.
Belgium, as I
Now
mentioned, from 3rd to
it may
7th
seem like
September. It was organized
sunshine
by
and rainbows
Wasaba,
everywhere,
which is one of
but
our
the core reality
partners,
is
and it's
that
the major conference of
95,
animal
97% of
veterinary
people who
congress.
we met and who we got a good
You
response
can
from
see
also don't
we had
really
international
care that much
representation, scientific
after
programs,
the event
which
to
I
their
also really
emails. So we
enjoyed.
kept sending a
And
few
we also had
emails.
meetings with them
Partner, a
before
few
IBSA to develop
sponsors,
other
potential
partnerships.
sponsors did reply.
This is a
We
picture that we
had
had with the
proper
Wasaba
meetings with two of them, but
representatives
they are still
with
deliberating
IBSA
amongst
representatives.
themselves.
And also,
And
one
they are
of the
taking
things
really long, which
was
is
the
pissing me off
all
as
the
well a little bit. But
students that
yeah, there's not
won
much you can do. So
scholarships that
we
won the
follow them
event,
up. We follow
IBSA
up with them
members. So we
more or less
communicated
every
with a lot of them.
month. But we also don't want to do too much to
So we
annoy
had
them. So
meetings with
now
Wasaba.
we've
We
transitioned that
got
into like, oh hey, happy new year. Is there any update on your this? And then they're like, oh, we're still
specifically
discussing.
for
The CEO
promoting
has not given
the
approval. Blah blah
campaign
blah.
and also
So
for the
in
general
terms of
assembly, which was
the
already
success, Premier Pet was the
complete
most successful
presentation.
one because they
And we also
had
had meetings with FICAO and FVE,
given
where we talk
word
about
to
the
us
student
of
program
upwards of
scholarships,
1,500 euros for the
some things that we can
Americas
do to
region, which was a pretty
improve
sizable
in the
sponsorship.
company structure,
But like
participation
Tammy
in working
said,
groups
they
and
went
initiatives.
back on it the last minute. So
Here is a speaker presenting
unfortunately,
of
that
FitJoy
wasn't secured, that wasn't
for that
signed. But we had
session.
gone to the process of drafting an MOU, and then they're like, oh no,
Some
we can't do it.
key
We have another
takeaways.
sponsor for the Americas that
IBSA
still
recognizes
in
all
talks. A
the
big one for global still in
innovations of
talks
our
that
partners
some
with
people from the
mutual
Nepal
interest,
OC
specifically
already
with
know about.
as
But
we
yeah,
have with
still
Wasaba
no progress on
and
that
also FVE and
in
FICAO
terms of
programs.
me being able to tell you guys
There was
in a GA.
also
So
conversation
hopefully
about
at the Nepal
how
Congress we
to
have a further
formalize our
update. Sorry for yapping too long, but this is
SOPs or
the ground
MOPs.
reality of it.
And also there was a focus on increasing well-being, mentorship, and sustainability. So the follow-up and next steps that we
Tammy, the
do,
floor is yours.
we still need to do Terminator and IVC Expo. Thanks to the previous speaker for his answer. I also want to highlight that for us it's very important to be honest and to show you that MOs struggle with finding sponsorships just as IVSA Global does, because we all are learning how to offer companies more, how to approach companies. We are learning every day. Ishan and I say like we have to draft this email this way or maybe change it in another way. So we all are here learning every day. And whenever we have a new thing that we learn, we always say, okay, this is something we need to inform MOs. As I mentioned, real progress is not making one event or one term. We can make some steps and leave to the next team of officials some things for them to continue building, and maybe something can be signed after 2 or 3 terms. Of work. And I also wanted to highlight that whenever we approach a company, not just in this event, but also in the others I will mention, the first thing we mention is the number of members we have and how engaged our community is. But when we have a sponsor, when we try to show them in a webinar or when we try to show them through a post that we are really this community of 20,000 veterinary students, sometimes we cannot do it because our members do not like our posts, do not follow the Instagram account, or do not engage with us. So we kindly ask everyone, we want more money for IBC Global to give more opportunities, but it's also very important that you guys follow our accounts, like our posts, pay attention to partners' presentations, sponsors' presentations, because they are the ones, if sponsors and partners are happy, they are the ones that will say, you should sponsor, you should partner with IBSA, and that's the way we're going to continue growing. So please take this into consideration, and also know that if you're trying to look for sponsors for your most, you would like your members to engage with your activities and to engage with your sponsor. So we kindly ask this to all of you, because this is what we offer to companies, and we really have to show them that we are giving them what we offer. Thank you.
And the next speaker I see a hand from is Ishan.
Ishanacharya is Exco. I forgot to raise a small point. In terms of existing partners, especially, we had a phenomenal time in Wasawa building our relationship with them. A lot of them were extremely happy to meet so many of the officials, which was 4 of us, and as well as volunteers in person. So they, in my view and Tammy's view as well, they have been quite more responsive and more nice to us since they met us in Wasawa, as well as in terms of existing sponsors. We had meetings with the high hierarchy of them. So in that regard, let's not sleep on the impact that it had on our already existing people.
I will tell you what happened, but first, the people who attended the event, I attended there as IBC president. I attended
I hope
also
all our
with the
delegates are
investor relations
clear on
officer.
how
Was also
attending
there
such events
Erin,
has
who
an
was our
impact on
previous adult
IVSA in
entrepreneur
terms
and
of gaining new
trustee,
sponsorship and
and
in
ten
terms
official
of
leading
strengthening
officials.
existing partnerships
Ika decides
and
who is
meeting
our
people
decision
and
committee what
officials
help.
from
She was
other
there because
organizations.
she's a student
Are there any
ambassador
other
of the
questions
Wasaba
regarding the
University
Wasawa
committee,
Congress?
but she was helping us a lot, and we gave her the title of booth manager because she helped us
Seeing
with
none,
all
I
the
think
booth
we can move on to our next agenda
things,
point, and that would be
coordinating
the
quite
FIVA
a
GA.
short time.
And I am not fully sure
And she
whose
really
agenda
helped
point
us
that is.
on all the
I would
arrangements during
assume
the booth,
Tammy.
while Ishan and I had to walk and walk and walk to
Ah,
look
no,
for
it's
partners and sponsors
Erini.
that I will tell
Erini, you
you
have the
a bit
floor.
more now. So thank you so much, Ika. So what is WASAVA? WASAVA is a world small animal veterinary association. It's a global organization of 20,000 plus members. We attended here the WASAVA GA Plaza Congress. It happened in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, during September 25th
Greeting
and
for Yero
27th.
IVSA Greece. Thank you, Chair. We will
Picture
need
of
1 minute
Ian
to
Joseph
change
Curtis with Liat,
laptops and
our
we'll
main point of
start.
contact and a person that we all appreciate a lot. So regarding the WASAVA and IVSA collaboration, we do have student ambassadors in all of those communities that are here. They also provide us with a free access to WhatsApp Academy. We also have the WhatsApp volunteer program, and of course, invitation to each other's events. Why is it important to attend the WhatsApp Congress? Because we have voting rights under GA. Of course, for connecting with WhatsApp, also to meet current and new partners, sponsors, and of course for IVSA visibility.
Nice. Thank you, everyone, for the few minutes.
Of the WhatsApp Congress, we have
So the FVE General Assembly happened
section, which usually happens
October
the
on the
day before the Congress
22nd
starts.
in Lyon, France.
Then we had the SGA. We were provided with
And
some
of course,
presentation
IVSA was
regarding the
invited.
SGA,
Well, as every
and
General
the information that we needed
Assembly,
to
what we mainly
implement.
discussed was the
The
annual
WhatsApp
updates of the FIVA
Congress,
board.
our
And they
speaker
also
provided
had
with
their
some
board
speakers.
elections. They
We
voted
got
on
to hear
position
some of
papers
them,
and they
our
made some
point of view,
presentations about
and
the
the IVSA
progress of the
goals
working
in this
groups,
year
as well as the
in the Congress
financial
area.
updates. And of course, the next FIVA General Assembly was announced.
Regarding external relations, this event occurs at the
The
beginning
most
of
IVSA
the term,
related points
usually,
was
the first
that
of
there is
October.
budget
So it's a
secured for
key
the
event for
IVSA
SGA
representative
to
for
build
next year to attend
relationship with
the General
potential
Assembly.
companies and
They have
sponsors.
positions for
We also
students
made
in their
some
working groups
WhatsApp
where we can
members
actively
associations.
participate and
Here you
open
can
these
see our
positions for our
event
members.
main point
And
of view. We
also,
have Veterinary
as well as with
Institute.
AVEF
You
and
can see
other
we had our
local
representative
organizations on
there
equine veterinary
speaking
medicine, I got some
for the event.
contacts to share with the
And
respective
Iveta from
countries and I
sales.
helped them establish
We had
stronger
a very well
collaborations
collaboration
with
behind the
the
scenes.
equine veterinarians of their countries.
Another key takeaway is to meet the IVSA volunteers. As I
What
mentioned
is really
over
important for
here,
us is that
as
we will
Sir
continue
mentioned
representing
before, we
IVSA
had
in
volunteers
FIVA,
from
and they
Brazil, from
really need
Poland,
and
from
value our
Nigeria,
opinion, our voice, what we have to say, and
Peru,
our
and we was happy
feedback.
to receive
We
all
need
of
to
them
follow
at
up
the
on the
booth.
working
Isha and
groups
Anika
better
were
and
helping with
regulate
everything.
better their feedback and their
So thank you so much
reports,
for
as
that.
we are already trying to
And
do
I've
with
been saying
every
that
working
it's
group
the
IVSA
second
has members
event to
on.
meet new
And also,
investors.
it is important that we
Many
strengthen
asked
our
for more
collaborations
stuff,
with
but
Equine
there was
Focus
money. They will get more money
Association
after this
across the
event.
countries of Europe.
And this was Ishan and me in the last day of the
The
event
most
meeting
important
with
thing is
IVSA
that
booth,
FIVA consists of
realizing how
people
much
who
we
are really
want
willing to
to meet
listen
even
and
enter
they
the
really want to
elections
know
because we
how
were
they
so
can
busy
help
walking
students
and
and
walking and
support them
walking.
better. They really value our
Nobody was
opinion.
there to take a picture
And
because it was
I
funny.
personally suggest
But
that we also
we
continue our
observed
presentation there since it's a very welcoming environment and it can improve a lot our collaboration and benefit the whole association of IVSA.
and send follow-up
The
emails.
most
We will
important
have
is
more
that the
details
next FIVA
about
General
that
Assembly is going to
later.
happen on the 9th of
So
September
that's
in
just some of the
Birmingham,
things
United
we also
Kingdom.
learned.
And given that this is only
Regarding
9 days in the
volunteers,
new IVSA term, it is something that the new ex-co-elects should have to discuss on time because we will have to select our representative there and arrange all the
There will be
logistics
a
of that.
presentation about FASABA later, which is an association
Thank
for
you. That
SGA
was by
staff.
me.
And also
I'm
we
really willing now
connected
to
with
reply
a
to any
company
questions you
called
might have.
Pet, which is a pet food company in the Americas region. And they were very interested in sponsoring the Americas region. There were conversations. There
Thank
was
you,
an
Erini,
MOU
for that
paper,
presentation
and
on the
they were
FIVA General
about
Assembly.
to
Is there any
give the
question
region
from the delegates
a
chat? Before I
considerable
give the
amount of
floor to
money.
Susan, are there any other new speakers that
Unfortunately,
might
at
want
the
to ask
last time,
questions?
they decided to not sponsor the region given their budget constraints.
All right, Susan, the floor
But
is yours.
I'm pretty happy that
Susanadal IVS in
opportunity
Nepal.
gave the
Since
opportunity to
it was
Americas
about
to
FIVA and
develop a
we know that
positive
FIVA was a
profile
sponsor
in
for
everything they were
slash
trying to
partners
do
for
Premier Veg.
Equine network that we
Hopefully,
used
we
to
can
have
get
within
some
IVSA in
details about
past
that
terms. So I was interested to
and
know
we are
what
very
was their
interested
opinion
in
regarding that.
try
Like,
once
were
again
they
to
asking
develop
about
here
if
because
there
it
is any
was very very
possibility for
interesting.
us to
It was
re-establish the
amazing.
network, or
It
they
was
are
really
fine
engaging.
with the work
They were pretty happy with
that we have
all
done
the
using
things going and all the
European
things we were
region
offering.
and SCOVI at the moment.
Hopefully, they will continue on that from what we
Thank you.
built already. We also had meetings with Purina Institute,
Erini?
Royal Canin Hills, as I have
In
mentioned,
Bulgaria, IVC
and something
Greece.
that I would like to
Thank you for
highlight
this
is the
question because it
community we
actually
were
gives me the
currently
opportunity
here.
to
We
highlight
got very
that
good advice from
even though
the
the
one
FIFA board did
representative
not
of
ask
the
specifically
company,
for the equine
and
network
we
and
really value that
our
because
work on
as we
equine
are the
veterinary
best, we will
medicine,
take every
I
advice
had
from
done my
here
research
to
and
improve,
discussed with
improve,
European
improve
MOs,
our
and I
strategy
provided
and
them
our
with all
service.
equine-related activities that
And
the MO is
I would like to give
organizing
some
in each
tips to our
country, and they
volunteers
were really
regarding how
happy
to
with
make
that. And that
every
is why also
event in order
individually representatives from all the countries' members reached out to me to help them connect with the respective countries. So no, it was not any complaint or any discussion on that issue, but on the other side, they really enjoyed and liked the fact that our countries are working on equine veterinary medicine, they organize events and activities, and they really wanted to collaborate with the countries respectively. Thank you.
So whenever we have
Are there any other questions
news
for the
regarding the
FVE General
strategy and an
Assembly
after planning an
attendance?
event, I will start working on it, so we can give more members the opportunity to apply to be part of the student ambassadors group, and for students to be part of the committees, and also for, as I mentioned, some days
Seeing none, we move on to our next
participate
agenda
for
point,
the
and that is the
Congress
ECCVT
volunteer
meeting
program
attendance, and I believe that
with
was Violette.
volunteer
The
coordinator
floor is
Erin
yours.
at volunteer@ivsa.org, and I will also write the email here, and she can provide us with more inputs as well, since she's here present. So thank you so much for this, and if you have
Violetta
any
Linneos,
questions, I'm
IVSA
here.
Exco. Thank you, Chair. So yes, I had the opportunity to attend the 42nd ECCVT meeting in Brussels, Belgium. Next slide, please. So during this meeting, I should first explain what is the ECCVT. So the ECCVT, it sounds very nice. It rolls nicely from the tongue, but it's actually the European Coordinating Committee on Veterinary Training. And they bring together the FVE, EAEVE, EBVS, and IVSA, as well as the secretariats from these respective bodies. And there is like a lot of coordination ongoing here, particularly pertaining to veterinary education, professional competencies, as well as policy in Europe. And IVSA has been an ad hoc member of the ECCVT. So the objectives of the ECCVT are mentioned on the next slide. So basically what the IVSA does is they bring the student perspective. So what the student does is contribute to the discussion on the day one competences, curriculum changes, as well as professional development. And then during this meeting, I also had the opportunity to talk more directly with FVE, given that the meeting was taking place in the FVE office. And I followed up regarding the FVE and IVSA student survey. And just like a tiny note here, for all European MOs, please check out the post on the Europe pages and fill out this survey, because nowadays it has been launched. Furthermore, I also had the possibility to strengthen collaboration with the other ECCVT stakeholders, and I explored opportunities for IVSA member involvement in the ECCVT itself, as well as the newly established working group on day one competences. So those were the objectives of the meeting. The key contributions on the next slide are that I actively engaged in discussions and I presented student views. Veterinary education is very near to my heart. So I went well prepared there. I reviewed the agenda and I actively contributed to all of the discussions, which you can see on the next slide, please. So I also confirmed the IVSA involvement in the European Student and Graduate Survey, which has been launched. So please go fill it out. And I secured the opportunity for an IVSA member to participate as a member in the day one competences working group. So that was, of course, like the main key contributions. But furthermore, I also had like these hallway conversations and strengthened the links with FVE, EBVS, and EEVE. Given that it happened in the second month of our term, this meeting, we already had ongoing projects, so I caught up with these things. And then I also promoted the European student involvement in the Visit Experts program from EAEVE. It was already mentioned in yesterday's presentation, so European students, please go check this out as well. So the key takeaways mentioned on the next slide are that the veterinary education itself in Europe is moving towards a more outcome-based competences. So biosecurity and One Health will be core educational pillars for the future, and hybrid and digital teaching should grow. It should be more implemented in the curricula, but practical skills still remain essential. So we had very productive discussions related to this. And as a student perspective, what I brought forward is that the harmonization of specialization frameworks is gaining momentum, but student engagement should be increasingly recognized as essential, especially at the policy level. Because for those who might not be that well acquainted with ECCVT, the ECCVT is a working group that works also for the European Commission and Parliament. So they are giving recommendations to the policy makers, to the stakeholders to improve basically things and change laws where needed even. So furthermore, the stakeholder networking, what I did with these associations present, I promoted a student visitation program. I myself was recruited as well. So you can see it on the next slide. For EBVS, so the European Board of Veterinary Specialists, we have talked about a potential webinar series, bless you, on specialization and on career pathways. And this will be a conversation that hopefully will be resumed with the Europe region. And then regarding FVE, there's always lots of projects ongoing, and I was, of course, not fully filled in on all of them, but I relayed the projects that we discussed to the applicable people. And then for the ECCVT, I secured the opportunity to have a new representative in the ECCVT group, given that the term lasts 2 years, and the previous ECCVT representative was Felix Metzger, and right now, after 2 years, we need to find a new member, as well as one IVSA member that will have like the opportunity to participate in the day one competences working group. So some notes that are like important to take away from this meeting, and also like for me personally, is that it was highly rewarding to contribute to student perspective at the European policy level. Given that I myself, you can see it on the next slide, I'm involved in policy. I really wanted to ensure that I was representing students and not just on my opinion, which is for future representatives that you have the student opinion and not just your own opinion. I also secured the opportunities for following projects, and I will continue engagement from the sidelines because I would like to congratulate the newly selected ECCVT representative, as well as the person that will be representing IVSA in the day one competences working group. They will continue their work for a term of 2 terms, and I really hope that they will have a successful term and enjoy it just as much as I did. And then lastly, I have a little bonus for you guys. Given that I am from Belgium, I was in Brussels. I stayed with my sister, so it was all budget friendly. But we also had to register the IVSA term. So I had a lot of stressful paperwork. I had to bring out my second language, which is French, but we managed, and the IVSA term was registered. So that, of course, meant that we had an explicitly nice outcome of this meeting. And after this meeting, I hope on another plane to Switzerland for the WOA Global Conference on Biological Threat Reduction, which you will hear more about later. So yeah, thank you very much. Once again, if you have any questions related to the ECCVT, feel free to, well, if it particularly pertains to this meeting, feel free to reach out to me. And other than that, I'm quite sure that the IVSA will announce the new ECCVT representative, as well as the representative of the data competences. And you are more than welcome to reach out to them and have productive discussions, because this is basically the group that changes or reforms veterinary education at a European level. So I really hope that IVSA stays engaged with the ECCVT. Thank you very much.
To give more opportunities, but it's also very
Thank you,
important
Violet,
that
for
you
that wonderful
guys
presentation on
follow
your
our
attendance of
accounts, like our
ECCVT.
posts,
Do
pay
we have any
attention to Pavel's
questions regarding the
presentations, the sponsors'
attendance
presentations, because they are the ones,
or
if
in
the
general
sponsors and
about what
partners are happy, they
ECCVT
are the ones
does?
that will say you should sponsor, you should partner with IBSA, and that's
I
the way
see we
we're
have
going
a
to
question
continue
from
growing.
Susan.
So please take this into consideration, and
Susan
also
Arel,
if you're happy
IVSA.
to
First of all, I'd
engage
like
with
to
other
acknowledge that
networks,
I'm
we
so
would like to know
sorry
your
that I'm
interest,
raising
your
questions
engagement,
on
your
every
activity to
presentations
engage with
related
this
to
topic.
Europe. Maybe
We
like
kindly ask this to all of
uh
you,
it's the
to work with
disadvantage
other
for me
companies
from
and
being
networks
Nepal
to show them that
that
we
I'm
really
getting to
value your
learn
effort.
a lot of opportunities that are there for European students over there. So as you mentioned that they have as you mentioned that they were working on some policy levels. So, like, were there any possibilities for us to involve over there? And my follow-up question should also be that when I was going through their website, I saw that there were some project related to one will that IVSA used to do in collaborations with them. Were there any discussions on organizing such kind of project in futures? That's all from my side.
Since they met us in Wasawa, as well as in terms of
Violet,
existing
the floor is yours.
sponsors, we had meetings with the high hierarchy of
Violetta
them.
Linville, IVC Exco.
So
Yes, thank you
in
very
that
much
regard,
for this
let's not sleep on
question.
the
So
impact that
firstly, I would like to
we
address
have
the
already
policy aspect of
existing
things.
people.
Given that I am myself very much into policy and advocacy, I had very productive discussions. But the thing is, this policy level is a bit too high level for us as students. So the question is always, what can students advocate for, given that this goes literally to like governments. And as a student, you are representing a perspective, yes, but you are not the bodies that are implementing the changes that we are asking for. So I don't want to make this a policy lecture because policy is quite complicated to explain. But what I can say is that I did mention and brought forward that the IVSA is always very interested in contributing to policy. We are happy to review, they are happy to review our documents, by the way. So if the Standing Committee on Veterinary Education has finished their like survey report that they're doing now, we will like definitely consider sending it to the ECCVT, get their input, maybe endorsement, and take it further. But if you want to know if we are working on exact documents already, I would have to say that is something that the future or the newly appointed ECCVT representative will have to take forward, given that I am not like actively involved in those discussions. And then secondly, you were asking particularly about like the projects that you saw on the ECCVT website. So yes, I'm well aware of those. The thing is that this meeting was, I was like ad artist, like IVSA is an ad hoc member. And secondly, given that I was basically replacing or just like an interim ECCVT representative in this meeting, I did not feel that I had the like, how should I say, the power to take decisions already. So the next ECC representative will be empowered to have discussions and get back to IVSA and then discuss with the IVSA Exco as well as the Europe region how they want to move forward. And then I do hope to see some quite exciting initiatives take place because the talks were very, very interesting, very promising. We just need to take action on them. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
22nd in Lyon, France.
Thank you for that. I see a question in the chat box. I'm going to read it out in case Violette, you're able to answer it. You are free to do so. How is ECCVT encouraging veterinary schools to integrate emerging technologies such as AI, digital diagnostics, and data-driven epidemiology into veterinary training?
About the progress of the working groups, as well
Violette,
as
the floor is
financial
yours.
updates. And of course, the next
Violetta
FVE General
Linovier,
Assembly
IVSA
was
Exco.
announced.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. This was one of the main agenda points, a really big agenda point during the meeting that we
The most
discussed.
IVSA related points was that there is budget
And
secured for the IVSA
discussion
representatives for next year to attend the General Assembly. They have positions for students in
particularly
the working
like,
groups where
okay,
we can actively participate.
the
And also
digital
these
era
positions for our
going to
members.
implement the
And
digitalization
also
into our curriculum,
other
but ensure that the
aspect of
quality
the
stays as high as it
local
is, and
organizations
also
in
that
FVE
it's not
General
going to
Assembly.
cause any
I
like
got some
changes to the
contacts to
quality
share
of the
with the
curriculum.
respective countries
So
and
the
help them
discussion
with
itself, I'm not going to
brainstorming
recap
further
here because
directions
it went on
with
for a very
the
long
IP
time. But the
veterinarians and
discussion
workplaces.
itself is that they are working on this. They are just gathering inputs. Surveys will be done,
What
and
is
then
really
after that,
important for
they will
us is
present
that
it,
we will
and things can be
continue
done
representing
after
IVSA
that.
in
Thank you.
Geneva, and they really need and value our opinion, our voice,
All right,
what
thank
we
you
have
for
to
that.
say, and our
Are there any
feedback,
further
really
follow-up
to follow up on
questions for the
working
ECCVT
groups
meeting?
better and regulate better their feedback and their reports, as we are already trying to do with every working group IVSA has members on.
All right, seeing
And
none, we are
also,
done
it
with
is
this
important
agenda
that we
point.
strengthen our
I
collaboration
see
with every
John is
working
here from
association
WVA, so we will be
across the
going
countries of
on to his
Europe.
presentation. Before we do that, the chair will now
The
entertain a
most
motion to go
important
into
is
a
that
15-minute
FIVA
standard ease
consists of
or
people
the
who are
duration
really
of
willing to
John's
listen,
presentation.
and they really want to know how they can help students and support them better. They really value our opinion. And I
May
personally
soon.
suggest that we also continue our representation
Visos
there, since
inalamzidi
it's a
IVSA
very
Morocco,
welcoming
I so move.
environment, and it can improve a lot our
Second.
collaboration and benefit all
All right,
associations.
motion on the floor is to go into a standard
The
ease
most important
for the
is that the
duration of
next FVE
John's
General Assembly
presentation.
is going to happen on the
Do we
9th of
have any
September in
discussion?
Birmingham, United Kingdom. And given
Any
that this is only
objections?
9 days in the new
Seeing none, the
IVSA
GA is
term,
now at a standard ease.
it's a decent thing that the new
I would
Exco
like
elects
Tammy
should
to
have
take
to
the
be
floor. We will
discussed
now be
on time,
welcoming
because we will
John De
have to
Jong, the
select
president
our
of
representative
WVA,
there
the World Veterinary
and
Association, and he will
arrange
be
all the
presenting
logistics of that.
the activities that WVA does. Tammy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That was by
Thank
me.
you. And thank you everyone for being here.
Renowned
Before
to
joining us
answer any
with the
questions you might have.
presentation, I would like to introduce you officially to Dr. John DeJohn, President of the World Veterinary Association. Thank you, Dr. DeJohn, for being here with us and take the time to talk with all of our members here present. Please, everyone, pay attention to what Dr. John has to tell us. There are amazing things that they're doing in WBA, and I'm pretty sure that will be very interesting for you. I will share these slides and let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, Tammy. You can go ahead and put the first slide on, and I can say a quick hello, and then we can move right into the PowerPoint
We
presentation.
know that FIVA was a sponsor slash partners for Equine Network that we used to
And
have
if
in
there's two images of me, it's because I logged in and then it's disappeared and I logged in again.
regarding that. Like, were they asking about if there is any possibility
While you're
to
getting that on the
get one
screen,
stroke, or
oh,
they
there,
are
I see it.
fine with the one
So
stroke?
hello, everybody. Good
For that, we
morning,
are
good
going to
afternoon, good evening,
do
wherever you are in the
PowerPoint
world.
present. And
The way you are conducting your meeting today is very similar to what we do with the World Veterinary Association, when we have various meetings, whether it's the XCOM, the councils, the working groups, because as you can imagine, just like you guys, we have people from all around the world participating, volunteering in various roles and responsibilities. As I was introduced, my name is Dr. John DeYoung. I am a small animal or companion animal practitioner in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. I have been president of the World Veterinary Association for almost 2 full years, and my term will be ending in April in Tokyo. And then Isao Gurauchi, who is the president-elect from Japan, will be taking over as president. The World Veterinary Association goes back many, many years. Yeah, it's
and they really wanted to collaborate with the countries respectively. Thank you.
John, you're on mute. Any other questions for the FVE General Assembly attendance?
John?
I think John can't hear us. Tammy, would you mind calling him? Seeing none, we move on to our next agenda point, and that is the ECCVT meeting attendance, and I believe that was Violette. The floor is yours.
hi there. Oh,
Violetta Linweros, IVSA Exco. Thank you, Chair. So yes, I had the opportunity to attend
Technical difficulties are always a part of IVSA events.
Belgium. Next slide, please. So during this meeting, I should first explain what is the ECCVT. So the ECCVT, it sounds very nice. It rolls nicely from the tongue, but it's actually the European Coordinating Committee on Veterinary Training. And they bring together the FVE, EAEVE, EBVS, and
ladies
IAAS.
and gentlemen, we're having technical difficulties here in Houston.
And there is like a lot of coordination ongoing here,
We'll
particularly
go back to
pertaining
the
to veterinary education,
slideshow here.
professional competencies, and
Hey,
workplace
and
skills.
respected by members and partners as a trusted and influential voice of global
So the
veterinary
objectives
medicine.
of the
And we just
ECCVT are
reworked our
listed on the next
strategic
slide.
plan in the
So
last
basically,
year.
the IVSA JAS
It was
is to bring the
finalized
student perspective.
not too long
So what is the
ago.
student
And
JAS?
we do
It's
5-year
intended
strategic
to have a
plans.
discussion
And we
with
have 4 main
stakeholders of the
objectives that
student,
are the lead to the names of our
curriculum,
working
as well as
groups. Actually, there's an error on there that I noticed I'll have to
during this
point to my
meeting, I also had the
secretariat. They
opportunity
are
to
animal
work
welfare.
directly with FVE staff at
Pharmaceutical
the meetings
stewardship's
taking
name
place
was
at
changed to
FVE
medicine
office,
stewardship
and they
about
followed up regarding
2 years
FVE
ago.
at IVSA.
And then veterinary education and profession, it was veterinary education. We added and profession. So we would include wellness, mental health, and all the other broad things that affect people in veterinary education and in the profession as a whole. And of course, One Health. Um, the council is comprised of 3 officers and 14 elected representatives from different areas around the world, 6 areas, which is 12 people, plus the 2 international organization members. There's a photograph taken last year in The Hague, when we had our council meeting in The Hague. That was actually in late 24. Can you go back one slide for a second, Tammy? I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. 2 full years, and my term will be ending in April in Tokyo. And then right, and then we have various committees. To name some of them, we have the Finance Committee and the Policy Committee. The people that chair those 2 committees are the other 2 people that make up the Executive Committee, or the XCOM. And then the other committees are Communications, which is an ad hoc. We have the World Veterinary Association Congress Standing Committee, which is basically reviewing the bids and working through all of the planning for the congresses that we have. And then we also have the working groups, which are the 4 primary areas that we look at: One Health, animal welfare, veterinary education and profession, and medicine stewardship. And then we are supported by our secretariat. Small secretariat, 2 people. Hopefully some of you have met them. Magda Lorenzo, she's based in Portugal, and Yvonne Nino is based in Spain. She's our policy officer. But they do an incredible and effective job supporting the WVA team. Next slide.
Next slide, please. So during this meeting, I should first explain what is the ECCVT.
And that was, like I said, that was the meeting that we had in The Hague in Utrecht. No, excuse me. That was in The Hague in 2024. And next slide. Go back to the slide. So the new council was just elected. Those are the names of the new people that are going to take office officially on April 25th at the end of our Congress, which ends on the 24th. And if any of you know them or they're in your parts of the world, feel free to reach out to them. I'm sure that they would be very, very receptive to having you work with them if they can be of guidance to you. I've enjoyed working with Tammy. Is now the third IVSA president that I've worked with, going back to Wanda Duchek and Felix Metzger and Tammy, and it's been a pleasure to work with all three of the presidents, as well as all the other officers I've gotten to know, and to meet many of you last year in Taiwan. But these people are newly elected. Of note and interesting is if you look at all the names, there are only 3 people under councilors that are returning back from this current term that's about to end. Petra Sindern from Europe, and Nandifa Toyota from Africa, and Anis Baraba from the Middle East and North Africa. We do have one returning from the term of 2022 to 24. That's Ganokan from Asia and Oceania. And then Olatunji Nasir, the new president-elect, recently elected from Nigeria, has been serving as one of the people on regional organizations for the last 4 years. And he's ready to take the reins as president-elect. And he and I had a lovely conversation last week. So again, feel comfortable to reach out to any of these people and work with them. I know that they will welcome your participation. Next slide, please. We have the World Veterinary Association. So again, going back to the different working groups, I mentioned medicine stewardship, which on the first slide I'll have to correct is pharmaceutical, the old name. But one of the most important things we did is develop an essential veterinary medicines list for food-producing animals. Wasaba had done the same for small animals several years ago, and we realized there was a void that needed to be filled. So we worked on that with the Brook, who is our partner in this, and it is already being utilized in various countries around the world to help each nation, depending on their own individual needs, work on developing their own EVML for food-producing animals. And a few species are being added now, like rabbits and bees. Part of the challenge is finding people that are specialists that know enough about those species to be able to do this properly. We are also looking to get the EVML completely endorsed by WOA, and we're very, very close. We've been working on that for about 2 years. But there's just a few glitches, I guess. They are very, very particular, and so you have to follow their protocols. Next slide. Was just elected. Those are the names of the new people that are going to take office officially on April 25th at the end of our Congress. And these are some of the more recent things we've done. Statements on availability of veterinary pharmaceuticals, which sometimes is a challenge, especially in LMICs, lower and middle income countries, and also a statement on strengthening veterinary medicinal product regulations in the LMICs. We'll let that slide stay up for a second if you want to read that. All of the working groups spend a lot of time on developing new position statements and reviewing current ones on a regular basis to make sure that they are current and relevant. Next slide, please. If you look at all the names, there are only 3 people. One Health. This matters for a lot of reasons. And veterinarians are the leaders in One Health. I'm going to give you a little anecdotal story. In 2024, I attended the World Health Summit, which was held in Berlin, as it is every year. And I went to several of the sessions. Please excuse my cough. And one of the sessions was on One Health. And there was a panel and one speaker who's now the head of the new WHO Academy. properly acknowledge that veterinarians have been the leaders in One Health for many, 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 many years, and that the rest of the world needs to come along. So when they got to the Q&A, I quickly raised my hand. I was the first to be recognized. And I first thanked that individual for saying that veterinary medicine has led One Health for many, many years. But then I asked the question, why were there not more veterinarians there? I said that if the World Health Summit was truly going to be a World Health Summit and not a human health summit, then they needed to have veterinarians and environmentalists there to really speak about One Health, because otherwise they were doing nothing more than just promoting human health. And then I said, so folks, if you're going to continue to talk about One Health and make this truly a World Health Summit, not a World Human Health Summit, stop talking the talk and start walking the walk. And I got a big round of applause. I then reached out to their organization about speaking to them in 2025. And initially they were very, very encouraging. They said, gosh, we'd love to have you here. And then it became, sadly, a pay for play. If we didn't find a sponsor for either 60 or 80,000 euros, they would have no part of us. So suffice it to say, I did not return in 2025. And not only did I not return, but the Director General of WOA, Emmanuel Soubeyron, she also did not go back. And she told me if they're not going to really work with veterinarians and be truly transparent in all that they do as far as a World Health Summit, not a Human Health Summit, we're not going to bother. So hopefully that will change in time, and we must try to remain optimistic and hope we can change their minds. But anyways, One Health is one of the most important things we do. And every Congress we have a One Health Summit. It's really our keynote. We also have seminars on all of the other working groups, but One Health is something that I think, pride ourselves on. And I will also add that Isao Kurauchi, the incoming president, he is, thank you for putting that up, Tammy. He is a huge One Health proponent. He's from Fukuoka, Japan, one of the 47 prefectures of Japan. And he has been leading One Health there for years. I was invited as a keynote speaker in the beginning of 2025 to Fukuoka to speak on One Health. They actually teach One Health in their schools to young children, all the way through grade school, middle school, high school. And so the entire public is well aware of One Health. Our chair right now is Mark Schiff from Australia. He is stepping down from the council at the end of this term. You see the name of Emmanuel Soubeyron from WOA. She is the Director General. And we're going to have speakers addressing One Health and even the wildlife aspects of One Health. So stay tuned. And for those who can attend, please do. Next slide, please. One Health for many, many years. But then I asked the question, veterinary education. So a lot of things, scholarships for students around the world. We had over 1,000 applicants this year for 40 grants of 5,000 US dollars each. It is a challenge to choose 40 winners for the scholarships out of over 1,000 applicants. It is incredibly difficult because so many applicants are so well qualified with truly deserving stories in their applications of why they need the scholarships. And we take it very, very seriously. A lot of people volunteer on reviewing these applications and go from there. And we're thankful to MSD for their support in funding these scholarships. An important thing that we're doing, and credit to Neil Vizot, and you guys are involved with this, we signed an MOU this year to develop a global veterinary education establishments index. There are a lot of veterinary education establishments around the world. This includes not only veterinary schools, but veterinary technician and nursing training programs. Interestingly, it needs to be carefully looked at because there are countries like Brazil where they list over 500 veterinary schools. There's not a serious accreditation process there. I met with them when I went to the WASAVA meeting in Rio about this, as well as other things. And there are, as you can imagine, I don't know what the real number is, 15 schools in Brazil. Some of you might know, but there's no 500. What happens is anybody that wants to puts up a sign outside their house that says veterinary university, veterinary college, and they qualify. But they don't really qualify. So anyways, we're working on the VEE index, and it's a well-needed piece of what we do. Next slide. 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 That's not me. That's not me. That's not me. The beginning of 2025, two Fukuoka to speak on health. I'm gonna let that stop. To young children, all the way through. This is what my boys say to me when they say, "Dad." Our chair right now is Mark Schiff from Australia. He is stepping down from
Hi,
the
John.
council at the end of his
Can you
term.
unmute yourself, or do you have any other device with the sound? Maybe that's why it sounds double.
What, how do
No,
I delete one?
yeah, I think that's better.
I'm not sure if I leave, I might lose you completely. I have to sign in again.
Maybe.
It's working now.
What?
I think it's better now. We can continue.
Yeah, we can continue.
I can remove. I think I can remove one participant. Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's better.
there we go.
Good. Let me share again the screen.
For 40 grants. Yep, now I'm just one. It is a challenge to animal welfare. Can you guys hear me? Winners for the scholarships out of over 1,000 applicants. It is. Am I there? Incredibly difficult because so
Yeah, we
many
can hear you.
applicants are so. Okay, great. So animal welfare. One of the things that we are doing with the lead taken by one of our current counselors, Enid Stiles from Canada, because they've done a lot on animal sentience. That's going to be a major topic this year at our Congress. The seminar is going to be a professionals dialogue on animal sentience. In animal welfare, we cover everything from brachycephalic disorders in dogs. And when we met as a council in Geneva in December, we decided you can't just do it in dogs, you got to do it in cats as well. But we try to cover all the many aspects of animal welfare. And as all of you know, and I know that you guys work hard on animal welfare, this is a huge topic with so many different variables. And animal welfare has been chaired by Petra and Enid for the last 2 years and continue to do a lot of good work. We'll go to the next slide. Because there are countries like Brazil where they list over 500 veterinary schools. There you go. Welfare during transport. We're trying to cover aquatic animal environments as well, and the role of veterinarians in aquatic animal health. Sometimes we do position statements. Sometimes we have fact sheets on various issues to try and help educate veterinarians around the world, which are members. And I should go back to talk about our members. We have about 100 member organizations. And if you are in a nation or part of an organization as a member of the WVA, that makes you a member. But this is also available to the public and hopefully provides good guidance. One of the things that's always been very important to me is that the WVA partner with groups like WASAVA, IVSA, AVMA, FVE, Canada VMA, and all the other major veterinary organizations around the world to try and speak with one voice, a unified voice around the world, rather than having a position statement, for example, on dog and cat welfare during transport. If we, and you can see there we partnered with WASAVA, but if each organization has a different one and they speak differently to their own members, that's fine. They have every right to do so. But wouldn't it be more powerful if all of the different organizations shared them and could get on one page? That would make us a louder voice when we go to governments and regulatory bodies. It's working now to speak about and promote veterinary medicine and the important issues that our profession faces. So that's something that I hope all the organizations continue to do well after my term as president. Next slide.
Good. Let me share again the screen.
The Congress, again, I've been talking about it. It's in Japan, in Tokyo. The dates are not on there. That must have been an old slide that she put up, but we're starting on the 20th, and then 21, 2, 3, and 4. The 20th is going to be our council meeting on Monday, grand opening on Tuesday, and then sessions on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, ending on Friday. Next slide, please. I know we'll see Tammy there. A year from now, we are going to be in Mexico. They put in a bid and the FEDMVZ, the Federación de Médicos y Veterinarios Zootecnistas de México, yes, I speak Spanish, they are hosting us in Merida. I can't begin to tell you how proud the veterinarians in Mexico are of our profession. I have been to their last 2 or 3 annual meetings, and I can tell you that the pride of the veterinarians in Mexico exceeds even, well, almost any country I've ever been to. It exceeds the United States. Yes, the AVMA is the biggest veterinary organization in the world, but the Federación, what they do and how proud they are, how many leaders they bring in from government and what have you to address them, to see what they're doing. They've made huge strides over the last several decades, and they continue to do so. And they are looking forward to hosting us, and I can't wait to be there. It's going to be great. The food's great. The beverages are great. The people are even better. They're wonderful. Next slide, please. Sometimes we have fact sheets on various issues to try and help educate veterinarians around the world. EVA owns World Veterinary Day as far as a topic, if you will, and it's coming up soon in April 25th. And this year's topic, and every year we sit down and look at all the different things we want to consider. This year it's being the veterinarians, the guardians of food and health, and we're going to be promoting that internationally and globally. As best we can. Hope that you guys can join us in that. Next slide. All the other major veterinary organizations around the world to try and speak with one voice, a unified voice around the world. So this is our global family. This was a picture taken at our Congress, I believe, at our General Assembly in Washington, D.C. That was held in July of 2025. AVMA hosted it. We had a wonderful turnout, and people came from around the world. There was our closing ceremony of the was held on the riverbank with fireworks and everything, and a welcome from the governor of Tokyo, which is like the mayor, I guess. Matter of fact, I will tell you that Japanese pride is also huge, and I do know that for our opening ceremony, I can't even reveal to you the high level of significance of the people that are going to be there from the Japanese government, but it's very impressive. And part of that is because the man who succeeds me is a highly elected official in Japan in their government structure. Next slide. 20th looks like it's a QR code. The 20th is going to be our council meeting on Monday. Yep. So subscribe to our newsletter. We're online. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We've just voted to get a new web designer and more current page in the next year or so. We try to remain current and relevant. WVA is in very good shape. A few other things of note. When I first got there as president-elect 4 years ago, we didn't have sponsorship per se, which is sort of crazy. We just worked on members' dues. And now we have sponsors and it's growing. We've made, I think, quite an impact in the last couple of years, speaking in a lot of places around the world that is catching the attention of sponsors that realize it's important to be part of the WVA family. I spoke at the United Nations on antimicrobial resistance 2 years ago, twice. That led to the high-level meeting and proclamation on antimicrobial resistance and dealing with it by 2030. It's a daunting task to try and address as many governments that need to hear from veterinarians. That's why we need all of you. You guys are our future. I'm so glad, hopefully I was able to I put together a video that I'm sure you guys played at the beginning about a week ago. You guys have long meetings, but I hope that some of you, well after your days in IVSA, once you become practicing veterinarians, stay involved. Get involved in your local organizations, in your countries, in your regions. It's so important that people stay involved in promoting our profession. Be loud and be proud is something I came up with 2 years ago with Vanda. And I say it all the time now. Be loud and be proud about our profession. We need to be, because if we don't, who will? And I'm sure that many of you will continue well past your service in IVSA. When you graduate and go on into practice, you'll have a lot on your plate, but stay involved. I've had the humbling honor of being president of my state, my region in the United States, then the American Veterinary Medical Association. I was chairman of the board and then president. Then I went to WASAVA as treasurer, and now I'm concluding my term as president of WVA. It's been an incredibly humbling honor and an opportunity to serve the profession. Hopefully I've done a decent job of it, but I love it so much, and I continue to be loud and proud well after my service years are over, and I encourage all of you to do the same. Tammy, continue to do a great job to all of you there. Stay involved. You guys are great leaders, and you are the future for veterinary medicine. So with that, I will conclude, and I'll take any questions. I've got time. In Boston, it's 10:30 a.m., and after we're done, I'm going to go upstairs and make an egg. Yeah. So subscribe to our newsletter. We're online. Any questions, folks?
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, John. It's an honor always to talk to you and have you present WBA activities. We will be taking questions from the floor now, and the first hand up is Ishan.
Ishan, yeah, I don't need to introduce myself here. I don't have much of a question. I just have a word of appreciation to John, because as the president of WVA and as a senior person in the veterinary community, you have been extremely understanding to not just me, but Felix, Tammy, and I'm sure a lot of the other IVSA leaders. So yeah, we really appreciate your support, and yeah, keep advising us when we're wrong, keep supporting us when we're right. We really appreciate you.
I can probably learn more from you than you can from me.
Tammy?
I just wanted to say, before the other questions, thank you so much, John, for joining us. Ishan's part reminded me that please follow IVSA social media, WVA social media, which is recently had during the past year an open call for the essential veterinary medicine list project that they are having, and John presented, and we have a member from IVSA India as the IVSA representative there, which is amazing. So WVA always offering us opportunities, always looking how to involve IVSA, for which we are really grateful. So please follow all of our opportunities, apply. There will be a chance. I'm pretty happy that Ritika got selected as a regular member who just wanted to involve in everything. Thank you so much, John, for joining. I'm so excited to see you again in Tokyo and to introduce you to my company there, the representative of Asian Pacific. And thank you so much for joining, and always to WBA for offering us some amazing opportunities and for being so nice with us anytime. Me, Felix, and
Are you
everyone.
kidding?
Thank you so
It's
much.
a lot of fun. I see Felix there. Hey, Felix, hope you're doing well now that you're out in the real world.
Hi, John. I'm doing well, thank you. Happy to hear you're doing well as well. And also from my side, thank you so much for the presentation. And yeah, I wish I could see you in Tokyo.
Well, I'm sure our paths will cross at some point. And if any of you, Tammy knows how to reach me, Felix does, I think Ishan does as well. Now Avner does as well. Feel free, if you guys ever have any questions about veterinary medicine globally, but also in the United States. If I can be a resource to any of you as you pursue the rest of your studies and then well into your careers. We are a small but a small, happy, loving family, the family of veterinarians. And again, I'll leave you with the words: be loud, be proud, stand up for veterinary medicine. You guys can do it. I know you can, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you, John, again for those kind words. For those of you new here or do not know, we met John at the Taiwan Congress. He was there attending offline, and all the delegates had a wonderful experience speaking to him there as well. We do have a couple of questions from the chat, John. We have one question from IVSA Japan, actually. How can students get involved with the WVA, especially with the upcoming Congress? This is Yuna Okamoto from Japan.
Oh, I would reach out to the JVMA. They're based in Tokyo, the Japan Veterinary Medical Association, the secretariat at jvma.org. They are really putting the whole program together. We do have a few people from our WVAC standing committee involved as part of the committee that's doing all the planning. The program is pretty much set. I know that they're looking to boost their attendance because if they reach a certain threshold, they get a huge influx of funds from the Japanese government. But I would say reach out to JVMA because they're probably going to need volunteers, which will probably give you free registration or something like that. I know IVSA is always there at WASAVA and WVA and many congresses participating. So reach out to JVMA.
Hi, John. Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for your response. I'm actually from Australia, but I am Japanese. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work, but yeah, maybe definitely contacting them could be a good idea. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
Apologies to the previous speaker for my mistake. The next question in the chat box is from Fortune from Nigeria. What advice can you give members of veterinary schools in countries that do not encourage taking leadership positions while running through the rigorous journey of professional study?
Could you repeat the question, Avnish? What advice would I give students where? At what point?
The question is, what advice can you give members of veterinary schools in countries that do not encourage taking leadership positions while running through the journey of vet school and professional study?
I would say be proactive. You know, sometimes you got to sort of do things on your own. If there's not an opportunity provided for you, create the opportunity. I would reach out to leaders. If you're in Nigeria, the person asking the question, the new president elected at WVA is Olatunji Nasir from Nigeria. I would reach out to him and have him work with you to have the deans of your schools, of the veterinary schools, get programs in place so that you can start to find leadership positions in Nigeria, throughout Africa, and throughout the world. Sometimes students can be very, very effective leaders if they start programs on their own. And sometimes you need to do that. So I would encourage you to do that. I know Olatunji is a wonderful human being, and he would probably welcome any opportunity to help you to do so. Another thing that I would love to add is there are countries, for example, one thing that we're offering at the Congress in Japan, we approached the JVMA because Japan is one country that does not require continuing education for the maintenance of your license. The United States does, Canada does, a fair amount of countries around the world do, but there are many that do not. And I think it's very, very important that we all encourage every nation around the world to require continuing education for their veterinarians to maintain their licenses. Why? Because it's important to stay relevant. You don't want to, if you're, been practicing for 30 years, you don't want to be practicing veterinary medicine from 30 years ago. You want to know what's going on today and practice the current state of medicine and surgery that needs to be practiced and provide quality veterinary care. So we provided to JVMA, we approached them and said, look, you do not have that in your program. So we have somebody named Sue Chatama from Maine, my part of the United States, and she's worked very, very diligently with them to get race approval for up to 49 or 50 hour credits, so that those veterinarians from around the world will be encouraged to come to our Congress and then be able to get the credits they need for the maintenance of their licenses by taking courses when they're there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work, but yeah, maybe definitely contacting them could be a good idea.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
thank
that
you so
answer.
much.
Do we have any other questions for John and the WVA? Apologies to the previous speaker for my mistake. The next question in the Seeing none, I would like to thank John again for being here, for being always present for IVSA. We had a wonderful time with you in Taiwan. It sucks that we could not invite you to an offline event this time around, but if maybe you are free during the Congress next time in Nepal, maybe we see you there. And I will give the floor to Tammy to conclude.
Yes, thank you so much, Avnish. Thank you so much, John. I could work with you just as soon as I got elected as president, together with Felix. And I had a very good time working with Yvonne and Magda. And I'm pretty sure that I and the next president will continue working closely with IVS, with WBA and IVSA. Thank you so much for this, and thank you to the whole organization for all your support.
Always happy to help you guys. And Tammy, I look forward to seeing you and whoever else from IVSA will be in Tokyo, including I think it's Yuna said she'd be there from Australia. But hey, keep doing the good job that you guys are doing. You guys are the future, like I said. Be loud, be proud, and we're here to help you guys in any way that we can. Sometimes students can.
Thank you, John.
Thanks. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Bye, John.
And sometimes you need to do that. So I would encourage you to do that. I know Olatunji.
Okay, the chair would like to call this meeting back to order at 2:38 p.m. UTC on March 8th. We will be continuing on with our agenda points. And the next point on the agenda is the attendance at the Singapore Vet Show, and that is our Secretary General issue.
JVMA because Japan is one country that does not require continuing education for the maintenance of your license.
Hi guys, it's me again.
United States
But I
does.
will
Canada does. A fair amount of
yeah,
countries around
let's
the world
give
do. But there are
1 or
many
2
that do
minutes
not.
to our
And I
offline
think it's
officials
very
to share the
important that
slide.
we all encourage every nation around the world to require
All
continuing
right.
education for
So
the
Singapore Vet
veterinarians to
Show.
maintain
This
their
event is
license.
attended by me, myself, Jisutan, and also one of our secretaries, the secretary for the external relation officer, as well as the committee coordinator, Alisha Kanjali. Okay, next slide, please.
The current state of medicine and surgery that needs to be practiced.
So here's a little bit of background about our attendance to the event. Basically, Singapore Vet Show has offered us free tickets to each vet show. Just that the only issue we are having here is the traveling as well as the accommodation fee are not covered by Singapore Vet Show nor IVSA. So this is the main reason why later on you will see most of the, I mean, all the 5 complimentary tickets are actually took out by our Malaysian members, which comprises of me, Alicia, and also 3 other Malaysian members. It's because we actually open call for people to apply for these complimentary tickets. It's just that until very last minute, people just discovered that they couldn't make it with the flight fares as well as the expenses on accommodation. They will have to cancel it. So, and for this collaboration with VetShow, IVSA has officially recognized the VetShow as our partners, and also we have also helped them to promote the event based on our capacity because they are providing a student fares for the registration at their events. But yeah, it's still quite expensive. I think it would take around 150 to $200 Sing dollars for one registration spot. And here's the key outcome. We, like I mentioned earlier, since this is not supported by IVSA nor Singapore Vet Show, we just want to try out, see. We use money from our own pockets just to try out if we manage to bring some of the opportunities to IVSA. And so we tried our best. We approached and communicated with the organizations, companies that are listed below. But just like what our ERO Ishan has been mentioning, like most of the time during an event, the person that we try to talk to, 90% to 95%, they won't be really able to secure sponsorship for us. Yeah, that is also the case for Singapore Vet Show. It's just that I have had the opportunity to talk to several of our partners like the Vasava as mentioned here. I would also like to mention that for Mindray, together with Ishan, we have also been discussing with them on the sponsor of our offline events, which was originally scheduled to happen earlier, like 1 month ago, but eventually we doesn't make it happen. But yeah, basically, yeah, I'm just gonna quickly run through this. But if you have more questions on what other discussion has been done with all these organization or company, feel free to text me. But as for now, just to give you a quick summary, we are still in the discussion with VetShow on whether we can secure support on monetary support on travel and accommodation for our members who got those 5 complimentary tickets to attend the event. And yeah, we're still in discussion for that. Next slide, please. So here's a little, here's several photos that has taken. On the left upper corner is my communication with Red Plus. Basically, I've talked to them about just to introduce about IVSA and try to see if they have interest in sponsoring us. The one on the right is the president of the Malaysian Veterinary Medical Association, and on the left down corner is the guy is Dr. Teo, the president for Singapore Veterinary Association, as well as Jasmine, the representative from Singapore Vet Show. And on the picture on the right side, you can see we are at the Wasawa booth just to say hi and greet our partners. And you can see the 5 Malaysian delegates that I talked about, and also Dr. Natasha Lee, who were present yesterday to give us a little bit of sharing from the Wasawa side. Basically, that's it for Singapore Vet Show. I will be happy to take any question, but as for now, I will pass back the floor to the chair. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. Like I mentioned earlier, since this is not supported by IVSA nor Singapore Vet Show, we just want
Thank
to
you,
try
Shu, for
out
that wonderful presentation and about your attendance to Singapore Vet Show. Just to give you all the background as well, Singapore Vet Show has been a partner that we've been pursuing for quite a while, so it was wonderful to see delegates finally attend an event on behalf of IVSA. Are there any questions for Shu?
Organizations, companies that are listed below. But just like what our ERO Ishan has been mentioning, like most of the time
Seeing
during that
none,
event,
thank you, Shu, for that
the person that we
presentation.
try to
We will continue on with our next agenda point, and that is the WOA Global Conference on Biological Threat Reduction. I'm not fully sure who's giving this presentation since a lot of our officials attended that event. Tammy, the floor is yours.
Several several of our partners like the Wasawa as mentioned here. I would also like to mention that for MindRay, together with Ishan, we have also been discussing with them on the
Negro and
sponsor
IVSA
of our
Exco,
offline
as
events
mentioned by the chair,
workforce
since many
project
officials attended the event, I will be
here,
giving the presentation on behalf of
1
all
month
of them.
ago, but eventually
So, the GUA Global Conference on Biological Threat Reduction was an event where we got invited, and we got the invitation for 5 IVSA representatives during the past room when I was president-elect. During the first last Exco meeting of Pastrum with the Exco elected, we discussed the representatives, and Exco voted on the following representative you can see, because we were asked to have 1 representative per region. I represented my region, and I attended President Ishanacharya Avese Euro represented his region Asia. Violet Wervos as Avese Community Coordinator representing her Europe, her region Europe. Monsefin Hadi representing his region MENA, and he's our MENA regional representative. And John Yan, our current trustee, representing his region Sub-Saharan Africa. The event took place in Geneva, Switzerland from the 28th of October to the 30th of last year. We got an invitation from GUA, and this is a high expert level conference on biological threat reduction. As I mentioned, we had 5 AVAC representatives, and you can see the regions there. And we had participation in plenary sessions, scientific programs, and expert panels. You can see here some pictures of all of us with GUA representatives and also with other young people that we met in the event. So the conference had expert level discussions, both governmental and international stakeholders were present. There was a strong focus on biosecurity, One Health, and global preparedness. Also discussions often highly technical and policy driven, and there was a very important exposure of the IBSA to this top level global dialogue. It's important, as all the events we attend, for IVSA presence and visibility. We did have an IVSA booth. The banner and the materials were kindly prepared by Violet. So we really thank her for bringing this to Geneva. The booth was well received by all people attending the event, so there is strong engagement from participants. And we had also provided by Violet printed policy papers that were distributed in the booth. And the conference had a translation to different languages like Arabic, French, Dutch, Spanish to strengthen the outreach. You can see here Violet and John in the booth.
I'm not fully sure who's giving this
And
presentation.
engagement and networking, we interacted with different experts of multiple regions. We had meetings with different partners. And also, as you can see here, we had a direct conversation with the Director General of GUA. And yeah, as you can see here, we're here with her, and she was very kind with all of us. So takeaways, recognition of IVSA at global policy level, the opportunity to strengthen student voice in One Health and Biosecurity, the need to evaluate positioning of students in highly technical forums, and the strong networking outcomes for future collaborations. And also, I want to mention here that in one of the plenaries or in one of the activities that were there, where Ishan and I attended, we made a contact of a representative from FAO. So, and she's from India, so which is very helpful for since Ishan is also from India. And that's our point of the starting point for our current conversations with FAO. Thanks to that event as well. Thank you. IVSA Community Coordinator representing her region
Thank you,
Europe.
Tammy, for that presentation on our WOA attendance.
Are
there any questions?
Representative, and John Yan, our current trustee representing his region, Sub-Saharan Africa. The event took place in Geneva,
We can go on to our next point on the agenda, and that is the FASAVA Congress.
Last year. We got an invitation from GUA, and this is a high expert level conference on biological
FASAVA Congress.
As I
I
mentioned,
see a hand in the chat. Susan.
And we had participation in plenary sessions, scientific programs, and expert
Susan
panels.
Aral, IVSA Nepals. So first of all, I think it was great idea to place policy papers on the platform according to booth. I just wanted to ask, I was interested to know if those booth materials are still available within IVSA, and is it possible to get those for IVSA Congress in Nepal? Thank you.
Stakeholders were present. There was a strong
I
focus
believe
on biosecurity, One Health, and
Violet has an answer. Violet?
also
Violeta
discussions
Linivia
of
was
highly
IVSA
technical
Exco. So yes, so you saw we have a pull-up banner from IVSA Global. There is actually two of them. It's not just one. I had them printed and brought them all the way from Brussels back to Latvia. So I can tell you it's quite a struggle to travel with pull-up banners, but I'm more than happy to find a way to get them all over the world because they exist. I paid for them. It's not IVSA that paid for them, but I'm happy to have them go around the world. So if you ever need a pull-up banner, I have two. The QR codes, they link to the IVSA website as well as the Instagram. So hopefully our page does not disappear once again. Then the codes should stay up to date. Regarding the policy papers, as John wrote in the chat, they got stolen from our table. So I do have additional copies. They were bound papers. They were literally books. But if another booth has to be made, there is materials and you can address it however you want. But for the banners, please reach out to me privately for any delegate that wants to have one. We can find a way to bring them to your country and back. Thank you.
And she was very kind with all of us.
Thank you, Violet. Are there any further questions regarding the WOA event?
Recognition of IVSA at global policy level, the opportunity to strengthen
Seeing none, we move on to our next point on the agenda, and that is the FASAVA Congress. And I believe that is Tammy.
Outcomes for future collaborations. And
Yes,
also,
the floor
I
is
want
yours.
to mention here that in one of the plenaries,
Oh no, wait! Our wonderful treasurer attended the event. Ivy, the floor is yours.
I attended. We made a contact of a representative from FAO.
So I am IPXA Exco. Thank you, Chair. And I would like to start the presentation about the FASAVA 2025. So this event, IVSA was invited, and I participated the event to represent the IVSA. Next slide. So FASAVA 2025 was held in Daegu, Republic of Korea, from 31st October to 2nd November 2025. And FASAVA stands for Federation of Asian Small Animal Veterinary Association, and it is doing rotating annual congress across Asia. So this opportunity arose through Wasaba Connection, which our president and Euro attended, and they met Dr. Lee Hakbom, which is the OT of Wasaba 2025, and got the invitation to them. Next slide.
So first of all, like I think it was great idea to place policy
So the
because
key takeaway from
on
this
the platform
event
open to
was
both. I
mainly
just wanted to
networking and
ask you, I
IBSA
was
visibility.
interested to know if
And I
both
met Dr.
women
Jim Berry
especially
with other
represent
IBSA or
IVSA
OK
and will it be
officials
possible to get more
and
for IVSA
had
members
a
like
nice conversation about his presentations and IBSA. And I heard some lectures by leading veterinary professions across Asia and beyond.
So yes, so
Next slide.
above we have a pull-up banner from IVSA Global. There's actually two of them.
I also
Each one
visited
has
our
different
IBSA partners and sponsor
all the
booths
way
and
across.
thanked
So back
them.
to
Next
Latvia.
slide.
So I can tell you it's quite a struggle to travel with pull-up banners, but
And
I'm very
also had
happy
the chance to connect with
find a
IBSA
way
students
to
across
get them all
Asia.
over the world.
And
They
in
exist.
this
I can
event,
see
I
them.
met
It's not like
one
they don't
students
exist.
from
You just have
IBSA
to like have to
China
go
and
around the
had
world.
very nice
So if you ever need a pull-up
conversation about
banner, I
IBSA
have you.
China's
The QR codes, they link
China.
to the
Yeah.
IVSA
Next
website
slide.
as well as the Instagram. So hopefully our page does
So
not
the next
disappear
step
once
would
again.
be
That
to
it wants
develop
should stay up to
develop
date.
and strengthen IBSA
Regarding
and
policy
FASAVA
papers, I
collaboration,
don't know if
and
it's
have
in
the
the chat,
potential
but they are
collaboration in
still
future
on my table.
FASAVA, which
So
is
we do
Taiwan
have additional topics. They were
2026,
bound
and this
papers.
is
They were in
conversation. This conversation is still
but
ongoing.
if another group has
And
questions,
through
we are
this,
here
we
to
hope to increase
answer them
IBSA visibility in Asia.
but for the banners, please reach out to me privately. For any
Thank you.
delegate that wants to have one, we can find a way.
Thank you, Ivy, for that presentation on your attendance at FASAVA Congress. Do we have any questions for her? Thank you, Violet. Are there any further questions regarding the WOA event? Seeing none, the next point on the agenda is the FEGA, and that is Tammy.
Tammy, they're going to be saying Expo.
Tammy?
So sorry.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Before moving on to the next presentation, I wanted to mention something from the FASAVA presentation. That this is a very important potential collaboration for Asia region that we did, and we connected with the representatives in FASAVA. So hopefully we'll continue the conversations that we're having with the current Asia regional representatives, so we can establish a collaboration, because you have seen maybe a lot of connections and partners with Europe, but this term and also last term we wanted to start and explore new collaborations with other associations from other regions. So yeah, thanks to the regional reps for always been there helping us in all of that. That being said, I will continue with the next presentation.
FASAVA stands for Federation of Asian Small Animal Veterinary Association, and it is doing rotating annual congress across Asia. So this opportunity arose through Wasaba Connection, which our president and Euro attended, and they met Dr. Lee Hakbom, which is the OT of Wasaba 2025, and got the invitation to them. Next slide.
So first of all, like I think it was great idea to place policy
So the key
También
takeaway
de
from this
Expo,
event
and now
was
I will
mainly
present
networking and IBSA
what was
visibility.
the IVSA
And I
attendance
met
to the
Dr. Jim Berry with
FVGA.
other IBSA
I
or
was
K
there
officials
as
and
representing IVSA as
had
IVSA
a nice
president,
conversation
and
about his
also with
presentations
me in
and
attendance
IBSA.
was Irene Ipolieru,
And
current European
I heard
representative,
some lectures
and
by leading
unofficially
veterinary
also Malika
professions
Zuran from
across
IVSA
Asia and
Germany, who
beyond.
is every board member, and I will explain a bit more what it means.
I also visited
So key
our
information
IBSA
about the
partners and
event,
sponsor booths
we
and
attended the GA of FVE and also sections. I will explain them later. It happened in Limassol, Cyprus from November 13 to November 15 of
in this event, I
2025.
met
I'm so
one
sorry for
students
the
from
mistake.
IBSA
So what do
China
we do
and
with
had very nice
FVE? First of all,
conversation about
FVE is
IBSA
the
China's
Federation of Veterinarians of Europe. We have
Next
IBSA
slide.
members in their working groups, and also we have a
So
board,
the next step
an
would
IBSA
be
member
to
being
develop
board member
to
of
develop and
every.
strengthen IBSA and FASAVA collaboration.
So every is
And
the
have the
European
potential
Veterinary
collaboration in
Education,
future
Research,
FASAVA,
and
which is
Industry.
Taiwan
And last term,
2026,
we got the
and
opportunity
this
to
is
have an
conversation.
IBSA
This
member in
conversation
their
is still
board.
ongoing.
We made an open call,
And through this, we
and
hope to
Malika Stern
increase
from IBC
IBSA
Germany was
visibility in
elected, so
Asia.
she's representing IBSA in every board. That's why she was attending this GA. We also launched a survey called "What is or was influencing your career path choice?" And we have also FVE, IVSA, and Elanco there. So it's very good that Elanco gets to know a little more about IVSA in general and how our connection with the students is. We also have BetJoy, which we have discussed a lot already. We invite each other to events, and we also help FVE with the scoring of the WBA MSD scholarships. So regarding FVGA, how's the whole event? As I said, we attended the GA. We participated in their sections. They have different sections. Irini attended the UEVP meeting, and I attended the every meeting. And we had a lot of networking with partners. John from WBA was there as well as the past WBA president. Regarding their GA, I was given the opportunity to give a speech about IPSA. And also during the GA, our representatives, both Irini and Malaika, participated in different discussions. And of course, IVSA visibility, because IVSA was highlighted during the GA. For every, I gave a presentation about IPSA and got questions, which was good. And also Malaika is representing us there, so it was good that I could also provide a bit of input on IPSA part. And UEVP, which is the Union of European Veterinary Practitioners, Irini was attended the UEVP meeting. She gave an introduction and obviously presentation. They also gave board updates, board of UEVP, and the topics mainly discussed during the meeting was AMR and biosecurity. So thank you, Dini, for also being there. And that was it. Those are some pictures with my like and Irini, and also with the hosts. And since I was preparing this presentation and our lovely trustee was there and is from Cyprus, I just wanted to put thank you also in Greek for him, who is next to me. Um, so thank you, everyone. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Later, it happened in Limassol, Cyprus from
Thank you for that
November
presentation
13
on
to
your
November
attendance at
15
FVE General
of
Assembly. Do we have any
2025.
questions?
So sorry for the miss. So what do we do with FVE? First of all, FVE is the
Seeing
Federation
none,
of
we will move
Veterinarians
on
of
to the
Europe.
next agenda
We
point,
have
and that
IVSA
is
members
the
in the
FVE
working groups,
50th
and
Anniversary
also we
Symposium.
have a board, an IVSA member being board member of every. Um, so every is
Tammy, the
the
floor is
European
yours.
Veterinary Education, Research and Industry. And last term, we got the opportunity to have an IVSA member in their board. We made an open call, and Malaika También de Gran IBC Exco. So we also got invited to an event that was close to FVGA happening on December 4th, which was the FVE 50th Anniversary Symposium. But given that it was not budgeted, and it was quite a short time, and we already had Malaika, who is our IVC representative in the every board, attended because she was invited by FVE. Expo approved her official representation of IVSA in this event, and Malaika made this presentation for us. So thank you, Malaika, for preparing this report for our General Assemblies. As you can see, Malaika Zorin from IVC Germany was our representative in the event and is our representative in the every board. So again, what is FVE? FVE is the Federation of Veterinarians in Europe, representing veterinarians across Europe, advocating for veterinary medicine within the EU and abroad, promoting the veterinary profession. And they have different subgroups, as I just mentioned, every UEVP, UEVH, and EASVO. What was IVC's role? Well, we have Malaika as board member of every, which is a voted position every 2 years. It was crucial for a student to be on board to give the feedback and initiate ideas, and she was a speaker on a panel discussion about future of veterinary medicine during this event. This was the panel discussion, a panel discussion on profession today. The key themes were advances in animal health and welfare, epidemic outbreaks, diverse career pathways, and harmonized study standards across Europe. She put here the speakers and some pictures. There was also another panel discussion on future of veterinary medicine. As well, Malaika was here present representing IVSA, and I'm so happy because she's very committed and she's doing a great job there. And thank you. That was all for that event. So thank you, Dini, for also being there. there.
Thank you for that
And
update
that's it.
on the
Those are
50th
some
anniversary
pictures with my
symposium
American
of
Irini and also
FVE.
with the
Do we have
hosts.
any questions?
And since I was preparing this presentation and our lovely trustee was there, and
Seeing
my
none,
lovely
before we
celebrant, I
move
just wanted
on to our
thank
next
you
agenda
also
point, the
being
chair
there
will
for
entertain a
him
motion to
at
go
this
into a
point.
10-minute recess so our
So
delegates
thank
can
you
go get
everyone,
snacks, go to the
and if
toilet,
you
get
have
some
any
water
questions,
before we
please let us know.
continue on with the G agenda points.
Definitely Limassol, Cyprus
Thank
from
you for that
November
presentation
13
on
to
your
November
attendance at
15
FVE General Assembly.
of
Do we have
2025.
any questions?
So sorry for the
Does
noise.
no one want a break? I don't see any hands. Okay, now we have people raising their hands. Lucia. Move on to the next agenda point, and that
Lucia
is
Markova,
the
IVSA
FVE
Czech
50th
Republic. I so
anniversary
move.
symposium.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to go into a 10-minute recess for snacks, water, toilet, anything, everything. Do we have any discussion? Any objections? Seeing none, the GA is now in a recess. We will see you all back in 10 minutes to continue on. We have about an hour of GA left. We would like to finish all our agenda points as soon as possible. So please do come back on time and we will see you in a bit.
Symposium, but given that it was not budgeted, and it was quite a short time, and we already had
8th, we will be continuing on with our next point, and that is, I will just wait for our officials to continue sharing the presentation, and then we'll continue on. All right. The next point on the agenda is the EVE XCOM meeting. I'm not sure who is presenting. Oh, it is Felix. Felix, the floor is yours.
Felix Metzger, IVSA Germany, and your favorite McDonald's employee. However, I would like to point out if I would work for a fast food chain, it would definitely be Burger King because of more vegetarian and vegan options. That being said, let's start with the EVE XCOM meeting update attended by me. Thanks to EXCO for giving me the chance to go there. And yeah, we can go to the first slide. So, what is EVE? I mean, you all have heard the presentation by Petra about EVE, but quickly, it's the European Association of Establishments for Veterinary Education. And here you can see the mission. And it's basically, to put it in own words, about making sure that veterinary education is equally good for students around Europe. And also, given that EVE is now also working in countries outside of Europe, in the whole world. So it's about improving the veterinary education. So we all start our career as veterinarians as good as possible. Next slide, please. Where have I been? I arrived on the 10th of December in Vienna, had to deal with some train delays, of course, with German trains. I think I will not talk about that. I joined the EXCO meeting on the same day because it was in the afternoon, and it was a special invitation based on, first of all, our good relations with them, and also because I was involved in a project when I was president about the visitations of EVE. So in case you don't remember, EVE is doing visitations of universities to check, okay, how good are they doing? Are they doing a fine job? And to make sure that if they are doing a bad job, they will not be part of EVE anymore, which comes with a lot of disadvantages. And that's why they do those visitations, and IVSA students can join those visitations, which is first off a very interesting opportunity, but it also puts IVSA in the spotlight and brings in the student perspective. And in this feedback project, we gained feedback by those students or former IVSA members that attended such visitations and had something to say about how did it go, what should be, like what point of view should be included, and I will talk about this a bit more in a bit. And it was a one afternoon building in the building of the Austrian Chamber of Veterinarians. On the bottom right here you can see Schönbrunn, which is a castle in Vienna. And if you follow the castle, like the street behind this castle to the left and go a bit further, that's where the building was. I couldn't find a nice picture of the building itself, so very close. Next slide, please. What did I do? I provided an update about our call for the DIC working group. It's the Day 1 Competencies Working Group. Like EVE is working with a system that when students attend a university, what are Day 1 competencies? So when they graduate, what should they know? And then it's spread for all kinds of subjects and comes with certain points. And there's a working group now, and we did an open call for people to apply to join this working group. And yeah, back then I gave an update about how it's going. And then we discussed the results of the survey with ENQA. So ENQA is basically the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and EVE is a member of ENQA. So as IVSA, we were working with ENQA and EVE to do the survey, and the result of the survey was very good. Like we added some questions in terms of should universities support their local student associations more? Should the feedback by students be included a bit more? Should it be like in terms of evaluation, should it gain a higher importance? And the results by the people that filled the survey was yes, it should be, which was great for us because we could say, hey, IVSA is here for you. IVSA is there. Please make sure that it works out. And the feedback by Eve was amazing and Enqua, so they all said, okay, we need to involve the students more. Student associations play an important role, and also recent graduates should be considered more in such visitations, given they have also very good feedback on, okay, what do I know now actually, and how has my time in university been? And the structure of this involvement still need to be discussed, and it will probably be an important topic when Tami will attend the EVE General Assembly in Barcelona in May this year. Yeah, so Eve was quite happy, and we followed up on another topic because Tami started a discussion with Eve about having an IVSA board member there, because they were very happy with the results of having an IVSA board member in Every. So they heard about it, they noticed it, they talked with Every, and Every is happy, so they said, okay, we would like to have that as well. So this might be coming up, which would be, of course, great for us. Given that a lot of universities still, despite allowing IVSA, not always support IVSA to the fullest. And sometimes IVSA local chapters and MOs are facing big struggles and issues because of that. So this is a joint effort to make sure that regardless where IVSA is, they are supported by the university, because that already makes things a lot easier for students. To also to like organize good things, for example, or to use IVSA opportunities. And yeah, these students will be in the spotlight of Eve, and very sorry that this is so low again. We have been talking about a potential support by IVSA for the upcoming General Assembly in terms of some publicity and doing an Instagram video, like a social media video in general, about bringing up points why for us students it's so important that Eve is existing. Because even though it sometimes might not be noticeable, it is, and it's helping a lot to make sure that our education is improving. Next slide, please. So, there they are. Some impressions, some pictures here. You can see my very judgy face when looking in the laptop while the results of the survey are shown. Did not plan to do so. Below you can see how interested I can look when those results are presented on the wall finally. And on the right side you can see others grab for the beer. I grab the salt and pepper because I always want to add some spice. No, that was very lovely. So left obviously impressions from the meeting, right? Dinner afterwards, because connecting there after the meeting is very important for us to share some not so to just share some impressions and thoughts about IVSA and other associations. And it was very lovely. And also at this point, a big shout out to Eve for having me and IVSA in general. Next slide. So conclusion, we had great talks about the importance of students in visitations, which is important. We see a lot of potential for more IVSA involvement with an IVSA board member, which is nice. And they plan to higher value the student opinion, which will in the end bring more respect for IVSA and IVSA members and MOs and local chapters, which we hope will change a lot, because from talks with MOs and local chapters in the past, but also ongoing, this is still an issue, and hopefully with that way we can resolve this issue, because it's not easy. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you all. If you have questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Felix, for that wonderful presentation on the EAEV meeting. I did see a hand up briefly. Is there any question for Felix?
So this might be coming up, which would be, of course, great for us. Given that a lot of universities still, despite
Seeing none, we move on to our next point on the agenda, and that is the veterinary meeting and expo at VMX, and that is Tammy.
Because of that. So this is a joint effort to make sure that regardless where IVSA is, they are supported by the university, because that already makes things a lot easier for
Tammy, the
students.
floor is yours.
To also to like organize good things, for example, or to use IVSA opportunities.
Dominator IVSA Exco. So I made my presentation about my attendance to the veterinary meeting and expo or VMX. I attended the event alone, given that it was an event that we didn't plan to attend at the beginning of the term.
In terms of some
So this event is more of a congress. It happens. It has lectures, different activities, workshops, and of course, very big exhibition hall. It happened in Orlando, Florida, from January 17th to 20th of the 2026. What is VMX? As I mentioned, Veterinary Meeting and Expo is organized by the North American Veterinary Community and ABC, and is the biggest veterinary event in the US, and they have around 30,000 attendees. What did IVSA do at the event? So as I mentioned, it was an event that was not in our plans to attend because it always happens during January, and we have our symposiums usually in January. But following the unfortunate cancellation of our live event in Ghana, because the days were colliding, we could not attend. Once it was approved by Expo, I reached out to the representatives because now it was a possibility for us to attend this event. The last time I basically attended this event was in 2023. So after 3 years, we were able to be there. There is an important presence of these companies. Of course, I basically visibility of always, and discovered during the event there is a big potential for collaboration with an ABC. What did I do? I walked and walked and walked through this exhibition hall because it's a big exhibition hall. There are many important companies, big, medium, and small companies. There is the important presence of big companies, as I said, I visibility, and I also had meetings with current partners and sponsors during this event. So as you can see here, I had a meeting with VetPD. Also, I met with Wasaba. Here is the president-elect, treasurer, and more members of Wasaba. I also had a meeting with Veen. There is me there in VMX. And I had a meeting with Royal Canin. It was our first in-person meeting with our sponsor, Royal Canin and Mars Veterinary Health. I also had some conversations with societies, and I also had a meeting with Prune Institute, but our conversation with Jason was too engaging that we forgot to take a picture, but I also wanted to include it there. Key takeaway from the event, the contacts, of course. We received an email from societies asking for a sponsorship booklet, which is a big step for us. We will continue following up. If we cannot achieve nothing during this term, we'll leave this to the next president and exco to continue following up on the content that I got in this event. We also got an email from Merck. There is an interest of collaboration. They told us that for this year they have, or at least for these months, they don't have budget allocated for support to student organizations. But we have the contact, which is good, and the next officials can continue following up on this. Also with Farmina, there is something that we are proposing to them with Ishan. VetRec, which is a company that offers AI software for vets, basically for appointments and everything. After this SGA, we will have a meeting with them to explore potential collaboration. We can also involve our alumni network, students. They offer free registration for students, which is all good. So we're gonna see what we can offer to make a very good sponsorship package. And also I got to talk to AAV, which is the Association of Avian Veterinarians, for a potential collaboration. We will follow up on this. We send emails. They told us we'll discuss it with our board, so we'll follow up on this. And also with Feline VMA, which is the Association of Feline Veterinarians, we had a meeting with them. Wanted to invite them for our SGA, but unfortunately, given that we met some weeks before the SGA, was not possible. But there is a strong interest in making some IBS exclusive opportunities, so hopefully we'll manage to work on them during this term. If not, the next team will continue on that. And what's next? Of course, following up with the sponsors' contacts and partners' contacts. That's why we go to these events, so they can know more about the IBSA. And also try our best. Not always we have positive outcomes, but we have steps, small and big steps. And there is a potential collaboration and something I really want to do with NABC on scholarships, because currently they don't offer scholarship for students. They do offer scholarship for veterinarians. to attend the event for free, but they do not for students. And they work together on that with Procelos, which is a foundation that I also got to meet there. And I met the president there in VMX. So I sent a proposal, it says there, to work in scholarship for students. Still did not get a response, but we'll continue following up on this. As Isha mentioned, it's something we have to do, and if not, again, the contacts are there for the next team of officials to continue working on that. And thank you. In-person meeting with our sponsor, Royal Canin and Mars Veterinary
Thank you,
Health.
Tammy,
I
that
also had some
presentation on your
conversation with
VMX
Betty,
attendance. Do we
and
have
I also
questions?
had a meeting with Prana Institute, but our conversation with Jason was too engaging that we forgot to take a picture. But I also
Seeing
wanted
none,
to
we
go
move
over
on to
there.
our next agenda point,
Key
and that is
takeaway
the
from the
History Task
event,
Force
the
update. And
contents,
I
of course.
believe
You will
John is
here receive
presenting it.
from Sueti the
Oh, no, it's
celebratory
Violet.
review booklet,
Violet, the floor
which
is
is a
yours.
big step for us. We will continue following up. If we cannot achieve nothing during this term, we'll leave this to the next president and exco to continue following up on the content that I got in this event.
Violetta
We also got an
Linovos
email from
IVSA
Mark
Exco. Yes, I have today the honor to present to you the IVSA History Task Force report. And I have to say it's quite emotional for me, given that normally the chair, John Jan, is presenting. So today it will be me. So the History Task Force of the IVSA started a long time ago in 2012. You can go to the next slide. And we also produced an IVSA history manual. So what does the IVSA History Task Force actually do? We are conserving the history of the IVSA, to put it in short. So we collect digital as well as physical documents from the very early history of the IVSA, which started in 1951, mind you. And then we also have digital older documents started in winter 2020. They have been finished the digitalization in November 2022, and ever since in 2023, a history task force has been created to conserve the history and also make it available to our members. So in the next slide, you can see the objectives that the History Task Force has been working on. So the first one is to investigate the history, check out what is happening. The second one is to raise interest in the IVSA history among its members. You can move to the next slide. And the third one is to basically get a perspective, like get information about current issues that we are facing that actually are recurring. Because believe it or not, but we see some kind of like unofficial trend every 5 years, 5 to 6 years, the same issues seem to recur, and the IVSA History Task Force wants to document them. A fourth objective on the next slide is to provide relevant information about the IVSA projects, which are relevant that we can bring back from history. We are also serving the means through which the IVSA can engage with partners. It's very interesting when you go to a conference and then you meet up with someone and you gather like some crazy anecdotes, or they mention like a moment in our history. It's always really nice to have those hallway conversations. And a sixth objective is, of course, the preservation of the history of this association and also ensure that the future generation has access to it. So we are this year not working alone. We have an amazing team. So the team consists of the chair as well as the co-chair. So the chair is John Jan and the co-chair is me. And then we have two big divisions. We have a division on content creation, where we have a subdivision editorial board and a division on digital archiving. And on the next slide, you can see our amazing team. So yeah, like I said, there's two divisions. One is working on everything related to writing the history booklet, as well as creating the very pretty, aesthetically pleasing version of that booklet. And the other part of the team is working on the digital archiving of all of the documents that we have. So shout out to this team. Thank you so much, everyone, for all the work that you've put in, especially because most of these team members hold multiple positions. And we really, really value and appreciate that you make time to help preserve the history of the IVSA. So I will go very quickly through the timeline because we presented every single time the same. So the next slide, you can see that phase 1, 2, and 3 BIS have been completed. So that means we have set up the task force. It still exists. We have collected data, started archiving, started like writing reports, as well as a history manual. After that, we have like some other phase that is completed, phase 3, from August 24 to August 25. So this one completed in the SGA in Taiwan. And during that, we wanted to present an IVSA history article as well as a GA report. You can skip like the next slide because we missed one. And then there is, of course, the things that are in progress. So in progress, we have the phase 2 BIS. We want to have corresponding correspondence, yes, thank you, with veterinary history associations and societies. We do have some already on note. We will have to get permission to reach out to them, and then we want to, of course, make sure that not our history is not only documented internally, but that we also engage with these veterinary history associations. And then our last phase 3, will be the data collection of 2010 up until now. It's currently being archived. And then, of course, the digital archive has been created, but we need to find a way that we can link it to members portal so our members actually have access to our history and can read through the amazing things that the IVSA has accomplished. All right, in the next slide, you can see just like a slight overview of what our digital archive is currently looking like. And I just want to give a mention here to one of our honorary live members, Mehdi. We received a USB from him with like files. Well, I think there was like 120 gigabytes of data on there. And currently the Division of Digital Archiving is sorting through them and inventorying them as well as organizing it. And important is that we do have a system of archiving to preserve for the future. And then on the next slide, you can see something super exciting. You will get like a preliminary preview of our history booklet. So huge shout out to the Division on Content Creation as well as the editorial board. Mind you, this is just a sneak peek. This is definitely not the final version, but basically what we work with, on the left, you can see the booklet that is written in text format. And on the right, you can see the aesthetically pleasing parts where we are working with the graphics, the branding, etc. And I can say every time we are discussing this, it's very, very exciting. So then, of course, we also have the history article, and we really encourage you to scan the QR code so you can like read it through and take a look at it. It's on the next slide, and you can read it. You can get an idea of what we have done. It's also like available to you. All right, on the next slide, I would like to give you like an overview of the things that we find in the history archive. So of course there is our logos, but given that today is International Women's Day, I want to give a tiny note about the International Women Auxiliary to the Veterinary Profession, which existed within the IVSA, as well as a special letter that was sent to us, the IVSA, in 1972 by Queen Elizabeth II herself. So these are very interesting things that we find, and of course, we want to preserve that and share it for the future. So on the next slide, I will give you a little overview of what is next, because of course, the history will continue. History is being written every single day. But we want to complete the archiving of the files from 2018 up until now. So thank you as well to the Secretary General for giving us access to those files so we can start and complete this project. And of course, we want to finish the IVSA history booklet. So once again, a tiny teaser page. You can see here that the presidents actually traveled all over the world, and we have like made tiny anecdotes for them. So we try to really document their history, but also make it pleasant to read. And then, of course, we will have to determine the future of the IVSA History Task Force. There are already some suggestions for this, but the main goal is to have the work of the IVSA History Task Force completed by the Congress in Nepal. So then I would like to end today with a quote from our article, because today the IVSA is more than just an association. It is a movement, as you can see on the last slide. And this is like an excerpt of our IVSA history article. We invite all of you to read through it. And if you have any questions, suggestions, or maybe you have any contributions, like within your faculty, you have found something related to IVSA and you want to add it to the history archives, feel free to reach out to us at history@ivsa.org, and we are more than happy to like help you further. Thank you. Currently, the Division of Digital Archiving is sorting through them and inventorying them as well
Thank
as
you, Violet,
organizing
for that
it.
wonderful
And
presentation on the
important is
HISTRY
that we
Task
do
Force.
have a system of
The HISTRY Task
archiving
Force has been a
preserved for
long-running
the
project
future.
of
And
IVSA
then
to
on the next
compile
slide, you
everything
can
that
see
IVS has
something
done
super
over the years
exciting.
to make
You
sure we
will get like a
digitize everything and
preliminary
compile our
preview of our
information for
history
our future
booklet.
members as
So
well.
huge
Are
shout
there
out
any
to the
questions for the
Division
HISTRY
on
Task
Content
Force?
Creation as well as the editorial board. Mind you, this is just a sneak peek. This is definitely not the final version, but
Seeing
basically
none,
what
we
we
move
work
on
with.
to our
On the
next
left, you
agenda
can
point,
see the
and
booklet
that
that is
is
written
the
in text
update
format.
on the
And on the
strategic
right, you
plan of
can see
IVSA.
the aesthetically pleasing parts where we are working with the graphics, the branding, etc. And I can say every time we are discussing this, it's
También
very,
negro en
very
IBC
exciting.
Exco.
So then, of course, we also have
So
the
I now
history
will
article,
present a very quick
and we
update
really
on
encourage
the
you to scan the
IVSA in Action Plan. And just as a background, this plan was approved by the GA during the 73rd IVSA Congress in Peru and was chaired by our HLM Media Marani and co-chaired by our trustee Felix. This should serve as a document of guidance for the coming 5 years. It also provides information about the current situation of IVSA and action plans for the future, and update about the progress shall be given on a regular basis. Where can we find the strategic plan in our website under legal? There's a strategic plan, so you're free to go and check it out. Of course, everything goes under our mission, which you can read here, and all of the objectives and plans for the strategic plan should follow it. So to update you all, this is what the strategic plan shows that we should achieve during the first half of the term. Our community coordinator was working with all the committees and networks to develop different manuals for the next committee coordinator and chairs to have a better overview and have a smoother handover process. So I can take this as done or in progress. We're working on an MO with our MOD on the renal IVC structure or with renal representatives as well. We just had the presentation of the history task for digital archives and everything. That we will have to work on with our PRC to see how we can have this digital archive. The IVC event strategy was presented now as well. So we work on that. About IVSA International Mobility Program Database, which we call IVSA Internship Database, is led by Violet, and we started working on that. There was a plan presented, and currently committees and networks are taking care of it. So this is another thing that we are currently working in. Also, those EXCO self-assessment forms, trust assessment, self-assessment forms are both that still need to be worked on. So we'll rely on our trust to help him on that as well. And I also wanted to talk about the IBC Trade Network by SCOCA because the committee was trying to develop the network, and I know they did a big achievements. Also, there is a collaboration. We'll be playing with one of our partners, ES, which was present here because that's also part of our MOU. IVSA Excellence Award, and as I mentioned, the IVSA Regional Strategy and Action Plan. This is something the MOD team will or is started working on, and I also did some steps last term when I was MOD, because it's very important that all of the regions have their own strategic plans. This plan was approved by the GA during the 73rd IVSA. So regarding the second half of the term, those are the things that we will continue working on. Well, the manuals from committees. Again, some things that we've mentioned. And also something that we'll start working on is the IPSA emotional tracing manual by our DAD. And we'll try to finalize the strategic plans for our regions. And of course, there are challenges because even though we would love to, always we cannot accomplish everything we love to because of the work that we have in IBSA, our capacity, problems. Sometimes we have to come back to our basics and work on some problems, internal problems of the organization. And then our goals, of course, follow the strategic plan, finish as many strategic plans as possible, and balancing it with our current work of the officials, and make sure that the strategic plan is not forgotten. Work with the plan and ensure regular updates. And that's it. Thank you. Smoother handover process. So I can take this as done.
Thank you, Tammy, for that update on the strategic planning and action plan for IVSA. Just as a reminder for delegates, the strategic plan is a 5-year plan made for 2024 to 2029 that the IVSA achieves, that the IVSA aims to achieve, so that the growth of our organization continues and we make sure that we try and continue fixing our issues as well as helping our organization grow further. Are there any questions? You can also access this strategic action plan on the IVSA website.
Was presented now as well. So we work on that.
I see a hand, and that is Susan.
International Mobility Program Database.
So Sanadel, I will IVSA Nepal point of clarification. Is there amendment of constitutions that was discussed? Like amendment of constitutions of IVSA also a part of SPC, or is it something like which doesn't concern our strategic team? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I will take the liberty of answering it on behalf of the officials. Belgium government recently changed their rules regarding non-profit organizations, and IVSA being registered in Belgium needs to align with those rules, which is why IVSA constitution needs to be amended according to those rules set by the Belgium government. And currently the team of officials are working on it. And once this has been prepared, they will bring the constitutional amendments to the General Assembly so that we are in line with the Belgium government rules and regulations for non-profits. Is there any other question for the strategic action plan? Seeing none, we move on to our next agenda point, and this is an exciting one. It is the Excellence Award for the first half of the term. And is that going to be Ryan or Tammy? I see Ryan's hand up. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that. Ryan Square, IVSA Exco, if you can start the presentation. All right. Hi, everyone. So we have reached a very exciting part of the SGA, which is presentation of the Excellence Award. Can you move ahead? Okay, so Excellence Award. So the Excellence Award is awarded by the Executive Committee twice a year, so once during the Symposium and during the Congress, to an IVSA member that, in their opinion, has excelled within their position in IVSA. And this award was made to recognize the great work these winners have been doing to motivate others to follow their lead. And the nominees can be an exchange officer, a committee member, an OC member, or any other IVSA member. Move ahead, please. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Tammy, for that update on the strategic planning and action plan for
Okay, so how does the Excellence Award operate? So the Excellence Award nomination form contains four questions to evaluate each nominee appropriately. So the four questions are: what roles has this person held within IVSA and at which level? How has this person contributed to the growth or success of IVSA at the local, national, or global level? And how has this person motivated and inspired other IVSA members to become more active in the organization? And are there any outstanding achievement of this person during the time in IVSA you would like us to consider? So basically, the person who wants to sign up for the Excellence Award does. Oh, wait, I just realized I was not on screen. I did not realize that. Sorry about that. Yeah, so as I was saying that the nominee cannot, a person cannot nominate themselves. Another person has to nominate another person for the Excellence Award. And there also exists a scoring criteria for Excellence Award to have a guided and fair selection process. And award for the winner is a reduced fee spot for any IVSA Global event in 2026. And for this symposium, the prize will be a reduced fee spot for the Nepal Congress. So can you move ahead?
and IVSA being registered in
So the
Belgium
Excellence
needs
Award
to
nominees.
follow the
So
rules,
we had six
which is why
secretaries
IVSA being
scoring.
registered
There
in
were five
Belgium
MOD
needs to
secretaries
follow
and an
those
extra
rules set
secretary.
by the Belgium
Next slide.
government. And currently, the team of officials are working on it.
So as you can
And
see over
once this
here,
has been prepared,
we
they will
had
bring
five
the
nominees with
amendments to the General
six
Assembly
secretaries scoring
so
them
that
with
we are in line
the
with the Belgium
scores
government rules
all
and
mentioned over
regulations for
here. And can
non-profits.
you go to the next slide?
Is there any other question for the
So
strategic
as you can
action
see
plan?
over here, these were the top five Excellence Award nominees. They are in alphabetical order. So we have
Seeing
Abdul
none, we move on to
Rahman
our
Mohammad
next
Fawzi
agenda
from
point,
IVSA
and this
Egypt.
is
We
an
have Abu
exciting
Bakar
one.
Adam
It
from
is
IVSA
the
Nigeria.
Excellence
We have
Award for the
Dua
first half of the term.
Armin Amnifi from IVSA
And
Morocco. I
is
am
that
sorry
going to
for
be
if
Ryan
I'm saying
or
any
Tammy?
names wrong. We have Ujas Fardesi from IVSA India, and we have
I see
Philip
Ryan's hand up.
Umaru
Ryan, the floor
Kliza
is
from
yours.
IVSA Nigeria, and an exco vote was held to select the winner. So basically, after the top five nominees have been scored, I send the top five nominees their answers to Exco in an anonymous way so that the Exco members not know their name, and also to make it completely anonymous. They don't know the agenda as well. So I try to keep it as anonymous as possible. And next. So the winner for this excellence award is, and can you go ahead? Ujas Pradeshi from IVSA India. So yeah, congratulations, Ujas. And yeah, guys. So this is a thing I would like to say while finishing this presentation is that please do sign up for the Excellence Award. And yeah, guys, we did not have a lot of nominees this time, and I hope to see many more nominees during the Congress in Nepal. So yeah, thank you for that. The Excellence Award nomination form contains 4 questions to evaluate each nominee appropriately. So the 4 questions are: what roles has the
Thank you
sport
for that
developed in
presentation on the
IVSA at the
Excellence
next
Award.
level?
Congratulations once
How
again
has
to
this
Ujas from
person
IVSA
contributed to
India.
the growth
He has
or
served on the
success of
national board and
IVSA
has
Europe
held
till
several
national
other
or global
positions
level?
throughout the years.
And how has this person contributed
And
and
yes,
inspired other
we would
IVSA
like to
members
go
to
on to the
improve and
next
achieve
agenda point,
the
and I
same?
believe
And
that
are
is
there any alternative
presentation and
members
voting on the approval
in
of new member
IVSA being concerned?
organizations.
So basically, the person who wants to sign up for the
And
Excellence
that is
Award,
Ryan
what
again.
does Oh, wait, I just realized I was not on screen. I did not realize that. Sorry about that. Ranchpura IVS Exco, thank you for the floor again, Chair. And yeah, we will just wait for the presentation. So, as I had spoken of during my updates, and also as I mentioned during the MO meeting, we have one new MO, which a candidate MO, which is IVS Azerbaijan. And thanks to Irini for all the work and all the coordination in being able to get this MO. So, can we move ahead? So, the Excellence Award nominees. So, general information about the country or city. Baku is the capital and largest city of Azerbaijan, situated on the western coast of the Caspian Sea. The city is famous for its unique blend of modern architecture and ancient history. The contrast between the flame towers and medieval old city shows the harmony between tradition and progress. Baku has a population of more than 2 million people and is known for its warm hospitality, vibrant atmosphere, beautiful seaside boulevard. The city often hosts international events, concerts, and festivals. Can we move on? So these are some images provided by the members from Azerbaijan. Can we move on? So Baku offers a mix of thrilling events and cultural experiences. Motorsport fans can enjoy the exciting Formula One Azerbaijan Grand Prix, which attracts many tourists from around the world. The city is home to cultural centers, art galleries, and theaters, as well as the National Carpet Museum, famous for its impressive collection of historic carpets, textiles, and jewelries, including rare 17th, 18th century masterpieces. The museum's striking building is designed to resemble a rolled up carpet. Many people can also explore Flame Towers, Palace of Sri Shahs, and Highland Park, which offers panoramic city views. Many tourists also enjoy strolling around the city and trying traditional Azerbaijan dishes. Modern shopping malls and waterfront parks complete the experience, combining high energy events with rich cultural and leisure activities. Can you move on? And yeah, guys. So this is, and again, these are some images provided by them. Can you move on? Presentation is that so some information about the university. The name of the university is Khazad University. The veterinary course is for 5 years, approximately 60 students per year, and they have their own clinic and a partnership with Hasfet Baku International Animal Hospital. Can you move ahead? So again, these are some photos of the university, and yeah, can you move ahead?
Thank you for that presentation on the Excellence Award. Congratulations once
And
again
this
to
is the
Ujas
national
from
committee. We
IVSA
have
India.
Sanan
He
Aliyev as
served
the
on the
president,
national board and
Kurban
has
Ali
held
Babayev
several
as the
positions
exchange
throughout
officer,
the
and
years.
Alia
And
Rastamova
yes,
as the additional
we
third
would like
member.
to go on
Can
to
you
the
move
next
ahead?
agenda point, and I believe that is presentation and voting on the
So,
approval of
why do
new
you want to
member
join IVSA?
organizations.
You want to join IVSA to become a part of the global veterinary student community and represent Azerbaijan in this international network. Our goal is to create the first local IVSA branch in our country, which will help connect Azerbaijani veterinary students with the world. And we believe this cooperation will strengthen our professional knowledge, cultural exchange, and contribution to the global animal health. Can you go ahead? As I mentioned during the MO meeting, we have one new MO. What can you offer to IVSA members? Through the exchange in Baku, we offer a chance to gain experience in animal care and welfare while discovering a new culture. Participants can join our animal aid workshop to learn how to help injured animals, animal stress signposts, reading their body language and understand their behavior, regular monitoring of vet clinics for hygiene, equipment, and human treatment. And we will visit shelters, support animal welfare projects, and create a photo gallery sharing a real rescue story. And we also aim to improve veterinary education, organize charity events, and strengthen IVSA's social media by spreading awareness about animal care. And this exchange helps members develop skills, compassion, and international cooperation in the veterinary field. Can you go ahead? Beautiful seaside boulevard, the city often hosts international events, concerts, and festivals. So, which IBS activities are you most excited to be a part of? We are most excited to take part in international exchange programs, professional workshops, and global health projects. We are especially interested in developing new IBS activities in Azerbaijan, including education seminars, awareness campaigns, and collaborations that inspire young veterinary students. Can you move ahead? Motorsport fans can enjoy the exciting Formula One Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Thank you for supporting. IVSA Azerbaijan is committed to improving veterinary education and building meaningful international partnerships. And we appreciate your time and we hope to earn your support to join this global family. Thank you for believing in our vision. So, with the end of this presentation, I move to approve IVSA Azerbaijan as a candidate MO.
Second.
Thank you, Ryan. The current motion on the floor is to approve IVSA Azerbaijan as a candidate MO of IVSA. Is there any discussion regarding the motion on the floor?
The experience combining high energy events with rich cultural and leisure activities.
Any objections?
And again, these are
Seeing none, the motion passes. IVSA Azerbaijan is officially welcomed as part of the IVSA family this time onwards.
So, some information about the university.
Do we have any other presentations, Ryan?
The veterinary course is for 5 years, approximately 60 students per year. And they
I
have their own
guess
clinic and
not.
partnership with
All right, now the moment that everyone has been waiting for. The next point on the agenda and the second last point on the agenda today
So again, these are some
is the election results for president-elect for the president 2026-2027. And I would give the floor to the election committee for this. I believe Omar will be speaking.
the exchange officer and Alia Rastamova
Yeah,
as the
Omar, you
election
have the floor.
Can you move ahead?
Ömer Farkaran, IVSA Turkey. Yes, I will be the one doing the presentation, but I'm gonna need a second of your time to open up the presentation.
Our goal is to create the first local IVSA branch in our country, which will help connect Azerbaijani veterinary students with the world. And we believe this cooperation will strengthen our professional knowledge, cultural exchange, and contribution to the global animal health. Can you go ahead?
Yes. The election has been election was completed in approximately 45 minutes with 100% attendance. And as you know, we have only one. We had only one election, and this is the results. We would like to congratulate Violet for her win, and she will be the president-elect for this term.
Events and strengthen IVSA's social media by spreading awareness about animal care. And this exchange helps members develop skills, compassion, and international cooperation in the veterinary field.
Thank you, Omar. Congratulations to Violet for becoming the president-elect for 2026-2027. And I hope we see amazing things planned for you for the next 6 months as president-elect and the next term as that. Would you like to say a few words, Violet?
Activities in Azerbaijan, including education
Violet
seminars,
Adelina
awareness
Verbos
campaigns,
IVSA
and
Exco. Yes.
collaborations that inspire young veterinary students.
The news is very fresh, but I do have some words for you, dear delegates. So first of all, thank you very much for your trust. I'm extremely grateful for the confidence that you have placed in me. And I promise you, I will work every day to justify this. This election has shown how passionate our members are about the future of the IVSA. Debate and discussions are always healthy in any organization, and they help us to grow stronger. However, I believe leadership must always be grounded in professionalism, empathy, and integrity. And during this campaign, there have been conversations, many opinions, and unfortunately also some claims that might have been untrue. But these results speak for themselves. So I chose to focus not on rumors. I chose to focus on demonstrating my work, my experiments, and my commitment to this association. And that is exactly how I will continue to lead. The result speaks for itself, but I chose to walk this path. And I also want to say a small word regarding International Women's Day. I want to say something especially to the women present in this room. Your voice matters. your leadership matters, and your courage to step forward matters. Never let anyone convince you that your ambition, strength, or standing up for yourself is something you should apologize for. Because when one of us stands up, we open a door for many more to follow. And now is the time to move forward together. So my door will be open to everyone, supporters, critics, people who are undecided, because the IVSA is bigger than any campaign or any individual. So let's focus on what truly matters, empowering our members, strengthening our partnerships, and creating opportunities for veterinary students around the world. Because, like I said in my speech, leadership is not about titles, it is about the impact that we create together. Thank you.
Election was completed in approximately 45 minutes.
Thank you, Violet, for those
With
wonderful words of
100%
motivation for our members,
attendance.
and I hope to see you working for IVSA as president-elect for the
As you
next
know,
6 months.
only
Well, slightly
one
lesser,
we had
but
only
we
one
do have a
election,
full term ahead of
and
you.
this
We do have a
is
lot of
the
things planned, and
results.
I hope we have a
We would like
wonderful
to
time.
congratulate
I
Violet
believe our current
for
president
her
also has a few words.
win,
Tammy, the floor is yours.
and she will be the
También era una vice
president-elect for
exco.
this
I
term.
want to congratulate Vale for getting into the position. I remember myself last year, and I can understand the excitement and all the plans that she might already be planning for her term. I'll be happy to work with you during these 6 months of preparation. I'll be able, and I hope I can provide to you some things for you to be ready for the position. I'm sure you will be, and I'll do my best to pass on to you everything I have learned already and everything that I will learn during the next 6 months. Congratulations.
The news is very fresh, but I do have some words for you, dear delegates. So, first of all, thank you very much for your trust.
All right, and
I'm
that
extremely
is
grateful
our
for the
last point
confidence
on the
that you have
agenda.
placed in me,
We will
and
now
I
move
promise
on
you, I
to
will
any
work
other
every day to
business.
justify this.
So, do we have any other
Those who have
business?
shown
I
how passionate
believe
our
we
members
do.
are,
There is one point
putting
that was
for the
left, and
IVSA.
that will be issue.
Debate and discussions are always healthy in any organization, and they help us to grow stronger. However, I believe leadership must always be grounded in professionalism, empathy, and integrity. And during this campaign, there have been conversations, many
This is
opinions,
Sultan
and
IVSA
unfortunately,
Exco.
also some
Thank you,
claims
Chair.
that
And
might
first
have
of all, I
been
would like to
untrue.
congratulate Violet
But
upon
these
your
results speak for
elections as the
themselves. So
president.
I chose to focus
And
not
now
on
I will
rumors.
move on
I
for
chose
the
to
any other
focus on
business.
demonstrating my
This will be
work,
just a
my
quick one.
experiments, and my
Next
commitment
slide,
to this
please.
association.
All right.
And
So
that
this
is
any other
exactly
business is
how I
about
will
the approval
continue
of
to
Peter
do.
Emil Peterson's
The results
appointment
speak
as
for
IVSA
themselves, but
secretary
I
for the
chose
2025 and
to walk this
2026
path.
term.
And
Next slide,
I
please.
also want to say a small word regarding International Women's Day. I
A
want to
little
say
bit of
something
background of this
especially to the
election
women
because
present in this room.
just a
Your
little bit of
voice matters,
clarification in case
your
that some of the
leadership
delegates are still
matters,
confused.
and your courage to
For
step
all the
forward
officials
matters.
positioned other than the
Never let
president, we
anyone
will only do
convince
the
you that
election
your
during the
ambition,
Congress.
strength, or
Um,
standing up for
but
yourself
what
is
happened
something you
this
should
term was that
apologize
we
for.
have
Because when one
received
of us stands
resignation
up,
from our
we open a door for
previously
many more
elected
to follow.
MOD ERO
And
secretary,
now is the time to move
and
forward
so we will have
together.
to
So
open
my
call
door
for
will be
secretary
open to
position.
everyone, supporters,
And as a
critics,
result, Peter Emil
people who are
Peterson
undecided,
stood out
because the
from
IVSA
the
is bigger than any
applicants,
campaign
and
or any
he has been
individual.
elected
So
by the
let's
executive
focus
committee
on
to be
what
the
truly
interim
matters,
MOD and ERO
empowering our
secretary.
members, strengthening our
Next slide, please.
partnerships, and creating opportunities for
And
veterinary
so
students around the world.
I move
Because,
to
like I
approve
said in
Peter
my
Emil
speech,
Petersons as
leadership
MOD
is
and
not
ERO
about titles.
secretary for the
It is about the impact
2025
that
and
we
2026 term.
create together. Thank
Second.
you.
Thank you, Shu. The current motion on the floor is to approve Peter Emil Peterson as the MOD and ERO Secretary for the 25-26 term. Is there any discussion? I see Adi Yadav has some discussion for us. Ishan, the floor is yours.
Okay, you may see I have Ishan Acharya, IPSF Expo. You may see I have joined from my phone because my laptop died and I just put it to charge.
También era una vice
Excuse me
exco.
for
I
that.
want to congratulate
Um,
Vale for getting into the
right. So just
position.
a little bit
I
about
remember
Peter. I
myself
have some
last
good words to
year,
say about him.
and
He's
I
been
can
in the
understand
position
the
for a few
excitement
months
and
now,
all the plans that
and he
she might
has
already be
almost single-handedly
planning
dealt
for her
with
term. I'll be
the
happy
last
to work
part
with
of the
you during
Purina
these six
IVSA
months
Italy
of
contest
preparation.
and the
I'll
entirety of the
be
Purina IVSA India
able,
contest.
and I hope I can
Those of you
provide
who
to
have met
you
him in previous
some
events already know
things
his
for you to be
dedication and
ready
work
for the
ethic.
position. I'm sure you will
But
be, and
I
I'll do
just
my
want to
best to pass
reaffirm
on
that,
to you everything I have
and
learned already and
I
everything that I will learn
definitely
during the
think you
next six
appointed the
months.
right person.
Congratulations.
So I wish to show my support
I
for
do have
this
some
motion.
words for you, dear delegates. So, first of all, thank
Thank you for that. Is there any other discussion regarding approving Peter Emil Peterson as the secretary? Any other business? Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes and Peter Emil Peterson from IVSA Denmark is officially appointed as secretary of MOD and ERO. Going back to our agenda point, is there any other business? Seeing none, I hope so that concludes our GA business for this special General Assembly. I hope the delegates have had an amazing time. I hope you all learned a lot about how IVSA functions. I hope you all could participate in IVSA decision making, and I hope this motivates you all to continue joining IVSA activities and events in the future. The chair. Oh, I see a question. I have a question for you. I will read out the question in chat. I'd love to ask if the next Congress at IVS in Nepal, especially the GAs, will operate on a hybrid system. I will take the liberty of answering that question. For now, there have no plans been made to have it planned out hybrid because we do not have any accommodations in the IVSA bylaws regarding this. This is something that the Events Inclusivity Task Force worked on previously, and the Event Strategy Task Force is working on currently. In case there is a possibility of us having either the Nepal Congress as a hybrid event or future subsequent ones, we will inform all MOs of IVSA if that is the case. I hope that answers your question. Is there any other business that we would like to attend to?
And so I move to approve Peter Emil Peterson's as MOD and ERO secretary for the
Yes, Fortune.
2025 and 2026 term.
Second. Okay, thank you, Dr. Fortune, IVS in Nigeria. Thank you, Chair. When I mean hybrid, necessarily doesn't mean to participate in the General Assembly as a delegate, but merely to follow up on the proceedings of the General Assembly through a hybrid system. Online, I'm referring to. Thank you.
To answer the previous speaker's question, when we do have our General Assemblies take place, we always upload a copy of the minutes from the entire proceedings of the General Assembly to the IVSA website, and it is shared with all IVSA members at the subsequent event. So for example, you can always access the minutes from the Taiwan Congress either in document form, or you can watch the live stream of the General Assembly online on YouTube. We did live stream this SGA on YouTube as well. And if you wish to do so during the Nepal Congress, the General Assembly hours will be live streamed there as well. So you can watch the proceedings of the GA live, or you can follow up with whatever decisions were made during the GA through the minutes document available through either your MO's email or on the IVSA website, ivsa.org. Is there any other business? Peter Emil Peterson from IVSA Denmark is officially appointed as Secretary of MOD and ERO. Going back to our agenda point, is there any other business?
Mason Zainalandini, IVSA Morocco. I move to make a round of applause for our amazing OC and amazing delegates, and also for our elected president.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Mason. The
Second.
motion on the floor is to make a round of applause for our delegates, our officials, and the online organizing committee for the SGA. Is there any discussion? I already see applauses, but yeah, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Everyone, you are free to give everyone an applause. I hope everyone had an amazing experience attending this special General Assembly. I hope you all stuck around long enough for all proceedings, learned a lot about IVSA. And if you ever have questions, our inboxes, our WhatsApp messages are always open for everyone. This goes for all officials and everyone around here. I will also take a special moment here to thank the online organizing committee that worked so hard on this event with me. And we did make an error with the delegates booklet where we missed posting a photo of two of our social media in charges in the delegates booklet. So I'd just like to thank Afia from IVSA Bangladesh, as well as Simran Karande from IVSA India. Those two are also instrumental in making several of the social media posts for the SGA, as well as the delegates booklet. And you can find the rest of the online organizing committee as part of the OC booklet or the
Okay,
delegates
thank
booklet
you,
that was sent to you
Dr.
at the beginning
Fortune,
of this event.
IVS in Nigeria. Thank you, Chair. When I mean hybrid, necessarily
All
doesn't
right,
mean
and the
to
chair will now
participate
entertain a motion
in
to
the General
adjourn this
Assembly
GA without a day.
as a delegate, but
What
merely to
that
follow up
means is
on
that the General Assembly ends
proceedings of
here
the
and
General
we will not
Assembly
have subsequent
through a
sessions.
hybrid
The General Assembly
through a
will
hybrid
now
system.
convene during the Nepal Congress. I would like to see a new hand up for
Thank you.
the motion on the floor, or at least moving the motion. To answer the previous speaker's question, when we do have our General Assemblies take place, Adamu Abubakar from IVSA Nigeria. The minutes from the entire proceedings of the General Assembly to the IVSA website, and it is shared with all IVSA members at the subsequent event.
All right, thank you
For
very
example,
much.
you can
Abubakar
always
Adamu,
access
Aviation Nigeria.
the minutes
I
from the
hereby
Nepal Congress
move a
either
motion
in
to the
download
adjournment
form,
of this
or
GA.
you can
Thank you.
watch the live stream of the General Assembly online on YouTube.
Second.
We did
Second?
live stream this SGA on YouTube. The motion on the floor, even though the statement was wrong, I'm sorry. The motion on the floor currently is to adjourn the GA without a day for this special General Assembly. Is there any discussion? Through the minutes document available. Any objections? Email or on the IVSA website, ivsa.org. Seeing none, the General Assembly has been adjourned at 4:11 p.m. UTC, March 8th. And that's it. I hope you all again had a wonderful time at this General Assembly. I hope to see you all around somewhere. And like I've been saying for the last 6 years, someday, some event, sometime we will see each
I
other.
moved
The
to make a
IVSA
round of
family always
applause for
stands
our amazing
with
OC
its
and
members.